call people from your state back to the hall. We want to start on time so that we can finish on time. So please requesting everyone to call everyone back. Thank you. We will begin irrespective of whether people are back or not. So please requesting you to call everyone back. I request everyone to be seated. We will now be starting the program. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the National Workshop on the Universalization of PRI-CBO Convergence. We may As we embark on another day of insightful discussions and collaborative efforts, let us take a moment to reflect on the sessions that were covered yesterday. The workshop commenced with an inspiring address by the Joint Secretary MORD, who set the tone for the workshop by emphasizing the ministry's commitment to the universal rollout of PRI-CBO convergence. We also had the privilege of hearing Shri Shailesh Kumar Singh, Secretary of the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, and Shri Sunil Kumar, Secretary of the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, who joined us via video conference. Both the secretaries provided valuable insights into the respective ministries' perspectives on strengthening PRI-CBO convergence initiatives and moving forward for formal partnerships. In addition to the secretary's addresses, we had engaging technical sessions where Sri S.M. Vijayanan sir shared his expertise on the possible pathways for collaboration between the ministries, emphasizing how localizing sustainable development goals can strengthen the partnership. We also had the privilege to hear Madam Sharda Muralidharan, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, who shared with us the genesis of the PRI-CBO convergence model and the transformative potential it holds when different stakeholders work together. Later, divided into multiple groups and had the opportunity to visit various gram panchayats and community institutions to gain a deeper understanding of the PRI-CBO convergence model in action. We witnessed firsthand the implementation of several Kudumbashree programs in convergence with the panchayats. Today, we are very fortunate to have Ms. H. Lal Chandami, CEO MZSRLM, joining us. We welcome you to the program, ma'am. Today, we will delve deeper into various aspects of the PRI-CBO convergence and explore. Yes, I'm sorry.
I would really request all of you to please be seated and not talk amongst yourselves. It doesn't appear very courteous that someone's talking on the dais and we are talking amongst ourselves. And please put your phones on silent. Call your colleagues who are outside, and I would request you to give your total cooperation. If we don't begin on time, we won't finish on time. And I'm sure all of you also want to have some fun after the work is over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Today, we will delve deeper into the various aspects of PRI-CBO convergence and explore the best practices, innovative approaches, and strategies to overcome common challenges. As we reconvene today, let us carry the lessons learned from these field visits and explore how we can replicate and scale up successful convergence models across different states and regions. As a part of the field visit, the groups are to present their key findings and learnings in the first session today. However, prior to the presentation, I invite Ms. Priya Paul, Program Manager of PRI-CBO Convergence at Kudumbashree NRO, to the stage to briefly explain to the audience the three-tier community structure in Kerala. Ma'am, I would request you to join us on stage.
Yeah, thank you, Matilika, and a warm welcome to all. Good morning. So, before going to the sharing of field experience, I would like to give a brief idea about the administrative structure as well as the community structure of Kudumbashree network. So, with regard to Kudumbashree, it is the poverty eradication mission of state government. It has been formulated in the year 1998 and the mission is registered under Travancore Kochi Charitable Societies Act. So the Kudumbashree mission comes under the local self-government department. It comprises both the panchayat as well as the urban local bodies. So Kudumbashree administrative structure is like that. That is the governing body. The chairperson is the Minister for Local Self-Government and the vice chairperson is the additional chief secretary and the chairman is executive director of Kudumbashree. And in the governing body, we have representation from NABARD, Jilla Panchayat, Block Panchayat, Gram Panchayat, urban local bodies, then representation from planning board and from different departments. This is the broad administrative structure of Kudumbashree. And we also have an executive committee, which is chaired by additional chief secretary, local self government. So moving on to community structure, it is a three-tier structure. So at the grassroots level or at the base level, we have the neighborhood group, which in other states is popularly known as the self-help groups. So in the Kudumbashree neighborhood groups, representation of one woman from each family is accounted, and the minimum number is to 10 and the maximum number is 20. Usually, the neighborhood group members constitute 20, but in the hilly areas and in where the population is very less only, there will be 10 members. So, anywhere between 10 and 20 will be the total neighborhood group members. So, out of the 20 women, 5 office bearers will be selected, one president, secretary, and 3 volunteers, mainly for infrastructure, income generation, and social development. And the neighborhood group is affiliated to CDS, not registered, but affiliated to CDS. And every year, the affiliation should be renewed after auditing the accounts of neighborhood groups. So the neighborhood groups, it's federated at the ward level into ADS or the village organizations. And again, there are also 11 elected representatives will be there taking care of different things. That is ADS chairperson, vice chairperson, then one looking for microfinance, livelihood, etc. So this federation of ALF or the ADS into the panchayat or the municipal level constitute the CDS or the community level federation, and there will be representation of each ADS in the executive of CDS. So again, CDS is also a registered body and it is registered under Charitable Societies Act. So every information to the community is passed through the CLF only. And another peculiarity of the Kudumbashree CBO structure is that all the office bearers will be the elected representatives, and the election will be held once in 3 years. And the bylaw as well as the election procedure is approved by the state government. So moving on to the structure of state mission, we have executive director, and underneath him it is the director administration and finance. We have chief finance officer, administrative officer, and chief operating officers for NRLM, DDU, GKY, NRO. Then chief finance officer, accounts officer is reported to chief finance officer, and there will be accountants for each section. For each program or each vertical, separate accountants are there. Then chief operating officers for NRLM, NRO, and DDU GKY program, and program officers will be the implementing persons in the each program, who is supported by program managers, assistant program managers, and office secretarial assistants. So the program managers, assistant program managers constitute professionals, and other persons will be staff on deputation from different departments. District mission is headed by a district mission coordinator, who is supported by assistant district mission coordinators, which will be 3 to 4 in numbers based on the total districts and blocks. So ADMC, who is supported by district program managers, again professionals, then office secretarial staff, resource persons, and other staff, that is typists, drivers, and other from the community specifically for different purposes, who will be supported only for the implementation of program at the grassroots level, and there is no salaried component for the resource persons. It will be purely based on honorarium. Resource persons, in the right side, I have mentioned it. There are training groups, audit groups, micro enterprise consultants supporting the livelihood activities, tribal animators for special tribal projects, for coastal programs and coastal districts, then community counselors associated with the gender programs, and Snehida gender consultants. So this is the overall structure of district mission. So neighborhood groups, I have mentioned, it is 10 to 20 women, one woman representing a family. And usually we call it as a subset of Gram Sabha or Ward Sabha in ULB, and 5 office bearers. They are affiliated to CDS. Area Development Society, it is a federation of energies at the ward level. 11 elected members are there, and the committee constitute ex officio members at ICDS or Anganwadi workers, Saksharata Prerak, 2 former executive committee members nominated by the ADS, and junior public health nurse. And the maximum numbers can be 15, but it should be ensured that there is provision for SC and ST representation in the GB and executive committee of the ADS, and the quorum for it should be 1/3. Community Development Society, it is a federation of ADS or the village organizations at the panchayat or municipal level. All ADS will have one representation, office bearers, chairperson, vice chairperson. Then 5 committees are there, one for microfinance, micro enterprise, social development, infrastructure development, and NREGS and centrally sponsored programs. And maximum 5 women representatives from the panchayat or LSGs should be there, and 2 former executive committee members nominated by the CDS will be there. And government and officials can be included as invited, but they do not have any direct intervention in the committees. And here also there is provision for SC and ST representatives. Even in the CDS elections, it should be ensured that where there is more population of SC and ST is there, then the CDS chairperson or the vice chairperson should be compulsory from the SC or ST community. So the basic function is it acts as a mediator between the Kudumbashree mission, government departments, and the LSGs, representing the community. They are the community voices at the LSG level. So CBO LSG interface, you can see that structural wise there is integration, plan wise there is integration, and funds and scheme wise also there is integration between the community based organizations and local self governments. So structure wise we can say that the member secretary appointed by the LSC is the ex officio in the CDS. So all the financial dealings will be done both by the CDS and the member secretary. And the second structural integration is the evaluation committee, that is the VPRP GPDP integration. The VPRP plan prepared by the CDS will be integrated in the GPDP. That plan will be presented in the evaluation committee. That evaluation committee is chaired by the Panchayat president or the municipal chairperson, who will be supported by the line department staff, the standing committee chairpersons, representation from the CDS and ADS. So in this evaluation committee only the VPRP will be presented and changes or suggestions will be incorporated. And in the case of ADS, the ward councillor is the patron of ADS. So moving on to plan integration of community plan into the LSS, the process is that there will be 14 to 15 working groups, and in all the 14 to 15 working groups, representation from the CDS is mandatory. And the second point of integration is the participation of CDS in the, not the CDS, the entire community in the ward or Grama Sabha. And the third point of integration is the DAN platform for the draft plan presentation in this evaluation committee. So funds and scheme integration, it is mandatory that here the local self-government to allocate 10% of their funds to women component plan, and mostly the beneficiaries will be from the community network. Second, 2% UPA fund, that is exclusively meant for the urban local bodies, urban poverty alleviation fund. And third is mandatory allocation for Convergence program of mission, that is destitute free Kerala, hunger free Kerala, BUTS, BRCs, etc. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We hope we could provide more clarity on the Kudumbashree network in Kerala. We will now be beginning with the presentations. The topics of presentations were divided for the 6 groups and shared with them. The 6 topics are as follows. One was on the Citizens Committee with special focus on ALMSC. Secondly, on the role of Panchayat's line department and CDS in the implementation of Harita Karma Sena. Third was on the role of Gram Panchayat's line department and CDS in addressing the issues of the extreme poor. Fourth was on convergence platform, stakeholders involved, and major pointers for the discussion. Fifth was on the convergence interventions to address issues of malnutrition and issues of women. Here, we also hope we could mention the stakeholders involved and how it can be replicated in the partner states. And lastly, on livelihood opportunities through convergence. I would take this opportunity to invite on stage Mrs. Kavita Maria, National Mission Manager IBCB NRLM, to facilitate the sessions ahead. Ma'am, please join us on stage.
Thank you, Madhulika, and good morning to everyone. So, since yesterday, we have been privileged to hear so many dignitaries, and including the MOPR and MORD Secretary Sir and JS Ma'am. So now we could share what we have seen yesterday in the field visit and what are the learnings that we are taking back. So, as Madhulika mentioned, we have given certain specific topics to each of the teams. So, without taking much time, I would like to first invite group number 1. This group comprises of Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, and representative from MOPR and NIRD. So, I would request group 1 representative to come on the stage and share your observations on the Citizens Committee. Yeah. So you have a maximum time limit of 10 minutes. Yeah, one or two representatives may come. Other members can also join us. And after the presentation, if they want to add any point, they can add. No, they are coming. Yeah, please come fast. So I would request group 2 representatives to be ready by the time the first team is presenting so that we can manage the time efficiently. Yeah. Introduce.
Yeah. So very good evening, good morning to everyone, respected ma'am, General Secretary ma'am, CEO sir, and all the SMDs from different states. Uh, I am Abhranil Bhattacharjee from Tripura State SRLM. So yesterday we got a great opportunity to visit the areas near this Kudumbashree and site, and we did our field visit in the Venganur Gram Panchayat. So the Venganur Gram Panchayat, uh, it covers a total number of almost 20,000 to 30,000 population, and in that almost 16,320 households are there. So including that, the in the Gram Panchayat there are almost 326 NHG neighborhood groups in the areas, and with that there are different others subgroups those who are inside this in the Venganur Gram Panchayat. So now, as we were told that we have to just present on the citizens committee in special reference with Anganwadi level monitoring and social sub committees. So in that place, what we visited is a Anganwadi center. So in that, what we have seen is the on the Anganwadi center. We visited the Anganwadi center number 98. That is in that area. So in that Anganwadi center, it was started almost 10 to 15 years back, but almost 5 to 6 years back, they got the proper infrastructure in that area, in that particular Anganwadi. So there, uh, yeah, there five types of people are categories are been highlighted. Where the first one is the lactating mothers, the pregnant women, the adolescent girls, the children, and the infants. So in that part, what we see that there is a very active Anganwadi level monitoring subcommittee. So there, uh, those Anganwadi workers, they get the honorarium from the central government fund, along with the Gram Panchayat. President takes a good focus in like rolling out all the activities in the particular Anganwadi centers, and with that they have a list of different subcommittees, different committees. Those the representatives from those committees are the mothers of the children, the ADS, the ward members, the Anganwadi workers, the uh, service providers, the MLAs, the MPs, the GP president, the NHG groups there, and the whole GP members are also as a part of this particular area. And along with that, the line departments play a very major role. So I would like to invite Arunachal team to speak on the line departments that take a key role in this Anganwadi level monitoring and sanitation subcommittee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, my group member. Yesterday, uh, uh, the places we visit, as per our schedule, we first visited the birth center. Uh, it was actually first time experience. I would like to share here that by the moment we entered there, we saw all these children who were abnormals, and it was very emotional moment when we saw that how they are behaving. And later on, we found that that particular birth center is being run by the all panchayat around, and that particular birth center is one of the first in entire India. And we have been told that there are more than 300 birth centers in entire Kerala. And that was one of the good initiative by the panchayati. It is collaboration of the CBOs and the PRI members along with the line departments. So we were told that that particular institution is under the supervision of the this Panchayati Raj. Panchayat is doing the funding of that place. Some questions we raised, like how this all the people who are working under that birth center, because if you are engaged in somewhere, some honorarium should be given. So we were told that around 30,000 is the maximum they are getting, and all the other members along with this in between the range 12 to 30. So this honorarium is being paid by the Panchayati Raj. That was one of the beautiful thing, because it should be there. We understood that such thing actually usually doesn't happen. In our area, there are centers which is like this, but being run by the Panchayati Raj and along with the CVOs, that was the wonderful moment thing for us. So we also try to understand that how this, because the property, if it has been donated by some person, then in the future there is chance that the land can be taken back, and all those who are destitute, this children, they may be asked to move from there. But we came to know that that land has been purchased by the panchayat, and it is a common property now. Nobody is going to take it away. We also saw in the birth center that a futuristic uh, plant that has been sponsored by the this Indian Oil, a particular place in that area where first they have told that it is going to be first school for this such kind of children. So that thing we understood there, and this particular birth center is being run by under their panchayat. There are several committees, a committee and the panchayat which look after the health and education, that they are looking after this birth center that we have seen. After that, we went to uh, next place, which was Anganwadi center, and that in our Anganwadi center, that is one of the oldest Anganwadi center. Later on, we also were taken to some other Anganwadi center, which was new one. But the first one which we visited, it was in a small area, and however, it was very congested. But according to the situation, that center was being run very nicely, and we have seen that to run that particular Anganwadi center, every department is working together. This is actually what it was being around. Actually, it was new for us, because we have seen in our place the Anganwadi center doesn't work like this. All the Anganwadi center, it will be constructed, but it will be only for the name check, and in paper it will be there that Anganwadi center is there, and there will be only this Anganwadi women's. This they will be working only there. But here, what we have seen that along with the Panchayati Raj member, line departments, and CVOs, the Anganwadi center was working very nicely, and the particular Panchayati Raj member, they are coordinating every aspect of that Anganwadi center. So a committee was also there, which consists of all the line department and CBOs, Panchayati Raj member. They will working together, and every month they will have meeting regarding the progress and the challenges and what should be done in the next coming month. That they informed us. So And also there was a nutrition supplement, which was we were told that is provided by the Kudumbashree. Kudumbashree has taken that responsibility of providing a good quality this nutrimix. Usually, what we see that for this nutrimix, nutrient supplement, other line departments or this beneficiaries, the people who are involved, they will try to get involved in that and stop the supply by this making something out of that, like kind of corruption here. But what we witnessed yesterday that under the guidance of this good mix were being provided, and all the quantity component was told to us, and it was a wonderful thing. We understood that along with several line departments, CBOs, how can be run in such a way, which was very beautiful. Later on, we also visited some Asharya beneficiary area. We have seen that a very huge building, five-story building is there, where those people who doesn't have any house in that Panchayati Raj area, they were given accommodation in there. It was a very nice approach of this Panchayati Raj along with the CBOs. They constructed that building, and what we usually see that people will it will be only in the papers, but that particular panchayati raj, definitely we can see that there was active involvement of the community members, and CBOs were also working together for the welfare betterment of the people. Kind of. So lots of things we can say. I think my group member can also mm, give more details. Thank you.
Thank you, team. So I think all of us were able to visit the or interact with the Anganwadi and Anganwadi committee members. So I'm sure all of us have had similar observations and kind of impact that we have on us, like on seeing how the convergence was actually working in the field, how the whole concept was engineered to involve from the community level, the CDS representation, the local energy representation, the Anganwadi, the ICDS, as well as the Gram Panchayat members, how they were working together through these committees and having as he mentioned, the functioning very well. Anybody else want to add any particular point on the citizens committee? One member or two member, if you want to add, we can add. Anything missed by the group or anything specific other than what they have shared you want to add? Okay, then we proceed to the next group. Yeah. There is a mic. Not. You can. No. Let's use the mic, Rosie. You're not able to hear everybody. Will not.
Yes, the mixture is somewhat like perishable. So it needed to be, enhance the longevity and all. So I just wanted to know whether Kudumbashree had tied up with anybody for, enhancing the
Shelf life.
lifespan or shelf life of the products, plus with whom they have coordinated for, the sale of those Nutrimix products.
Okay, Sajid would like to answer.
See, actually, the original Nutrimix model was coconut and jaggery based. Okay, it was developed by Central Plantation Research Corporation, Central Plantation Research Institute under the ICAR. But then when we started, we realized that the shelf life was short. So this jaggery and coconut was removed, and the new mix was formulated again with the support of the same institute, which now has a good shelf life. We can get inputs from there. It's a national research center that made this. It is a center. It's a research center in Kasaragod district.
Selling, I mean. Selling the products, where the CBOs are selling the products.
See, this is an arrangement with the ICDS, which is under the WC Women and Child Development Department, then the Panchayat, and the scheme is a centrally supported scheme, and with 40% contribution from the state government. The money is given from the WCD to the local government. Okay, and for us, this volume of purchase is also assured for our Nutromix units, and the payment is again assured. So it's a kind of captive market. But there are Nutromix units that make and sell in open market also.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Sajid. Ma'am, would you like to add?
Would like to ask one question and also add to what there is a similar project in UP, which is the take home ration, where they procure the grains from the PDS and they use chana dal, moong dal, and wheat. They have they have set up machines. I forget where they took this money from. It costs 65 lakhs where they set it up. They wash it, they dry it in big dryers, and then they roast the grain. And that's what adds to the shelf life. And after that, they make these kind of mixes. Again, they have the same arrangement with ICDS. But from here comes my question. Is this arrangement viable? Because what I saw in UP, that it wasn't making a profit. So they have sought a viability gap fund from the UP state government. I just want to understand from Kudumbashree, how do you make it a venture which is self-sustaining?
Ma'am, to answer that, in fact, the UP project, the technical inputs came from Kudumbashree for the machinery, etc. We gave them the design, but the project was promoted by WFP, World Food Program, under a scheme. While implementing the project, UP had challenges there because the program had to be from a limited fund. If you look at the Kudumbashree Nutrimix program, originally when it started just with a pulverizer and minimum kind of equipment. But over the years, the Kudumbashree State Mission, through the Kudumbashree State Mission, the government of Kerala has invested a lot of money, which is in terms of some capital subsidies, but also as loans, through different kind of funds, which are like technology funds, technology upgradation fund, crisis management fund, and things like that. And if you look at the entire investment that has gone into a Nutrimix unit, which now looks like a modern facility, which can produce quality take-home rations, the investment that has gone into were not really by the entrepreneurs. Okay, they have repaid many of it, but this was a facilitated role by the state mission of Kudumbashree. That was an important thing. I would say the challenges that UP would face would be not having such an arrangement from the state mission or that kind of a support at the district mission level. And the price is fixed. Two important components. One is the wheat is supplied by FCI godowns through an arrangement with the government of India. And there the buying price is only 2 rupees. Of course, when it is collected and transported to the sender, and finally when it is used, it almost is say 3 or 4 rupees less than the market price. But rest of the products like the Bengal gram and choya chunks, etc., are bought from the market. And for that, the Nutrimix units in Kerala, these entrepreneurs, there are 242 units. They have district level consortium which buy this in bulk. And as you know, Kerala is a consumer state, and most of these items have to come from other states. So buying this and in bulk and supplying to the units, and also procuring the wheat from the FCI godowns, these are the critical inputs where they save the money. And the price at which the Nutrimix is sold, take-home ration is sold, 73 rupees 50 paise, I guess, that is fixed by the government. So there, one margin for these women is kind of ensured that the government has revised through the years. So all these, the central government role, the state government role, the state missions role, Then the women working as an entrepreneur group. There are these women take a lot of risk when there is a if there is a delay in cash flow in payments. Then to manage the cash flow, they even pledge their ornaments sometimes. So they work as enterprise groups and they have that risk taking ability. That's also an important factor.
So, whichever state is planning to do something similar, these are the key learnings that should
This
be
is one
taken.
thing, ma'am. Similarly, Punjab, government of Punjab had approached us, but they wanted tea-based products. So then we were very reluctant to support them because we have no experience in that. So then now Nutrimix in Kerala is fortified also, but the shelf life, the packaging, all that is something which has evolved over years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sajid. Thank you, ma'am, for the question. I would like now to move ahead to the second group that visited Balarampuram Panchayat. Here we have 5 states representative from Karnataka, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Meghalaya. So the representative of the group kindly come to the dais and share your experiences and learning. The topic given to the group is the role of Panchayat, line department, and CDS in implementation of Harit Karma Sena. Harit Karma Sena, the Green Volunteers, most of the teams I hope have been able to interact with them yesterday. So particularly the team can throw light on the interaction and their experience. Yeah. 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 Please be brief.
Yes. Good morning, all. I'm Belegoda, State Program Manager from Karnataka. As Madam told, our team consists of 5 states: Meghalaya, Manipura, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Karnataka. So we visited Balrampuram Gram Panchayat, Nemam block of Thiruvananthapuram district. So this panchayat is consisting of 20 wards totally. So they have selected 2 Karma Sena from each ward, means 40 people are working. So these people are collecting biodegradable waste, means like solid waste they will be collecting from each household. Um, the panchayats actually visited many activity, as other teams also told. We visited but school, Anganwadi, then micro enterprises activity, budget hotel, hospital, and uh, finally visited Gram Panchayat and as well as CDS office. In the CDS office only we were able to meet all the Karma Sena people. So our meeting went up to 8:15. So all people very eager to ask many questions and wants to learn from Karma Sena. So our team got this question. These panchayats actually they have developed a web portal to monitor the um, waste collectors. Actually, each household they've given a, QR code. Each building and house institutions and all the hotels and all they've given a QR code. And in the mobile app, they've collected a contact details of the household people, name and as well as mobile details. So these Karma Sena people only collecting user fees also. So in this mobile app, this web portal, even CDS office, they can sit and see how many ward, how many houses they have collected waste today. So in the web portal, they have developed if anybody gives waste, how many kgs they have given, anybody non-cooperative, anybody throwing outside also, they can able to monitor. That is a very good thing we have learned. This role of panchayats, especially the CDS, ADS is selecting a Karma Sena. So CDS is, the CDS team and as well as sub committees are monitoring this Karma Sena work. So the subcommittee of Gram Panchayat, every month they will meet regularly on monitoring the activity. So they have a nice uniforms. They have a wear gloves and the panchayat we visited many wards. It's very neat and clean. That panchayat. So the panchayat members also. So what we have observed here in this panchayat, each committee, the ward committee or ADS or CDS, knows each other's activity. So even if you ask ADS people also, they will explain very clearly. CDS people also, they will be explained clearly. Even panchayats also explaining clearly. So that is a very good thing we have observed in this panchayats. Anything I missed, please add it. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a crime not to mention one particular things that we have learned from yesterday visits. I think I was very happy to see that the CDS, the panchayats, or the officials present there, they were very clear about this kind of initiative as platform to converge. I think the first impression was on that. And the second thing is that the way panchayat has included the whole projects of this HRS in HKS into a comprehensive planning of the Gram Panchayats. I think I was surprised by the way they have responded that I was asking them something and the answers that I get is worth mentioning, and that is when it comes about social activities, like we cannot go doing charities all the time. So I was asking about the fees that the household pays in terms of availing this service. So they were mentioning that discussion has been made with all the concerned departments and the community that if payments are not made, there will be a mechanisms of taking the fees from the kind of annually taxes from properties or from any kind of like government arrangement that is there in the state. So I think they are very clear on this thing also, because these are the things that will ensure the final image when Kudumbashrees or any other supporting organizations take their hand out of these activities, they will be able to sustain in the long run. I think that much was a very impressed, like by the whole team that visited yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also just wanted to add from yesterday's visit points on Haritha Karmasena. One thing that we asked about the health of the people who are into this. So here we got the answer from the I don't know health officer at the block level. He was there. So they told that they are doing vaccination for those people, and every week they are monitored before they go for the task for collecting the waste, and so they are like the checkup is there, and they get provided with gloves and masks that also they have to use. And all one more thing we were told that they don't collect the wet waste. So if the household or the market shop owners and all they don't clean and give, they don't collect that. So that way they have maintained the hygiene part also. And the other thing was that the kind of like he also said, uh, the participant of the group two, how the over time the mechanism have evolved to ensure how the user's fee will be paid by the citizens, I mean the households. Earlier they were not paying, they were not willing to pay 50 rupees per month also. How these panchayat took that action to create disincentive for those who are not willing to pay. Disincentive in even in terms of they have to if they come to access any schemes in the GP, they have to show the receipt that they have submitted this user feed. So that is one thing that it shows that whosoever is involved was in trying to ensure that how this thing is successful. Just wanted to add these 2 points. Next group, third group, the group comprises of state from Bihar, Maharashtra, MP, and they visited Kotugul Gram Panchayat. Representatives, I request please come to the stage. The topic given to them is the role of panchayats, line departments, and CDS in addressing the issues of the extreme poor. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ma'am. So, the group three is consists of the three states, as you mentioned by Kavita ji, that is Madhya Pradesh, myself, Vishwadip. Apart from me, there is two people are there. There is Jayant from Bihar and Prabhakaran from MSRL, Maharashtra. So, I would like to start with we are starting the visits tomorrow, and in this group we have fortunate to have JS ma'am and Usha ma'am with us. So it's an advantage for us to interact with the community and learn some. Uh, we we have started the visit with the CDS Bird School first, and the Bird School is a Iowa is we have learned from them. And in that bird school just yesterday, Vijayan sir has mentioned that the poverty is a multidimensional, and in last 5 years there is a big impact of our poverty is a COVID. It's really connect with the livelihoods. So in that way, that's Bart School. The members of the people who are not able to like a mainstream or disabled, that is one of the cause for the poverty and everything. So that Bart schools provide those members of the family who are differently able kind of the speech therapies, uh, the ensure the entitlements, and these kind of support provide them to for the livelihoods also, because those members are not the burden for the family, and those bird schools are basically provide that support to those families to comes out from the poverties. And it is assisted by the Kerala government, and it's an and Kudumshree and CDS have a very proficient role to select those peoples who are basically disabled or differently able in the families, and they are connected to the bird schools. So this is very impressive impression which I received from that particular schools. And apart from that, that schools also connect with the ICDS schemes and various other schemes to provide, and especially the Gram Panchayats, for the infrastructures, for the food, for the entertainment equipments and all. So there is a clear convergence of other stakeholders on in that particular bird schools. So it's very interesting, which I started the visit with this school. After that, we are going to Budget Hotel. Okay. And that is run by an NHGs or SHGs, and that is one another good initiative for under Hunger Free Kerala. So in that school, very low budget food is low budget means the price is very low and very subsidized rather, and the community is getting that food in a very low cost, and which is contributed to the malnourishment and everything. And apart from this, the Manrega levels are also connected with that. And when during the interaction you got to know that if you need the food from there, you have to be booked that food one day before by 4 o'clock. So next day they will provide that food, so there is a zero wastage. So that it is very important in our country like India, where the hunger rate is very high. So wastage free the budget hotel is situated over there, and there is another learning for us. Uh, then we go. Then we go another Anganwadi, and we are interact with the MLTS, the Anganwadi committees. There is 3 committees over there, and that is one is Mothers Committee, one is Anganwadi Monitoring Committee, and the last one is an committee which is for the Jagori, for the Kishori Mahila over there. So for the protection and in that sanitation district point of view. So in that Anganwadi also, we see the convergence of the CDS members, the Asha Anganwadi workers who are present over there. But in every month they have a meeting in the Anganwadi, and in that meeting the CDS member, the community members have a very proficient role to monitoring their own Anganwadi. They own that Anganwadi like their home. So this is the first thing, the government property or the property is provided by the system. The communities own that property, which is one of the major thing we have observed over there. And that Anganwadi and everyone is connected and linked with the community, who are actually the mothers committee is linked with the lactating and pregnant mothers. The women's committee or the Anganwadi monitoring committee is provided about the infrastructures, and the cleanliness of the Anganwadi is very impressive. And we see the monitoring system which is constituted by the Gram Panchayats, the local leaders everyone is monitoring and involved in their particular institutions. So which is another thing which we are observed very closely. And lastly, we have gone to the Gram Panchayat of Kottakul. That is, and everyone is present, the Panch, the CDS members, the left representatives, everyone is present over there. We have interacted there a long, and we have learned so much things from that convergence forums, which is little bit of different from our states like Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Bihar. But somehow we are picking up some good words and good points over there. That is, first of all, Panchayat have a very proficient role in the local decision makings. That is very important for us. Second, the budget of the panchayat is very high. In Madhya Pradesh, I recall that there's a budget 1 lakhs or 2 lakhs something else. Here the budget is 30 lakhs or 40 lakhs. So there is a huge difference which I've gone to know, and which create a good impact in the community. Third one is that elected representatives have a very connected with the all the institutions which are run under that one panchayat, like schools, anganwadis, everything, civil centers, everything. So they have a good hold on the institutions which are provided by the government ends. Third one is the all the departments convergence. That is very important, and all the departments have uh, a dependency on the gram panchayat. Basically, they are like the health department, agriculture department, all the fund flow comes through the gram panchayats. So the convergence and the saturation of the entertainment projects in that scenario, panchayat have a very critical role over there. And lastly, I remember one point what Usha ma'am had asked to the sarpanch or president of the panchayat. If the Kudumbashree is not after working after some years, what will be the position of the CDS and ADS? So the sarpanch or the president very energetically say that don't worry, panchayat will look after all those things. So that is very impressive. Panchayat have then confidence and ownership on the women collectives who are constituted over there from the last 25 years. That is very important. So the panchayat system and the CDS, the community-based organizations, have a very close role, and they own the entire development which has happened in that Portugal panchayat over there. That is very learnful for me, and I want to add or like to invite both of them if you want to add anything.
गुड आफ्टरनून। जैसे कि हमने देखा अभी, जैसे हमारे साथी ने कहा कि वहाँ पे पूरा दिखाई दिया। मुझे ये बात पे फोकस करना चाहता हूँ मैं। एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी करके जो आइडेंटिफिकेशन है वो सीडीएस का रोल उन्होंने एकदम अच्छी तरह से निभाया है। और हर एक लेवल पे, जैसे हम पहले बर्ड स्कूल में गए, बाद में आईसीडीएस में गए और पंचायत में भी गए, तो वहाँ पे हर एक का रोल क्या है ये हर एक इंस्टीट्यूशन को पता है। जैसे आंगनवाड़ी में गए या बर्ड स्कूल में गए, तो हर एक लेवल पे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का रोल एक जिनको भी दिया है उनको पूरा क्लैरिटी है। और बाकी के फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट भी तीनों का, मतलब पंचायत का खुद का भी फंड उन्होंने दिया है, ब्लॉक लेवल का भी फंड पंचायत से उनको मिलता है, और जो कुडुम्बश्री की तरफ से सीडीएस के थ्रू से फंड मिलता है वो भी अच्छी तरह से उनको मिलता है। और सुपरवाइजरी रोल जो भी है वो तीनों का हर एक लेवल पे जो सब कमिटीज है उनकी तरफ से उन्होंने अच्छी तरह से किया है। यही मुझे कहना था। थैंक यू।
Lastly, thank you. Lastly, I want to thank to GGs who are really accompanying us for the entire journey, interacting us, and Kudumshree especially, everyone. So giving us this opportunity to interact with the Kerala people and learn a lot of things. This is the first time visiting Kerala. This is a beautiful state. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vishwajit. So not just the particular topic, you have covered the entire visit learnings. Anybody would like to add on this particular topic, the working with the role of the three institutions for extreme poor? If they want to add any observations? Yeah, Ritesh. Mike. Can somebody put mic?
Yeah, good morning all. We have just observed the two things. Whatever our group has presented, it's good. But in context of the covering the vulnerable households, so Bihar is having the different experience. We have started mobilizing the households, especially the SC, STs, and OBCs and other categories. But in due course of time, we have found that we have just missed out certain category of population, and we have considered them as a ultra poor. So these households are not having the proper food security. They don't have the proper source of income, and they don't have the hygiene. They're having the issues of the hygiene, and they don't have the proper access to the entitlements, the basic entitlements. So we have also observed that might be in the context of other state, we need to relook our uh, saturation aspects and try to consider two, three indicators. As we have mentioned that while considering the while reaching up to the ultra poor households, we need to just utilize the three-tier systems like the VO, the role of the VO, the uh, ADS here can be considered as to consider the Antim Vyakti, the ultra poor here, and how to mobilize them up, how to include them as a member in the SAGs, and how to cater the basic entitlement needs through the panchayats. So we are just very much into the process of covering the ultra poor. But very soon we can also rope in our standard operating framework that how to cater their needs and how to encourage our panchayats officials also at the local level to cater their basic needs and taking them into the livelihood front. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure the exposure visit to other areas outside our own state helps us to get these triggers to revisit our own strategies. And in addition to BUDS and budget hotel, I think the Harit Karma Sena, the work, the livelihood opportunity given to the members, that also is like they are also part of the more poorer category in the village. So that also will come into the strategies for addressing the extreme poor uh, here in Kerala. So moving forward, the next group, fourth group, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, they visited Kanjiramkulam GP. And I would, yeah, please come to the stage, the representative. The topic that you have been given is the convergence platforms that we saw and we got to know yesterday. Who are the stakeholders involved and what were the major points of discussion? Yeah, ma'am, introduce.
Yeah. Good morning, all. I wish to thank Government of India, our beloved JS and the NMMU team, and the Kudumbashree and Government of Kerala and the PRI institutions in Kerala that we had a wonderful opportunity to study not only the PRI system, how it is functioning, and also the effective way of convergence it has been making with the line departments, particularly with the ICDS, Women and Child Development, and Education, and differently welfare, and also NAREGA, Agriculture Department. So we could study lot of things like other three groups mentioned, but school for the differently welfare children, they had been given a skill oriented skill training, and they could make lot of producers and candigraphs they make and give it to the line departments for their official things, and they are also selling it. They are making a profit out of it also. And this Anganwadi is like my other friends, other teams told, it was maintained very clean and neat with the help of the ALMC and the citizen committee members. Now I request my team consists of Tamil Nadu, 7 members, and Puducherry, 8 members. And we had excellent time with the PRI people. Now I request Mrs. Savitri to make presentation on the convergence platform. I will talk about the key learnings we take from Kerala.
Thank you, madam. Respected madams and sirs, very good morning to you today. Yesterday we have learned lots of things during the field visit. We come to know that multidimensional poverty will be eradicated or addressed through this convergence. Yesterday we have went to Kanchirakulam Gram Panchayat in Adiyaman block of the Trivandrum district. This block has 5 Gram Panchayat. In this, we have visited three places. Three places we have visited. First, we have visited in the persons with a disabled school. Then Anganwadi center. Then CDS place also we have visited. In these 3 places, we come to know that how convergence part is engaged, how this vulnerability and poverty has reduced through holistic development of different areas of convergence. One part is through Kudumbashree with their CBO structure, that is a neighboring group, community, area development society, and then community development society. In this structure, through this structure, they are providing their support as well as Panchayat fund. Also supporting this. Other than this, some other schemes and other civil society also contributing their own financial support as well as some other moral support to these institutions. When we went to see yesterday field visit, through ICDS, the person with disabled children getting scholarship, especially for fulfillment of their transportation, treatment, food, and uniform. This rupees 28,500 received from Integrated Child Development Society through Department of Women and Child to in 3 installments to fulfill these 3 objectives. That is a transportation, treatment, and uniform of this children persons with a disability. We have seen this school started since 2013 onwards. In 2013, only 10 children were enrolled. After this convergence with the Panchayat Fund, Kudumbashree involvement, and civil society organization contribution, now more than 70 children are studying in this bus rehabilitation center. In this block, they have 2 BRCs, that is Bus Rehabilitation Center, and 1 BUT. That is the children studying the age group of 6 to 18 years. And above 18 years, they used to call us Bus Rehabilitation Center. There, what they are imparting vocational skills to these children to make a certain handmade products, and they also using mechanized products. Yesterday, we were seeing some of the products displayed in the schools, such as files. They were made. Paper made files, bags, covers, candles. They enter the covers with me. It's not working. It's not working. It's not working. Yes. The CDS office is located here. One interesting thing we have seen here in Puducherry also same thing, but in Tamil Nadu is different. The CDS office is located in the same Panchayat office. It is a good platform for hassle-free communication with the Panchayat. 10% of allocation is made by local self-government, integration of VPRP into GPDP, and during the Gram Sabha, it has been analyzed and realization of actual demands, how to integrate with this GPDP. This Panchayat and Gram Sabha has consist of 13 working groups. They have the decentralized power planning process, and all the Panchayat members are having chairman and convener and members. They are the members of Panchayat, implementing officer, and Kudumbashree CDS member, and representatives from Gram Sabha, Asha workers, Anganwadi workers, bus teacher, and experts from different departments in the Panchayat, social workers and department staffs, and various political party representatives as a member in the working groups. Then those apart from this working groups, a standing committee also there. In the standing committee, which consists of 4 areas, they were discussing about 29 subjects, which is listed in the Panchayat Raj list. This 4 standing committee, one is finance committee and a social development standing committee, health and education and welfare standing committee. These committee will discuss their own part of 29 subject and discussed with 13 working groups, along with the planning process, how the budget will be allocated. Then it is further submitted in the Gram Sabha for approval and finalization. Next slide. Now this session I hand over to respected madam. Ma'am will brief this.
Ma'am, we could see during the field visit, that effective convergence with the line departments, especially with education, ICDS, agriculture, and NREGA. See, the plantation activities for the individual farmers, for the individual agriculturists, it has been done. Even during our development meeting with our newly joined Chief Secretary, it has been directed by the Chief Secretary that we should study how the NREGA works are implemented by the PAAs. As you are all aware that the project implementing agency under NREGA is the Gram Panchayat. Here, they have been they are helping the farmers, agriculturists via Panchayat Raj institutions in convergence with the agriculture department. They hire the lands, they help the CDS and they help the Kudumbashree, that neighborhood groups also for taking up the lands, hiring on hire, and they do the agriculture with the help of the NREGA funding. Another one, PRI functionaries are fully capacitated. We should appreciate the Kila. Kila might be the Kila and the Kudumbashree might be the effective force behind the capacitation of the PRI functionaries. I could see 50%, I can say even 52% of the PRI ward members, Panchayat Raj ward members are women, and they all speak. Sometimes the men will speak. Here we could see all the representatives speak equally. Another thing, the key learning, the subcommittees. Normally the subcommittees may not function that well. Here we could see that in convergence with the line departments, the subcommittees, 29 subjects, plans are happening, discussion is going on, and the 13 working groups also functioning with the line department officials as convener for different planning. And then this community leadership, the CDS are functioning very well. In Tamil Nadu, we have the PLFs. We can say 40 or 50% of the PLFs function effectively. The remaining are idle. But here we could see all of them are functioning. Even the ADS are functioning. We call it as HLF. Here, then again, line department plans are discussed at ward sabhas and in the working group effectively. Here in Tamil Nadu, we do the ward level planning only for NREGA, not for other subjects. Here, it is happening for all the line departments, whether it is agriculture, whether it is ICDS, whether it is education, whether it is health. We could see the health inspector is part of the PRI, Panchayat, local self-government. Health inspector is working and they are making payment to him. And the subcommittees are functioning effectively. Then resources. See, normally the line departments will come to us for finalization of the beneficiaries. Here, effective utilization of the resources of the line department also happening through the subcommittees and ward level planning. That is really appreciable. Another thing, decentralized planning. This ward level planning is happening. Then integration of VPRP and GPDP is happening through the since the CDS are sitting at the same office. In Tamil Nadu also we have a separate office for the PLFs, which was constructed from 2013 to 2016 under NREGA. It is called BPSCs. The PLFs are sitting in that, VPRCs are sitting in the VPRC office. But here they are sitting in the same office. They could discuss on a day-to-day basis and finalize things effectively. Then the Panchayat, the local self-government is giving 10% for all the activities of the CDS. That is also a good thing we have observed. Then we want to take it as a good learning for Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry. The same thing will be replicated in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry because we are both sisters. Tamil Nadu, whatever happens, Puducherry will replicate. Puducherry, whatever happens, we replicate. We also try to replicate the good system adopted in other states also. So, Karnataka also last time we learned something about NREGA implementation. So, this PRI, after seeing in the Kerala, Kanjirangulam. We must take a large way of reformation with our PRIs. In fact, our Chief Secretary newly joined, he has advised us to study the HR in Kerala, how effective they can function because of the full-fledged HR. We have only the Panchayat Secretary, which is a junior assistant category, not more than that. Only one person is manning. Whether it is a 50,000 populated panchayat or 5,000 populated panchayat, only one person. Other than that, our HS, Haritagrama Seva people, we also have solid management doing people, but they are supported with the SFC grant, and we collect only 30 rupees. This system we will replicate. This collection of 50 rupees, an online portal, entering into all the households, and insistence of the panchayat to the people, everything we will take it back to our home and home state, and we will try to implement. Once again, I thank Joint Secretary Ma'am for making us understand the functioning of the Kerala system. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry team. I think all the groups are overwhelmed with the overall learning that they had and not just able to focus on that particular topic. So, but yes, the evaluation committee and the working groups that we saw were the two major platforms where we saw the convergence between the CDS and the PRIs and line departments also. Anybody wanted to add anything before we move to the group 5? Quickly, we are running short of time actually. Okay, so let's move to the next group. The group that went to Palichal GP. The states were Chhattisgarh, HP, and representative from NIRD and MOPR. I will like to invite them to the stage to share their learnings. The topic given to them is the convergence intervention to address issue of malnutrition and issues of women, stakeholders involved, and how it can be replicated to the partner states. Yeah.
Very good morning to everyone. And yesterday was a very intense experience for all of us. After the morning sessions, we had been to the field and we visited Palichal Panchayat. Thank you. The topic assigned to us is about convergence interventions to address issue of malnutrition and issues of women, stakeholders involved, and how it can be replicated in our states. Why is it not moving? Our first experience was to the Bud School. The Bud School we visited. We saw the children with special needs, and the school was run by the Kudumbashree trained staff, and they had been very well trained on how to handle and take care of the children with special needs. We saw that the Panchayat has been supporting through infrastructure, and they are also providing support through in the management and overall the functioning of the Bud School. Meals had been provided to the children with special needs, and this has been a very special and a very inspiring initiative for our state, as we saw how the children were, like, they were very happy, and it was a kind of a very emotional thing for us, and at the same time we didn't know whether to be very happy or sad, and it was a mixed emotion. But the overall the functioning and the happiness of the children, that was very moving. And it was reflecting how they've been taken care of, and it was not just like they've been provided with meals, but they were also having quality education there. And the engagement of Kudumbashree staff was also very overwhelming. And because these children are staying in these schools, the parents get an opportunity to go out to the field, especially the mothers who would otherwise have to stay back in their homes and taking care of these children with special needs. So now this has been providing an opportunity to them to go to work and have an earning, and which also contributes to their household income, and through which they can better take care of their children as such. Because children, they stay in the school from morning till 3 p.m. So, and they also have a transportation where the buses or the vehicles, they come and pick them up and drop them back home. The chairperson, the ward member of the welfare committee of the Gram Panchayat, she also visited us. So that was also a very good thing for us to see that their level of engagement and commitment. And through her, the entire ward was engaged, and the entire welfare committee was engaged. The social welfare department also pays them visits and comes there to monitor them. And we observed that the entire vicinity was very clean, and the good hygiene was there. So that also contributes to the nutrition. Next, please. We saw a couple of gaps because the children with special needs were there. And although there was only one child we saw who had a mobility issue, other children were visually impaired. Yet we observed that there should have been a ramp in that school that would have been more functional for them. And the building was a two-storied building, and on one side of the stair it was open. So if a children who is mentally challenged, so maybe if they feel like jumping out, so there could be some safety issues. Next. Next, we visited the budget kitchen. Next. We observed that the meals provided at rupees 20 per meal, and this meal is being provided to people who cannot afford meals elsewhere. So this has a very good footfall also, almost on an average about 200 people. 200 people would visit every day and have meals there. And there was a very good demand, and people would sometimes, although the food charge was rupees 20, but sometimes if people wanted to have additional, maybe if somebody wanted to have fish or curry, so they would pay extra. And sometimes people feel like, because they feel so happy, they pay them even they pay them over what is charged. So sometimes they would pay them 100 rupees also instead of 20 rupees. Initial 60,000 rupees was provided as a subsidy by the Zilla Panchayat, and the building has been provided by the Gram Panchayat. Rent and electricity, they are being taken care by the panchayats. And free lunch had been provided during COVID to the migrant laborers, so that also contributed. And we observed very good sanitation and hygiene in the entire thing. In the menu, they have rice, dal or sambar, and 3 vegetables. So they take care to provide nutritious meals as well. And food services provided to special government meetings, or if the panchayat has a meeting, because this was just across the road from the Gram Panchayat building. So any meetings happening at the Gram Panchayat, the food would come from the budget kitchen, budget hotel. And they also provide supply food to the hospitals for the patients and attendants. And we asked them, how do we take care of the transportation? So they said that sometimes the NGOs or any CSOs, they take care of the transportation. They would send their tempos or vehicles to pick the food. Next. Next, we visited the Anganwadi. At the Anganwadi, the PRI and the board members, they head the committees, and ALMSC had provided 3 lakhs from the MLA fund. The Anganwadi, the ALMSC, they identified the lactating mothers. So when we visited, about 6 women were lactating. And pregnant women are identified. So at the time of visit, 9 pregnant women were being catered to. And we found the basic services were excellent. And again, the gaps, we identified that ALMSC holds a regular meeting. It is supposed to hold regular monthly meetings. But when the records were checked, so it was like the meetings were held sometimes once in 2 months and all. And we also found a very interesting and important component missing from there, and which could have enhanced the effectiveness there. So they did not have agri-nutri garden, so probably land could have been an issue. Next. The other enterprise we went, this was manufacturing various products made of Brahmi and herbal products. So these FNHW related enterprises, they are being manufactured by the SAG members. We saw the Brahmi products made, so jam, so it could also be catering to the nutritious part. and it also provides support in livelihood. Next. The last visit, we visited the Gram Panchayat, so where all the members of the Panchayat were also present. And what we gathered was that they have the Mahila Sabha and the Bal Sabha, which ultimately the issues are discussed and they are taken to the Gram Sabha meetings and they are resolved. And they have the Panchayat regularly monitors the activities. And we also interacted with the Harita Karma Sena, and they take care of the Gram Panchayat sanitation. And as a previous group also mentioned that they have the QR code. So we asked them, how do you monitor if somebody is not willing to pay? So they said that we have this QR code. So if some household is not willing to pay, that detail is checked by that detail is transferred to the panchayat, and they would identify those households. And later on, when they ask for certain services from the panchayat, they would say, first you pay this, this is your due, and so that takes care. So that is all about the observations we had. Regarding, before I move to my colleague from Himachal, a couple of things that we would like to replicate in Chhattisgarh. One very strong thing, and which I personally feel that we need to have it in, I think, every state. The Bud School was a real, I would say, an eye-opener or heart-opener, both of it together. So Bud School, we definitely would like to take it up. And I think that we also will need to discuss with the Social Welfare Department. So we'll take that forward. Another thing that we take inspiration from Kerala is about having the Mahila Sabha and the Bal Sabhas. And we also plan to have a vulnerable community Sabhas also. So this would include people from a person with disabilities, female-headed household, PVTGs, and the landless. So like we discussed the issues in the Mahila Sabhas, so we will also discuss issues in the vulnerable community Sabhas, and those issues identified and those priorities, we will take it to the Gram Sabha. So that will be from Chhattisgarh team. I would request Himachal team.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all. सबसे पहले मैं हिमाचल की तरफ से अपने टीम ग्रुप की तरफ से MORD, MOPR और NRO कुडुम्बश्री का इस 2 दिवसीय कार्यशाला में उपस्थित होने के लिए जो हम सबके लिए ये पहला मौका मिला कि कन्वर्जेंस की इस फील्ड में हमें एक एक्सपीरियंस शेयरिंग और बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस का जो देखने के लिए यहाँ मौका मिला। मैं आपका कुडुम्बश्री NRO का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। और इस वर्कशॉप में जो फील्ड विजिट में जो हमारी लर्निंग रही, ओवरऑल तो हमारी टीम के ग्रुप लीडर ने भी ये डिटेल में बताया, लेकिन शॉर्ट में अगर बात करें तो मेन जो इसमें PRIs की इस PRI-CBO कन्वर्जेंस में जो मैंने पाया कि कल जिस ग्राम पंचायत में हमारा विजिट था, तो वहाँ जब लास्ट मीटिंग हमारी PRI से हुई तो वहाँ पे जो MOPR से हमारे साथ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव थे, और मुझे लगता है सर शायद दिल्ली वापिस गए हैं, तो उन्होंने एक क्वेश्चन किया था जो टीम मेंबर मैम हमारे हरित कर्म सेना के साथ, तो जब उन्होंने क्लीनिंग के बारे में थोड़ा सा चर्चा करनी चाहिए, तो क्लीनिंग शब्द को सुनते ही जो PRI मेंबर्स थे तो उनका बहुत ही काफी एक क्लीनर स्टाफ, उन्होंने क्लीनर स्टाफ बोलने से ही उन्होंने इतना रिएक्ट किया कि वो काफी गुस्से में आ गए थे। और देखते देखते हमारे ग्रुप टीम में ऐसा माहौल बन गया कि हमें भी थोड़ी देर के लिए खड़े उठना पड़ा और माहौल को शांत करना पड़ा, क्योंकि मुझे लगा कि वो कम्युनिकेशन गैप, एक जो लैंग्वेज का भी कम्युनिकेशन गैप जो रहा था। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात जो हमें उसके पीछे सीखने के लिए जो मिली, वो PRI-CBO कन्वर्जेंस में जो पंचायती राज का जो एक जो क्लोजली जो सपोर्ट था उनका, तो वो कभी उनके लिए सफाई कर्मचारी का नाम नहीं सुन सकते हैं। और उनका एक बहुत बड़ा जो सहयोग देखा, जो अपनेपन का भाव देखा, तो वो मैम एकदम जो MOPRC जो पार्टिसिपेंट आए थे हमारे, तो उनके साथ काफी थोड़ी देर डिबेट चला रहा, लेकिन फाइनली जब उनको ये क्लियर हुआ कि हम क्या जानना चाह रहे थे, तो उनको भी बहुत खुशी महसूस हुई। और हम सबको ये सीखने के लिए मिला कि पंचायती राज का CBO नेटवर्क के साथ कितना अपनेपन का जो भाव है, जो रिश्ता है, उस चीज को हमने महसूस किया है। तो ये जो मुझे लगा इस ये में इस वर्कशॉप में जो मेन जो हमारा जो फील्ड विजिट का जो मेन एक्सपीरियंस रहा कि कितना क्लोजली रिलेशन है जो सीबीओज है वो पीआरआईज के साथ कितना क्लोजली काम कर रहा है। और हिमाचल के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में तो हम एक्सपीरियंस वो बाद में शेयर करेंगे, लेकिन अगर अपने स्टेट में रेप्लिकेट करने की बात करें इसमें तो हिमाचल में भी हमारे लिए जो टॉपिक दिया था कन्वर्जेंस में जो मान न्यूट्रिशन का इसमें रोल की बात कही गई थी, तो हिमाचल में इसी तरह का एक कंसेप्ट लॉन्च किया गया था ड्यूरिंग द पीरियड ऑफ कोविड पैंडेमिक, मुख्यमंत्री वन बीघा योजना फॉर द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ न्यूट्रिशन गार्डन। तो वन न्यूट्रिशन के लिए हमारे ऑलरेडी उस ये पे काम चला है स्टेट में और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से उसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया गया है न्यूट्रिशन गार्डन के लिए। और सेकेंडली इस फील्ड में हमारे बहुत सारे माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेस की बात करें तो ही मेरा रसोई के नाम से हमारे जो एसएचजी की जो महिलाएं हैं वो दीदियां रसोई चलाती है, तो उसमें जो एक न्यूट्रिशनल डाइट का जो है उसका पूरा जो डाइट चार्ट है वो फॉलो किया जाता है। और साथ में जो हम इसमें जो बिहेवियर चेंज पे काम कर रहे हैं और डेवलपमेंट जो न्यूट्रिशन गार्डन की बात कर रहे हैं तो न्यूट्रिशन गार्डन पे भी अवेयरनेस का काम कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है जो एनीमिया की दृष्टि से जो माल न्यूट्रिशन की भी बात करें तो इसमें हम न्यूट्रिशन गार्डन के थ्रू जो है उसकी जो डेवलपमेंट के लिए है उसमें डाइट डाइवर्सिटी की बात कर रहे हैं कि एफएनएसडब्ल्यू से लाइवलीहुड को लिंकेज कैसे किया जा सकता है। तो इस ये में हिमाचल में इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। मैम next please ma'am.
On behalf of our group, we'd like to thank NMMU, JS ma'am especially, and and the entire team of Kudumbashree and Government of Kerala. We thank from our states. And one point my colleague from Chhattisgarh SIID would like to mention.
So last but not least, last observation strongly I have learned from this particular practical exercise that was the at ground level पर जो stakeholders हैं उनका involvement and binding is very 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 strong actually in our state and other state। ये देखने को थोड़ा सा कम मिलता है कि इस तरह का लोकल लेवल पर आप जो हमारे 11th शेड्यूल में 29 सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, मैं तो देख रहा था कि वहाँ करीब 10 से 15 जो हमारे एक्टिविटीज़ हैं, जो हमारा जो सब्जेक्ट्स हैं वो ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग हमको देखने को मिले। तो ये लर्निंग है कि हमको भी जा कर के PRIs के साथ और हमारी जो स्टैंडिंग कमेटी है वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा फंक्शनल नहीं है। देखा गया है कि वो स्टैंडिंग कमेटी तो बना दी जाती है पर वो फंक्शन और इन्वॉल्वमेंट विद द कम्युनिटी एंड इन्वॉल्वमेंट विद द एसएचजीज ये यदि हो जाए तो हम जो हमारा जो PRI और CBO का कन्वर्जेंस है वी कैन डू बेटर इन आवर स्टेट एक्चुअली। तो ये जो चीज़ें हमको देखने को मिली है, केरला में देखने को मिली है और वी विल ट्राई टू मेक ए स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम एट ग्राउंड लेवल। GP के साथ हम उसको करने का प्रयास करेंगे और इसी चीज़ को लेकर के हम रेप्लिकेट करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़ एंड हिमाचल प्रदेश। आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक JS मैम, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, कुटुम्बश्री की पूरी टीम जो जहाँ से हमको देखने को मिला है और उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा हमको अरेंज किया, बहुत अच्छा फैसिलिटेट किया क्योंकि हम लोग हिंदी रीजन से आते हैं और उनका भी लैंग्वेज हमको नहीं समझ में आता, लेकिन अच्छे इंग्लिश में और उन्होंने हिंदी में बहुत अच्छा ट्रांसलेट करके हमको सपोर्ट किया। बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीखने को मिली हैं और मैं थैंक टू कुटुम्बश्री टीम यहाँ के केरला गवर्नमेंट को और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पंचायती राज एज वेल मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आदि को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि हम लोगों को मौका दिया बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीखने को और इसको लेकर के हम कुछ ना कुछ करने का प्रयास करेंगे PRI-CBO कंजर्वेशन। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, team, for very strong observations and learnings. Other teams will also, I'm sure, having their own set of learnings and would take cue from what has been presented. Now we have very less time with us. The last group we have, Jharkhand and Assam. Please come. They have visited Karamakulam GP, and I will request you not to please repeat what others have already shared. and kindly focus on the topic of livelihood opportunities through convergence.
Respected GS Madam, CEO, SMDs from different SRLM, entire team of Kudumbashree, and all dignitaries and participants present in this hall, good morning. Our group is number 6, having participation from NMMU, Mahmoodji, from Jharkhand, Ajay, Purnima, myself, and Preranjan, and from Assam, Manjeet and Sapun. Our topic is livelihood opportunities in panchayats through convergence. We saw yesterday 3 livelihood activities, one Kerala Kitchen Center, one weaving center, and Harit Convergence Karma Sena is also an entrepreneurial activity. Here, what type of convergence we saw in Kerala Chicken Center, that I will mention, that this is an initiative of Kudumbashree. Kudumbashree provides 1-day chicken to the entrepreneurs selected by ADS and with feeds and medicine, and buyback after 38 to 45 days, and give rate based on feed conversion rate 1:1.6 per kg they pay ₹13 to the entrepreneur. Here role of panchayat is that panchayat issues license for the entrepreneurs to run the enterprise, pollution control certificate and health certificates. Managers appointed by Kudumbashree, they monitor the enterprise regularly, and both ADS and panchayat monitors the enterprise regularly. And in the worst case also, the entrepreneur gets ₹2 per kg for the chicken if even chicken dies. So this, we saw that in the convergence with the panchayats and Kudumbashree, this type of enterprise is running, where the entrepreneur is not to have tension of marketing of chickens, and they are also secure. This business is also secure. Second, as the time is less, I will talk a few points about Harit Karma Sena. This is also a micro-enterprise activity under Kudumbashree mission to support garbage-free Kerala campaign. ADS recruits members of Sena to collect non-biodegradable waste from household and institutions once in a month, and they have a green card to mark collection in it. Sena charges ₹50 per household per month for garbage collection, and from institutions they charge ₹100 per month. In the management committee of Harit Karma Sena, there are members from 2 members from each ward in this management committee, and the charges collected goes to an account run by, and in this account is operated by Assistant Secretary of Gram Panchayat and the Chairman of the Management Committee of Harit Sena. And they keep 10% of the charges collected, and 90% they distribute among the Sena members as their income. I would request to add, if you want to add something.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, everyone. I would like to share our experiences, findings and observations regarding another enterprise. This is a group enterprise. 4 members are involved in the activity. They were running a weaving unit. They weave dhotis. The members, they have availed a loan amount of 10 lakhs from Kerala State Development Corporation Limited with a interest of 4% per annum, with a tenure of 36 months. They have already repaid 33 number of installments, and the EMI amount is around 31,000. they have availed another fund, CEF, amounting rupees 1 lakhs. They weave around 500 plus numbers of dhotis in a month with a price ranging from 650 to 850. So, if we calculate the sales volume, it will be around 39 lakhs per annum. They were having few semi-automatic spinning machines and handlooms. So our observation was that all the members, male counterparts, and the family members of the 4 families, they are equally engaged in the activity. Each one has a specific role to play in the business venture, right from input purchase, spinning, dyeing, weaving, marketing, transportation, and record keeping, etc. That's all. Thank you, Kudumbashree, for arranging such a wonderful and wholesome field visit to cover the livelihood aspects of PRI-CBO. Thank you all.
Thank you all from Assam and Jharkhand team.
Thank you all the groups. So before we go on to the break, I have a request from CEO Tripura. He wanted to add his observation. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Kavitaji, for giving this opportunity. At the outset, I would like to thank Minister of Panchayat Raj and Minister of MORD and Kudumbashree for giving this opportunity to participate in this 2 days workshop. It is, as one of our colleagues told, it is a very, not only eye-opener, it is a heart-opener to learn many of the things from the best practice of Kerala. In fact, I reached here one day in advance with a lot of enthusiasm to learn more things. Since all the CEOs all the chief executive officers of all the SRMs it is mandatory to come first to Kerala and to learn about the Kudumbashree activities so that we will get a good orientation about the implementation of the SRLMs. But I could not get that opportunity. That's why I thought whatever the time I am getting, one day in advance I came and I take this space to go some of the villages in addition, and I have seen some other special observations that I would like to share with all of you. On 12th itself, I have visited one Gram Panchayat. There first I have visited a Gram Panchayat office. There it is altogether it is a different experience for me. It is almost working like a mini secretariat where all the line department officers, all the village level functionaries, they are working, including the Gram Panchayat president. At a very punctuality they are maintaining, and they are having a very good team spirit and they are working, and that should be a very good learning experience for all of us. And we also should try to replicate this model of mini secretariat sort of arrangement in the Panchayat Raj institutions. That is one of the good observation I have made. Then the next thing is hand-in-hand approach of PRI bodies and communities. That is highly impressive, and I think it is highly missing in most of our mainland states. Hand-in-hand approach of this PRI bodies and communities. That also one of the worth to learn approach. Then Panchayat officer, and we have found no difference between the rural area and urban area. That is one of the major observation I have made. I could not trace, I could not differentiate which is the rural area and which is the urban area. That is one thing. And another thing is, panchayats are very big in size, with an average population of 20 to 25,000 population, with ranging from 15 to 20 number of wards. That is also one of the unique nature of these panchayats of Kerala. Then I have visited one of the Nutrimix centers where they are developing nutritious food to supply to kids, like adult लेवल्स तक यहाँ पे जो सप्लाई करने के लिए, वहाँ पे ग्राउंडनट, चिकपी, wheat, these flows they are mixing, and the capital investment they have incurred on this unit is 25 lakhs, and they're all maintained at a very meticulously at hygienic, with a 100% hygienic conditions, and they are very properly packing it and branding it, and they are stocking it, and they are supplying it to the ICDC projects. Then I have taken this opportunity to visit some of the remote areas where the tribals are dominant, and there also we have gone. Here I would like to say frankly, some balance is missing in tribal areas. That is my observation out of one area when I have visited. But there, the expectation with which I have gone to the tribal areas, there the development is not up to the extent what I observed. So I think through some of the special projects like ultra poor elevation projects, sort of projects I think we can take for the Kerala, and I think we can try to improve their condition also. जितना डेवलपमेंट हमारा जो रूरल एंड अर्बन एरियाज में है, बट ट्राइबल एरियाज में दैट मच डेवलपमेंट आई कुड नॉट see in Kerala also. I think that one serious observation I have made. Then the rest, bird schools, definitely it is a noble concept developed by Kerala, and thanks to Kerala for coming up with such a noble concept, and you are giving that idea to all of our states, and definitely it will be a highly replicable idea for all the states. All of you will do definitely. And some of the states already they have started. Then the convergence system, effective convergence system in the Anganwadi schools, that is highly impressive, and that is also highly replicable in all the states. Definitely all of we should do it. Then Harita Karma Sena, again it is a very noble concept, and it is not only in the rural areas, that can be highly practicable in the urban areas. Urban areas also that can be, immediately we can take it up in all of our states. Since I am also doing as mission director for Urban Livelihood Mission in Tripura, I am going to take up it immediately in the state of Tripura, and later on we will extend this project to rural areas also. So these are my special observations which I have made, I have noticed, and at the last, it is my first visit to Kerala. No doubt it is God's own country, such a beautiful state, and because of the committed efforts of these communities and PRI bodies and government, this state has made a tremendous achievement, and I think it is one of the states which is having the standards on par with the European countries and America and Australia sort of countries, and it should be a vision to all of us also. It should be a very good learning experience for all of us also. We should take Kerala as a role model, and we have to work hard for our states also, at least to bring on par with the Kerala in the next 5 to 10 years. It should be all of our dream, and really appreciate the entire mechanism of Kerala for making the state such a viable and vibrant state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your very critical observations and feedback, and I'm sure other states will also take a cue from what sir has said, and a lot of things I hope people are going back with hope and plans to implement and take it ahead. So we are now through the first session of the day. Before moving to the next session, we'll have a tea break, and before the tea break, as I'm told, we will have a group photograph. Madhurika, please, if you can share the details. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kavita ma'am, and all the participants for sharing your experiences. I would like to mention that we are very fortunate to have the entire Kudumbashree State Mission team and our mentor resource persons with us today. So all the participants who may seek any further clarifications, please contact them. They would be more than happy to share with you. Moving forward, we will break for tea in 5 minutes, and we will assemble back sharp at 12:05. Right now, we will come forward and we will take a group picture. There are also a few changes in the program for today. After coming back, we will have a session on pilot experiences, which will also cover the presentation that we were supposed to do as a first session yesterday. So this next panel discussion will talk about all the experience of the pilots. From there, we will move on post-lunch towards a session by Joint Secretary MOPR Sir, who will be joining us shortly, and a panel discussion which will include him along with other dignitaries. And the SOF presentations, which were as per schedule supposed to happen after lunch, will be shifted after that session towards the end of the day. So I urge everyone to please come forward towards the stage so that we can have a group picture, and we will come back at 12:05 after the lunch break sharp. Thank you so much. Oh, tea break, not the lunch break, tea break. I'm sorry.
That would be the opportunity. Sure. This is a thing which is going slightly more longer. So the Convergence and increase of the Convergence is very less than one or two cases. But things they are placed in the ground also, and I have as well demonstrated on the side. Right hand side. The thing that we are applying product members of the media Convergence, especially the individual persons. The thing is what we are work labor and material work issue. So we do the application with this distribution. So what they have labors, they should have balance with the labor costs. But like just like country said, what we said, how Nage, not really the distributors would apply common rate. But if you are one way of you are not approved for these things, just like they said, he just has a better than certain of the thing or your share. Or it is said that you know, will not, but including this issue. So then we are not approving this full measure of operation. And they are asking for the big Manikala kind of awards.
Jharkhand team, Mizoram team. Bihar team. Okay, ma'am. Usha, ma'am. Welcome back, everyone. 15 states have implemented the PRI-CBO Convergence project across 74 blocks and over 2,000 local governments in the last 10 years. These local governments have been regions under the PRI Act, the PESA Act, Schedule 5, 6, and these states, therefore, have a diverse experience with respect to local governments and community-based organization convergence. Our next session, a panel discussion, will focus on some of these states joining us on stage and sharing their diverse experience. I request Madam Krishna Barua, SMD Assam, and Dr. Rosie Barua, SPM SMIBCB from Assam, Dr. Ritesh Kumar, PMIB from Bihar, Purnima Mukherjee ma'am, SPM IBCB from Jharkhand, Memorial Kharmilki ma'am, SPM SIST from Meghalaya, and Madam H. Lalchandami, CEO from MZSRLM, to join us on stage for this panel discussion. I would also like to request Madam Usha Rani, lead IVCB NRLM, to join us on stage and moderate the session.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Kudumbashree for hosting this workshop in Trivandrum, and also like giving me this opportunity to actually moderate this panel discussion. Today we are having 5 different states here, and these are the states actually like started PRI-CBO convergence in the beginning. So that is from 2014 onwards. Once the pilot projects are over, each state actually adapted a different strategy for scaling up of those learnings in their concerned state. For example, if we see Assam, in fact, Assam government was very much convinced with the concept. So after the pilot program, in fact, they have initiated scaling up of the program across the state last year itself. So I would like to actually ask Sam to focus how they could able to actually like get that kind of a political will within the state, and they like how they have actually scaled up, what kind of challenges they have faced and other things. So ma'am, you may focus on those aspects. And similarly, if we see Bihar, and Bihar is one of the pioneering state. In fact, in Bihar, the convergence is happening very effectively. It is not only with the Panchayat Raj institution, but with various other line departments are also happening, and especially their work during the COVID-19. In fact, it is commendable the way they are actually facilitated the communities and also line departments in issuing of ration card to all the members, and also on management of the reverse migrant laborers. So that is commendable. So maybe Bihar will share maybe some experiences from that also, and now they are planning to actually scale up the PRI-CBO convergence pilots. And similarly in Jharkhand, in fact, Jharkhand has a different kind of an approach after completion of the PRI-CBO convergence pilots. They have actually taken away very important learnings from the PRI-CBO convergence. In fact, they have rolled out the Badlav Didi, and it is really giving a very good results in Jharkhand. And similarly, if we see both in Meghalaya and Mizoram also, especially Meghalaya, in fact, has done very good work on the health related convergences, especially through PRIs and also the health department, and it is being recognized at the national level also, and similarly from the Mizoram. So as the time is very short, so I would like to actually like structure this particular panel discussion in such a way that we will give around 7 minutes to each state, so they can actually focus on making a small presentation on their learnings and the suggestions to the remaining kind of states. And then what we will do is we will open up for question and answer session. And I would request all the participants after each presentation or sharing of their experiences, please note down if you want more clarifications or questions or suggestions. At the end, you will get an opportunity to ask all those things. So the time given for this session is 45 minutes. So without wasting time, so we would be going for the presentations. To begin with, I request Assam SMD and also SPM IB to make a presentation. Please stick to the timings. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And at the very onset, we thank our Joint Secretary Madam, Smriti Saran Madam, for holding this workshop in Kerala, because it has given us a chance of coming all the way from Assam to Kerala. And thank you, Kudumbashree, also for all the hospitality that they have offered to us. So like from Assam, I would give this the footprint. Yes. So there we have next. We have 35 districts and 219 blocks and 2,697 gram panchayats. All the GPs are intensive GPs. The villages we have is 25,376, and the total targeted households that we have is 38 lakhs 27,072, and that all the mobilized into day and RLM SAGs is 98%, that is 37,430, and the total number of SAGs that we have formed is 35,000, and the VOs that has been promoted is more than 18,000, and the CLF is more than 747. And under social inclusion, we have made SAGs with the jail inmates, and also with the transgenders. We have more than SAGs of 11 SAGs with the transgenders, and also with the dwarf community, and also with the surrendered militant groups. So we have covered SAGs almost in all the spheres of the society. Then here is the Panchayati Raj system in Assam. The PRIs in Assam we have a three-tier system since 1996: the Gram Panchayat, the Anchalik Panchayat, and the Jila Parishads. And the total number of GPs that we have is 2,669. And the powers and responsibilities of the GPs are the preparation of plan for economic development and social justice. Unlike in Kerala or in Karnataka, till now, all the subjects have not been transferred to the GPs, but it's on the process. And the main work of the GPs is to levy and collect and appropriate taxes, duties, tolls, and fees. And the GPs, they have three communities, that is the development community, the social justice community, and the social welfare community. And unlike in Kerala, we have only 10 words per GP. We have only 10 words, one GP president and then 10 ward members. We have the 6 scheduled areas. In the 6 scheduled areas, protects the tribal populations and provides autonomy to the communities. In Assam, we have 3 autonomous councils under 6 schedule, and that is the Bodoland Territory Council, the BTR, the Dima Hasa Autonomous District Council, the Karbi Anglong Autonomous District Council. In the district councils, we have the Village Council Development Community, which we call VCDC, and there is a local government mechanism. They are responsible for implementing the development programs at the grassroots levels. Their powers and functions are similar with that of the GPs. Then the powers and they are also elected bodies, and then they are equivalent to the GPs, and then they exercise autonomy in cases of taxation and licensing, and they are more or less dependent on government grants, and the crucial role to play in implementing the government schemes at the village level, at the grassroots levels, and they are authorized with many public responsibility, including planning, organizing, selecting, and monitoring the developmental schemes and implementing it at the grassroots level. So we have the PRI-CBO Convergence projects in Assam. The journey so far, in fact, it was with Kudumbashree that we had started our journey in the year 2014, and thanks to Kudumbashree, first, initially, we had in phase 1, that was on a pilot basis, we had taken up 2 districts, Lahorighat and Bajiagaon, and 2 blocks, and then 36 GPs. Then later on, as we succeeded in the first phase, we went for the second phase, where in 2017-19, where another 2 districts and 4 blocks and 51 GPs were covered. And in the third phase, it was in 2019-21, 10 districts, 19 blocks, and 78 GPs and 3 VCDCs. In the third phase, in 2019-21, we included the Sikh scheduled districts also of Karbi Anglong and West Karbi Anglong. Then we moved on to the fourth phase, that is in 2021-23, where we covered 6 districts, 15 blocks, 75 GPs, and also the NRETP districts were covered. Now we are on the verge of universalization on the first phase, that is in 2023 to 2025, where 28 districts, 71 blocks, and 677 GPs will be covered. And this is covering all the 33 districts and 111 blocks. And out of this also, we have taken 2 districts from the Sikh schedule areas, that is the Dima Hasao and Kokrajhar district we have taken up from the Sikh schedule areas. Then the next is the phase 1 and the pilot phase. I would request our SPM, she will give a brief description on this pilot phases that we have taken up in the first phase.
Good morning to the August gathering. As Ma'am said, The first pilot phase we initiated with Kudumbashree during 2014 to 15. This project remains for 2 to 2.5 years. The MOU is signed accordingly. So, with mutual consent, we can enhance the project to 6 additional months with Kudumbashree. So, till from phase 1, pilot phase 2 till phase 4, we took the technical support of Kudumbashree in terms of their HR, FCs, SPCs, and external mentors. But in due course of time, we did an exit kind of process with Kudumbashree because during initial pilot phase in one block itself, we had taken less number of GPs with numbers of external mentors, and in the subsequent phases we lessened the number of external mentor support, and accordingly from this financial year we are into the first phase of universalization. So when we talk about the pilot phase, it seems like a dream because the scenario was that both because in Assam we initiated an RLM from particularly from January 2012. So at the time the SHG's number was also less, and to be frank, SGSY didn't end so well in Assam unlike other states. So we were more into the mobilization part, and VOs and CLF also, they were not there. So there were only few SHGs which we had revived that have been formed during SGSY, and that also in 44 blocks during 2014-15. So there were only 44 intensive blocks, and rest 219 minus 44 were the non-intensive blocks. So in out of these 44 blocks, we took 2 blocks, one from Nagaon, another from Morigaon, where we did this pilot, PRI-CBO convergence project. So, since the structured CBOs was very less, the awareness was automatically very, very insignificant, both in terms of the NRLM protocols and also awareness about other, welfare schemes and projects as well. Little and no engagement in local governance processes because they were just being enrolled into an RLM and they were busy with knowing the Pancha Sutra and doing the thrift and credit part, and the awareness of other local government processes was also almost nil. And likewise the PRIs also, the ward members also, even if there is existence of 3-tier system in Assam, the right from the Jila Parishad to the Gram Panchayats, they were very ignorant about what their roles and responsibilities were and what they have to do with the CBOs. That clarity was totally not there during the pilot phase, and where we entered in those aspects during the pilot phase. Many of us, we are, discussing about the standing committees and walking committees since yesterday, but they were there just on the paper in Assam. They were not at all functional. So that was the scenario when we entered with the project in those 2 blocks. Then in the pilot phase, along with Kudumbashree, what we did, we set the context both of an RLM and the PRI-CBO convergence. It acted as, a layering of butter over, biscuit, since they were learning about NRLM also. So parallelly, we aware them about the other welfare schemes and other rights and entitlements, about the panchayats, about their roles and how they can, collate with the CBO network, how they can work together. So all those context setting was done during this pilot phase. And during this pilot phase, we developed the first Sanjog Sakhis that here we call local resource groups. We call them Convergence Sakhis or Sanjog Sakhis. So we developed around 204 number of Sanjog Sakhis in these pilot blocks because they were like, 4 spear peer force to do this project. So it was very, very helpful. And we thanks Kudumbashree to develop the first lot of Sanjog Sakhis. Out of those Sanjog Sakhis only, we are now having the internal mentors who goes to other districts and blocks for, implementing this project. During this pilot phase, we also parallelly work with the panchayats because Assam being a lagging state in the Panchayati Raj system, we actually took the advantage of this lagging behind sense of the panchayats because they themselves were ignorant of their specific roles and responsibilities. So we were the first one to let them know that these are your roles and responsibilities, this is how you should do, and these are your powers and your recognitions that you must implement on ground. And it will be in win-win situation if you collate with our CBOs, whoever are there, because at that time VOs and CLFs were not there. So along with the CBOs, if you work together, it will be a win-win situation for you also. Likewise, we did several rounds of awareness and sensitization programs. Only 2 minutes, okay? So the outcome was that, as I mentioned, we developed around 204 Sanjog Sakhis. And besides thrift and credit, those SSGs, they were again federated into village organizations. That is the first level of federation. And they became aware about the rights and entitlements. Not all, but at least specific 2, 3. And we took an MGNREGS as the trigger point in this pilot phase. During the pilot phase, one of the major observation was there. Neither the panchayats nor the CBOs, they know about the Gram Sabhas. And the Gram Sabhas were like private meetings in some president's or secretary's home. And, they were discussing whatever points we don't know. And they write the proceedings and the GPDP was, formed, prepared. But that we took another as a trigger point during this pilot phase, and the response was so huge that from 13% it rose to 100% during these 2 years only. So that during the pilot phase, that was one of our major achievements. With the experience of the pilot 2 blocks, we upscaled to 4 new blocks adjacent to Morigaon and Nagaon district. And we took the strategy that during the pilot phase, we took MGNREGS, but during the scaling, we enhanced it to 6 to 10 numbers of schemes that are very frequently discussed in Assam. So we took such schemes and we prepared a booklet and we customized, we translated it to vernacular languages, and we distributed to all our cadres and all our VOs, because at that time VOs have been formed and promoted by ASRLF. So that booklet was also a major tool for sensitizing both the PRIs and the CBOs during our ups. Accordingly, one more strategy we took, that we will sensitize and we will orient not only our CBOs but parallelly the PRIs, the mission staff also. So because unlike Kerala, the panchayats, they don't have this 33% of allocation in their hand. The devolution has not happened as of now, so we catered the line department also. So parallelly we did the orientation, not that we are only orienting and sensitizing our CBOs, we oriented our mission staff also, line department also, and the PRIs also, all the stages of PRIs also. Then we institutionalized this PRI-CBO departmental convergence meeting before holding of the Gram Sabhas. We took the list of dates and places of Gram Sabha and we distributed it to our CBOs, and as a result the outcome was that the CBO themselves, they were mobilizing for the Gaon Sabhas, they were participating actively in the Gaon Sabhas, they were preparing some sort of plans. This is the story of 2016 to 18. At that time they were actively participating in Gaon Sabhas also, and to some extent they are preparing the GP2 RP. At the time it was called GP2 RP. So they were submitting their plans in those gram sabhas also. So the learning was that if we continuously, sensitize our CBOs along with the PRIs and the line departments, then obviously a tangible outcome can be achieved. During this upscaling phase, we also formed two institution platforms, the VOCC and the GPCC, in the 4 upscaling blocks. So if you see this graph, from the baseline was almost 0 to 1% participation in Gaon Sabhas, but after intervention of 2 years in those upscaling blocks, see the graph, the total number of VO members also increased and the participation of the community, because when we say Gaon Sabha is not only composed of our CBOs, the whole community should act actively, proactively. So we sensitize the other community members also to join the Gaon Sabhas, discuss the salient requirements of their villages and the community, and accordingly they participated. Both our CBOs and their male counterparts, they participated accordingly, and we got such results in all the GPs wherever we did the upscaling project.
Rosie, your time is over. Please, in 1 minute, just
Yes,
focus
yes.
on key
Yes.
learnings.
Yes. So these are some of the innovative activities also what we did. And I want to directly go to the VPRP phase into the GPDP, because now it is called GPDP. Before coming of VPRP, in Assam, we already initiated the demand plan preparation and submission in the Gaon Sabhas. But after VPRP, we strategically involved 4 components as suggested by Government of India. And accordingly, you can see the quantitative outcome. Qualitative, we everybody know by this time we have discussed, but the quantitative figures were also tangible enough to show like this. So there were demands from almost that time. They were around 12,000 VOs, but after this intervention, almost 98 to 99% of VOs, they prepared their VPRP plans, irrespective of whether intensively we are doing PRI-CBO convergence in their block or not. So we initiated that one. These are again some of the photographs we wanted to show you. Then again, in a graphical way, I have tried to show you the tangible outcomes. So these are the plans and outcomes of 21 to 22 plans. 22, 23 plans we are as till date we are now collating. After maybe 1 or 2 months we'll be able to show you. So these are the achievements that we have achieved out of the 21, 22 plans. You can see some of the schemes, they have given a very, very good response. Like old age pension, we have reached up to 61% of achievement. Then again, panchayat bhavans, then drinking water facilities. We have even, signed MOU with Jal Jeevan Mission, where our CBOs are now the implementing support agency. And this has been initiated from the PRI-CBO blocks. So some of the parameters, they were very good. In significantly, they have been very good performance we have received. But some of the schemes, like uniform in schools and all, then grain storage facilities and all, we have not achieved so far, but even then we are trying. These are again some of the public goods, services and resources plans, achievements of those. Social development also, the PRI-CBO Convergence project will give an essence to those CBOs to do the social development programs very, very effectively. And likewise, while doing this project in Assam, we had achieved a great lot of, we have done great lot of SD activities, and achievement also we have received very significant. So now when you see the VPRP plans in Assam, they are more into the livelihood plans. The entitlement SD plans are there parallelly, but they are more into the livelihood plans, both farm and non-farm. So these are some of the graphs out of 20 to 2021 GPDP achievement. So you see both individual farming and group farming, they have planned, they have demanded, they have presented in the Gram Sabhas, and a very good percentage they have received also. And please remember that the livelihood demands are much more catered by the line departments. So when you go with this project, don't only sensitize the PRIs, you go with the line departments also parallelly, because they are much important now at this level when we are talking about Lakhpati Mahilas. So line department will play a very vital role in this project. So again, these are some of the MGNREGA, then farming animal husbandry achievement. Again, these are some of the photographs we have wanted to show, and we are happy to inform you that more than 165 Sanjog Sakhis, they are now at different representative platforms, and more than 1,500 of them, they are either GP president or ward members. Some of them are into Jila Parishad also. So these are some of our experiences, and we have seen that PRI-CBO Convergence project, it is not project as of now in Assam. It has become a mass movement in Assam, and this program has layered the essence of NRLM. So that's why we are now into universalization, because of the resource constraint and all. We are not going into all the blocks. We are into 71 blocks as of now, and probably by February and March we will go with the rest of the blocks. So by next year we'll be into all 219 blocks. So these are some of our experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Thank you very much. I would like to actually, today, Joint Secretary MOPR, Mr. Vikas Anand sir joined. Good morning, sir. Welcome for the program. Quickly to summarize the key lessons of Assam. One, right from day one, they had a very clear exit plan, and they have given way focus to develop internal resource people so that they can do the expansion and the scale up, and they have adapted a phased scale up plan. What one more very clear thing that is coming up is initially they have taken up very few GPs, but if you start covering the complete block, then the ripple here that is coming up very clearly. And another one, what they told very clearly is continuous joint trainings and capacity building of PRIs and also line departments and the CBOs is very important. And institutionalization of various institutional forms the coordination committees at the state, district, block, GP and also VIVO level is very essential. And another important one is having very clear-cut training modules, advisories, formats, and other thing in the local language is important. Thank you so much. Now we will move to Bihar. I request Ritesh to share your experiences. Ritesh, I request you to focus basically on the key lessons learned from the pilots, and please stick to the timings. You have 7 minutes of time. Thank you.
Can I have a bit? Good afternoon, everyone. Respected JS ma'am and JS sir, respected SM Vijayan sir, and all the dignitaries here. For the context of Bihar, especially in the context of PRI-CBO, I would like to just share a few learnings. The first, we just want to show you the Jivika, what we are doing at a glance. So as Jivika, as a team as a whole, we are just dealing with the 10.45 lakh of SHGs, and we are having saturation in almost all the 40,000 villages in the Bihar. With the bank linkages portfolio of 30,000 crores, and we are having a 1.15 lakh of community cadres across Bihar. So we are having a capital, and we are having very committed human resource at the grassroots level. So with that strength, we have started dealing with the services of all the community institution building, financial inclusions, livelihood promotions, and enterprise promotions. So when we are looking at the grassroots level, we found that there is a huge potential of converging with the panchayats. But in 2012, when we have started dealing with this panchayats, so we have gone with a small pilot of into 3 panchayats. And we have learned that this is possible through the regular interactions and the panchayats. And we just did a very small pilot in 3 panchayats and found that out of the basic entitlements like drinking water, job card, and entitlement to the pensions to the able person, we have just covered 57 persons in a short span of time, in a 6 month of time. So with that strength, we thought that we could also scale it up. But we found that our CBOs and the panchayats both are having the matrix in the weaker scale. So that's why we have not scaled it up. But when we have seen the COVID-like situations when we have just interacted with the panchayats down the line and found that through the regular interactions with the panchayats, we are just able to cater the local needs like the toilet constructions, the mask productions. Then we have also gone with this plantation work. So we have seen the potential of the panchayats there, and we thought that we could scale it up. And meanwhile, we have just interacted with the panchayats officials and found that their aspiration is also meeting up with ours. So meanwhile, we have been to the Kudumbashree and we are thankful to the Kudumbashree team that we could manage to do the pilot. Though we have started late, we have started in the March 2022, and we have tried to achieve the basic pilot in the last 9 months only. So the situations of the panchayats in the Bihar, as we can see, that it's same as in most of the state, like it's a 3-tier structure, and we are having the yeah. Yeah, but we are having the special provisions of the 50% reservations and the provisions of Ward Sabha, which is giving the strength to our CBOs, and that could be the potential for the interaction at the ground level. And recently in the panchayats elections, we have also found that our SAGs members have also been elected in the panchayats level. So when we are saying that in the panchayats during this pilot. We have just taken up the 10 CLFs only in the 6 blocks, and we have just gone into this orientations. The CBOs level orientations, the panchayats level orientations, the workshops we have conducted, thanks to the block mentors, and our team members over there. We have just intensely gone into the depth of the spirit, and we have just interacted with all the stakeholders. And meanwhile, we have also developed the community professionals, as we are very much good in terms of replicating the practice through CRP strategies. So we have developed the local CRPs as convergence facilitator, as similar to the LRGs. And we have developed a pool of convergence facilitator to to interact with the SAGs and try to develop the local demands. So instead of, unlike the VPRP, we have just taken up the EAP and the PE tool and try to take up all the SAGs. And we have just tried to develop the pool of, try to develop a profile when we have just collected all the informations, digitized the informations up to the VO level and submitted to the panchayats. Meanwhile, we have just also keep on interacting with the panchayats officials and the CBOs leaders, conducting GPCC level committee members meetings, and these interactions also resulting into the resulted the demands into the various achievements. So this is the timeline that we have seen. Means we have started late in the July 22 only. We have oriented all the CBOs. We have just done the orientation workshops. Then we are having the pool of community convergence facilitator. We are just working hard in developing a committee at the CLF level that is called PCC. It's a representative of the CLF RGB. When the members from each representative from each panchayat are having their representations. These PCC is having regular interactions with the GPCC and trying to result in all the demands into action. So we have also taken up the special initiatives like adult literacy, health camp, sanitations campaign, adolescent groups, Nutri Garden, and we have also converted the demand of the VO offices. And through these regular interactions of 9 months, we have just seen that in the recent Gram Sabha, members' attendance are also increasing. Likewise, like we have seen that the 26th of January is the Gram Sabha. Only 23, 25 members are coming up to the Gram Sabha. And recently we have seen that more than 100, 150 women are coming to the Gram Sabha. So with this, the interaction the members have tried to assess the potential of themselves as well as the potentiality of being into the Gram Sabha's meeting. So way forward, we have just trying to scale this up our learning and try to taken up the same districts as the resource districts, and we are going to scale up in 34 blocks and 112 CLFs, and it's more than 560 panchayats. So we are very much having a state level coordination committee for the model CLFs and other. So we are just going to take up the agendas, the cross thematic agendas of the PRI-CBO convergence in that meeting, so that all the inter-thematic convergence can be possible. And we are also looking forward for the departmental convergence, which we are just saying that the departmental convergence meeting can be happen at the state level, so that all the departmental level issues can be addressed over there. We look forward for the block coordination committee strengthening part and the GPCC level strengthening part, because that's the crux of the whole story, where the implementation can be happen when these two bodies can have a effective role. We found that the digitization of the VPRP, which seems challenging for us. So timely digitizations and the realization of the members' demands is very much important, because if we are not realizing the demands, it's coming up as a grievance from their side. So how to address that thing, and how to have a customized training modules, especially in Hindi, because we are Hindi belt region, and how to rope in the DRPs and SRPs from the Panchayati Raj department and the BPAD, so that we can customize the training modules according to our need. And we are also looking forward to the dashboard where we can see the data, so that the decision making systems can be effective up to the CLFs and the panchayat level, especially during this committee meetings. And we could also see the potentials of other scope that we can do forward. We have piloted a small coursework with the association of the local academic institution there. It's come up with a story of how to converge with the local administration along with this PRI-CBO. So they call it as a tried approach. So we have just tried it up and try to brush it up as per our need. And then we want to just customize it as per our need for our professionals and the managers. So this is the way forward from our side, and we are looking forward for a grand convergence with the Kudumbashree team for scaling up and try to develop it as a good model. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ritesh. If we see the learnings of Bihar, so in addition to what Assam mentioned, so there are three critical points that are coming up. One, taking up the innovations. The second is the collection of complete data of the SHG members. So it will act as a baseline, and also they can they can have the dashboards and how the family is progressing over a period of time. And a very important thing he brought out is having partnership with the academic institutions, so that context specific modules can be developed, and also a kind of a course material for the young professionals. These are the additional learnings that are coming up. Now, I would request Jharkhand Purnamaji to make a presentation. Purnamaji, please focus on the lessons learned, and you have 7 minutes of time.
Good afternoon, respected Vijayanand sir, JS madam, and other dignitaries in this hall. I am just going to present some initiatives taken in Jharkhand regarding PRI-CBO convergence. At a glance, Panchayati Raj institutions in Jharkhand, there is 3-tier system, 50% reservation for women, 13 districts fully and 3 partially under PESA area out of 24 districts. Gram Sabha held at village level, and first Panchayat election in Jharkhand held in December 2010. Therefore, one can understand that Jharkhand is late starter state in Panchayati Raj. CBO coverage and PRI-CBO convergence blocks in Jharkhand, out of 24 districts to 64 blocks and approx 31,000 villages. CBOs are present in all 99% of inhabited villages, 29,640 villages. 32.51 lakhs household mobilized into 2.76 lakhs SHGs, and these SSGs are federated in 21,002 village organizations and 1998 cluster level federations. All cluster level federations are now registered under cooperative. And our at present, PRI-CBO Convergence Universalization approach is going on in 112 blocks. Out of that, 98 blocks are model CLF blocks. And this year, we are planning to develop immersion sites, model panchayats in 4 blocks, 50 GPs of 4 blocks. PRI-CBO Convergence in Jharkhand first started with the support of Kudumbashree, with major objectives: demand generation and access to rights and entitlements, strengthen local democracy, and make panchayats responsive to engender local level development and make it participatory. Support from KSNRO we get from 2014-15 to 2018-19, and we started initially in 3 districts, 6 blocks and 9 GPs, and up to 18-19 we reached up to 380 GPs of 47 blocks in 10 districts. Major activities undertaken were cadre development, LRG, I mentor and block anchor person, PAE and EAP, GPCC formation, Gram Jan Jagriti Abhiyan. We also formed Gram Sabha standing committees having SHG membership in it. But this didn't work as standing committees are not functional in Jharkhand. We also found Bal Samu under the guidance of KSNRO. From 1920 to 2020 onward, in 23-24, as I told, that 1900 GPs we are covering in 112 blocks, and major activities is cadre development. These cadres are not LRG, I mentor or BAP, but we are now developing our existing cadres, gender CRP. Those CRPs are 1 GP, 1 CRP is there, basically doing gender work and social inclusion work. We are developing them to continue for PRI-CBO Convergence. We are strengthening VOCC as we don't have parallel CBO structure in Jharkhand parallel to panchayats. Strengthening GPCC is also the target this year. Participation of VOs, active participation of SHG members as VO members in Gram Sabha, model panchayat development, and VPRP, GPDP as usual. That is the part of, and here not only in 112 blocks, this is for all 100% blocks and villages in Jharkhand. A qualitative outcome, here I can say that we have formed convergence committees. Actually, Panchayati department has formed convergence committees at state, district and block level, particularly for GPDP, where presence of JSLPS, PR division, NAREGA and other line departments are there. For capacity building and planning team for GPDP, from state to block level, in the trainers team, there are members from NAREGA, JSLPS and SRLM, and also from Panchayati Raj to cover all 3 aspects. And from last year, Jal Jeevan Mission team has also joined this team. And at the this is for capacity building, and for planning, GPFT and WPFT, all NAREGA. There are members from NAREGA as well as from Sakhi Mandal and from Panchayati Raj departments. Inclusion of VPRP in GPDP, DOPR. Every year, DOPR issues guideline for GPDP People's Plans campaign. Now, inclusion of VPRP is part of that. There is a chapter of VPRP in that. Participation of VOs in GPCC. GPCC is not very much functional in Jharkhand, but in 2017, first office order issued to include VO members in GPCC with other line departments. And again, they are giving impetus to it, and again office order in this year have been issued to include VO members in GPCC.
CBO's office in Panchayat Bhavan. Office order issued to provide place for CLFs and BOs in Panchayat Bhavan, and out of 998 CLFs, 340 CLF offices are now in Panchayat Bhavan. And in training module of newly elected PRI members, VOCC and VPRP chapter introduced in those training modules. We are trying to work on the system. कि पहले सिस्टम सेट कैसे करें कि मिलकर दोनों काम करें. We are focusing on that. Quantitative outcomes. We are 12,000 VPRP entitlement registers. We have given to the VOs in 112 blocks to maintain it, where they mention, where they write the demands came and what happened to that demand when the application generated, or whether they get it or not. So this type of entitlement registers we are maintaining in 112 blocks. Active women members are actively participating in Gram Sabha as VO members with their VPRP plan.
And you have 2 minutes time. Just
okay.
make it.
Approx 40% VPRP activities integrated into GPTB. And we have also done, before the Panchayat election, 5 days leadership training imparted to SHG members, and 9,622 SHG members elected as PRI members. Out of them, 1,071 elected as Mukhya, and in 4 district Zilla Parishad, Adhyaksh are SHG members. We have also established 88 Panchayat help desk, 180 GPHD, and 80 Nagrik Sahayata can established through CSOs in Jharkhand. And this year, our plan is to give training to the second round training to the SRPs, DRPs we have developed, and gender CRPs. Plan is to strengthen 1250 GPCC and develop 50 model panchayats. Ensure regular meeting of convergence committees for VPRP, GPDP. VPRP integration to GPDP should be 100%. CB of CRPs to make plan as per theme selected by GP. Challenges which we are facing are at Panchayat level, there are no SHG federation in Jharkhand. To make GS, Gram Sabha and GP level standing committees and GPCC functional, make all Panchayat secretariats open 5 days in a week. Though 13 department has devolved power to Panchayats, only 9 with executive order and 4 without executive order. No financial power and executive power given, only Gram Sabha can select beneficiaries. Panchayats are dependent on a finance commission fund, no source of own fund. Line department's involvement in GPDP has just begun. Here are a few pictures: women participation in Gram Sabha, Panchayat help desk. And Sarkar Aapke Dwar is now annual campaign in Jharkhand run by government, और उसमें कोशिश किया जाता है कि जितने डिमांड्स आए हैं वो एंटाइटलमेंट के, उसको एक बार में साल में उस कंप्लीट किया जाए. उसमें CBOs का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल हो जाता है. थैंक यू ऑल.
Thank you so much, Purnima ji. I think from the Jharkhand experience that are coming out very uniquely is right from day one for capacity building of on the GPDP and also on the VPRP and other things. So they have actually involved all the line departments right from state level to the down level for conducting the programs and also for monitoring of those programs. That is coming out very clearly, and also to make it more economical. I think, and also as considering the fund constraint within the NRLM, they are using the existing resource persons like the gender CRPs, Badlav Didis and other people for actually implementation of the PRI-CBO convergence also. And another important one that has come out very clearly is before Panchayat elections, they have actually invested on the SHGs, how these panchayats will function and what are their roles and other things. And in fact, it has led into the political empowerment of these community members, especially the women members. And there is a focus on conducting training to the newly elected PRIs. So these are the new things that have come from Jharkhand. Thank you so much. Now I request SMD Mizoram to share your experiences, ma'am. Please give more focus on the lessons learned. Thank you.
Respected JS ma'am, respected JS sir, my colleagues from all the other SRLMs and all the participants A very good afternoon to you all. As Ushaji has said, I'll just highlight the few points that uh, from our key strategies as well as to the key learnings that we have from the PRI-CBO Convergence project. Since we are not included originally in the as a part of the program, I apologize that I don't have time to prepare the presentation since I learned this morning that I was to be a part of the panel. So I'll just highlight our key strategies as well as our learnings. Mizoram SRLM has been partnering with Kudumbashree since the end of 2018. MOU was signed in 2018, and from 2019, we have been implementing the PRI-CBO convergence in one of the district, a pilot district, which we call Sersip district. So unlike my colleagues who have done the presentation, in Mizoram, we do not have a PRI system, but we have village council system instead. So we do not have the three-tier system. We only have the GP level, that is the village councils. So when we had started the implementation, our main strategies includes exposure visit, conducting of exposure visit for both the block development officers, who are the implementing agencies for SRLMs in the block mission management unit, as well as for the village councils of the concerned blocks. So since PRI-CBO convergence is a new thing for them as well as for us, we send them to Kudumbashree for exposure visits. And another strategy was meeting with line departments at the district level under the chairmanship of the project director, District Rural Development Office, and follow-up discussion and meetings by Kudumbashree team, as well as by the identified local resource groups identified from the self-help group members. And in addition to this, awareness and involvement of the what we call the village councils was also conducted many times, because the village councils are one of the most important functionaries at the village levels. And the other strategy also include capacity building for the local resource groups that we have identified from the self-help group members. Previously, our self-help group members have no idea how to approach the village councils, as well as not to mention the line department officials. So capacity building training was done by the Kudumbashree team. And I am happy to mention that the Kudumbashree team have been providing excellent support in implementing the PRI-CBO convergence in Mizoram state. And so after the pilot project was implemented in Sersip district, on the basis of the learnings that we had scale up the activities in our aspirational district. Mizoram has only one aspirational district, that is Mamit district. So we had extended the project to Mamit district from 2021. And the key learnings that we have from the project is, one is line departments. I won't mention all the name of the departments. Line departments needs to be made aware and need to be pushed. But if they are pushed in the right direction, after awareness building conducted by the NRO team as well as by our LRGs, and the follow-up meetings that we had at the district level and as well as at the block and the village level, then they are now using, they had what to say, they now had the confidence in our SAGs in the PRI blocks. So I am pleased to share that many of the line departments, including social welfare department and other line departments, now are using our VOs, our village organizations, in helping them select the right beneficiaries, as well as for the distribution of the entitlements to the self-help group members. One such example is Social Welfare Department has a program called Economic Rehabilitation Program, which is a kind of livelihood assistance to the PWDs. Even for the selection and distribution of that program, they have utilized our SAG platform after the project is being implemented in those districts. And I'm also pleased to say that PHE department has also been using now they are coming to us for using our SAG platform for their sanitation, FNHW activities. And we have one World Bank project, what we called Health Strengthening Project. So the Health Strengthening Project team are also asking us for help in using our SAGs in the districts for implementation of their program. All this is because of the PRI-CBO convergence that has been undertaken in many of the districts. And that goes for the same goes for the village councils. In many of the villages, the village councils are not aware of the role of SAGs, although they have participated in the Gram Sabha conducted at the time of the first village entry. Actually, the village councils are not aware of how the SAGs are functioning. But after the PRI-CBO Convergences project is implemented in their villages, in the blocks and the districts, now they are aware of the role of SAGs. And I'm pleased to say that the voices of SAGs are now being heard at the Gram Sabha. And now one of the key learnings and the results that come from the PRI-CBO Convergence Project implementation is that in the PRI blocks, VPRP plan are more realistic. Here, I would just like to mention that before the project was implemented, the VPRP plan made by some of our SAGs are not realistic. In fact, they put whatever that they wanted, not having any idea what is the most realistic plan that is to be implemented in their respective villages. But after the project is implemented, the VPRP plan become more realistic, which is more achievable. And another outcome of the project is in the PRI blocks, VPRP success rate has increased as compared to the non-PRI blocks. Here, I would like to mention that since JSR is also here, Mizoram SRLM has been contributing a lot for the GPDP work. In fact, since in our state, the Panchayati Raj Department and Rural Development Department are not under the same commissioner secretary. So we are a separate department. But in spite of this, since the state Panchayati Raj Department do not have functionaries at the block and village level, it is our SAG members as well as our block staff who have been doing all the uploading of the GPDP during the GPDP period to ensure that the local administration department, that is the Panchayati Raj department at the state level, get the finance commission grant. So all that is the result of the implementation of the PRI-CBO convergence project in the pilot as well as in the scale-up blocks. And but one of the shortcoming is that I have also told the Kudumbashree team that we have to make some more efforts in documentation. All the achievements that we have are not, although they are documented, they are not still reflecting all the achievements. I think that in that regard, we have to make more effort in terms of documentation. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And one of the important lessons that is coming from Mizoram is seeing is believing. So conducting exposure visit to the mission staff and also the community members is very, very important so that they can quickly learn from other community members. Now, I would like to actually invite Memorial from Meghalaya to share her like Meghalaya's experience. Memorial, please focus on the only lessons learned.
Okay, thank you, Usha ma'am, for moderating this panel discussion today morning. So, good afternoon, everybody. Respected JS ma'am, Secretary sir, team from NMMU, CEOs and COOs from different states, Kudumbashree team for the wonderful logistic arrangement for us, and all my friends from other states present today. So, we from Meghalaya, we are very happy for this wonderful privilege given to us to share the experience on PRI-CBO convergence implemented in our state. So I would say like Meghalaya is a very young stage in implementing this project because this project was initiated in September 2021 only. And also, apart from that, we have got a chance of a very short period of time to partner with Kudumbashree. And then after that, there is a change in the implementation structure from the national level. So we are not able to continue with the MOUs and support from Kudumbashree. But yet again, within a very short span of time, but we have seen lots of realization and also achievement while partnering with Kudumbashree. So just next slide. Just to brief on the journey of NRLM in Meghalaya. So we have implemented NRLM in the year 2014, November. We have covered all the districts and blocks within the state, and also all the villages has been covered. And 98% of the households, basically like as per SECC and PIP, we have already covered 100%. But since we are taking 10% incremental households this year, so 2 more percent of households need to be mobilized into the SAG fold. So that is our journey. And if you see this slide, like there are many departmental convergence already happen in our state with the health department, social welfare department, agriculture department, etc. And also we have a strong team of community resource person on ground, which has been supporting the NRLM program, also convergence activities implemented on ground in a systematic way. Next slide. So, in Meghalaya, we have a unique nature of local self-governance institutions. So, Meghalaya is a sixth scheduled state. So, there is an autonomous district council which act as a local self-governance institution. So, also Meghalaya is a home of three major tribes: Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo. So, on this basis, the autonomous district council also has been set up and established in our state, covering all the states, all the district within the state. And one of the unique features of the system that we have in Meghalaya is the administration that existed is the traditional system at the community level in the form of kingship, Sardarship in Khasi region, and Wadarship and Dollarship in Jaintia Hills region, and Nokmaship in Garo Hills region. And for implementing various programs, since we don't have PRI body in our state, so a state act has to be in place and for implementation of MG Naregas. And the village employment council has to be formed for implementing the MG Narega. And also recently the cabinet has been approved a new council called village health councils for implementing health related nutrition wash etc at the community level. Yeah, next slide. So during the scoping study conducted by the NRO team, it was found that there are major gaps to be filled in to enable the project implementation to be implemented smoothly. So there is a non-uniformity in the traditional local governance system throughout the states, which could be a challenge during the implementation. So there might be a scope of changing the strategy for implementation of the program. And also our cluster level federations are very new in a way. We have just formed we have just scaled up formation of cluster level federations. And also there is absence of clarity in terms of utilization of the 15 finance commission funds received by the autonomous district councils. We were informed that there are some funds that the autonomous district council has received from finance commission funds, but we are not aware how this fund is being utilized and also how to tap this fund. So we don't have that clarity as well. And also there is a limited knowledge about VPRP amongst all the line departments. Also integration of the demands. There is a gap because there is no awareness among the departments on the VPRP. So next slide. So because of the kind of work that the SAGs has been approved or shown to the government, so that confidence of the government is there, where they devise many policies to engage the SHGs. So in our state, we have 1,500 plus villages which was not covered under ICDS program for many years, because these villages doesn't fit the guidelines of national level guidelines, because the villages are very small with limited households, so they are not fit either in mini Anganwadi center setup or Anganwadi center setup. So through the SHG network, since we have reached in every corner of the state, so the government devised a policy that the SHGs will be given the tasks for implementing the supplementary nutrition program in these 1,566 villages in the state. So that partnership was there, and we implemented this program smoothly, where our SHGs, cadres identified from these SHGs taking the role of distributing a take-home ration. They do growth monitoring, measuring the children, target group, something like that. And the same was shared with the tag Anganwadi centers to upload in the Poshan Tracker for further necessary action from the departments. And also with the good work done by the SHGs also, like the department have the confidence to give more job to the SHGs, where the innovative project under Poshan Abhiyan, which they devise also, they have got special funds for this. This also was being given to the SHGs to implement, which is also doing very well as of now. Whatever product that they harvest from the integrated units, so they are serving to the Anganwadi centers to serve during the hot cook meals, and also whatever surplus that they have earned, they also sell as income generating activities. Next slide. So also ma'am has mentioned that Meghalaya has been working very closely with health department, since Meghalaya have a very tough terrain and many villages are not connected. There's no road, no transport, very difficult. So it has become very difficult for a woman to come to institutional deliveries. So realizing the potential of the SHGs, the government give the opportunity for the SHGs to manage the transit homes, and these women comes and rest for 10 to 15 days in these homes before the expected date of delivery. And also the high-risk pregnant mothers that is being identified by the health department was supported by the SHG network. And also there is a very strong coordination between the Asha Anganwadi worker and also the special cadres that we develop, we call CGHAs, for implementing a health-related intervention in the state. So next slide. And also we are partnering with Early Childhood Development Mission for supplying to ensure more nutrition to the children and also to pregnant mothers. So we have just piloted this in 249 model Anganwadi centers, started from 15 August in 2022, where our SCGs supplying raw eggs to the model Anganwadi centers, and these raw egg will be cooked and also served during the hot cooked meals provided in the model Anganwadi center twice a week. And also SCGs have been earning some amount of money, but yet again, I will not say like they are earning more income, but it's very meager amount that they have earned. And okay, so next slide. So yeah, as I have mentioned that we have been partnering with Kudumbashree in 2021 only. We covered 3 districts and 4 blocks, 80 villages, and covering 68 VOs in the intervention area. Next slide. So during the journey of implementation with partnership or with
Kudumbashree. So we have been able to learn the systematic way of implementation of the program. So we start with orienting the mission staff, training the mission staff, and also even the block development officers were given an online orientation. All of them were oriented with the support of Kudumbashree before we roll out the program. And again, we repeat with the offline orientation at the state, district, and block level. And also all the community institutions were given a thorough orientation on this PRI-CBO convergence. And then gradually we moved to the community level where proper orientation has been given to familiarize the project and how the project will work and what could be the expected outcome from this intervention. And also very important thing that we learned from this project is having the local resource groups as the dedicated cadres to ensure the plan preparation, Gram Sabha mobilization, and also even follow up of the plan that has been submitted and on the realization of the demand being prepared by the SG network. Next slide. And again, one important strategy that has been adopted during this project intervention, we realized the convergence scam. So we see so many outcome has been achieved through this convergence scam, which was conducted in this implementation area. And I would like to share you also a success story that was just happened very recently in our state, taking the learnings of this convergence scam that we learned from this pilot. Our principal secretary was so happy with the strategy and the outcome that we learned from the pilot. So recently, we learned that one of the department, social welfare department, is mandated that all the beneficiaries should have Aadhaar card, and then the funds will be released to them based on the beneficiaries uploaded in the tracker. That will happen only when they have Aadhaar card. But Meghalaya is one of the state which has so much of problem when it comes to Aadhaar. So we have been seeking exemptions for any program if it has to be linked with Aadhaar. So there are lots of reasons there, but yet this is not a platform to tell all those reasons why people are not coming forward for Aadhaar. But the strategy that we adopt in this pilot, this convergence scam, we adopt the same thing supporting social welfare department. So like the convergence scam has happened in the blocks, in very blocks, all the teams coming together, the work and support. And instead from 12% of beneficiaries Aadhaar earlier, just in 1 month span of time, social welfare has achieved more than 90% of Aadhaar mapped in the portal. So otherwise, like social welfare department or the state as a whole will be missing the funds from the central government otherwise. So this is one of the achievement that we realize that PRI-CBO convergence has really helped us, show us the way how to achieve things, and also the systematic way that has been adopted, make more things sustainable. So yeah, so despite of the things that convergence has happened, but systematic way of implementing the program, it's very, very important. So that's all I think I can say from my end. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Memorial. Thank you very much for sharing this. And in fact, we need to congratulate Meghalaya, though there are a lot of challenges and the institution, absence of the institutions, they have done wonderful work. The key learnings that are coming up from the Meghalaya. So first thing, they have actually done the scoping study and identified where the gaps are, and they have actually brought out relevant acts and also advisories, institutionalized the platforms and institutions also for addressing those issues. And another important one, what they have brought out is like right from day one, the strength of SHG's government has realized, and then innovatively, like they have used convergence camps as one of the very important one. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Now the floor is open for the questions. As in the interest of the time, just we are opening for 5 minutes for the question and answers. If any questions are there, you can ask. And I request facilitators to circulate the mic. Any questions? Quickly. Very short, and please don't repeat the questions also. If it is already addressed, please don't repeat. I think here you can start. I think it is audible. I think mic can be given here. He raised his hands.
Here, ma'am. Here.
Yeah, please.
I have a couple of questions for Meghalaya team. One is you have mentioned that village health council and village employment council. These two were approved by the cabinet and state government. What are the specification on these two, and how you are taking it forward for this?
Okay. As I have mentioned, since Meghalaya, we don't have a PRI body. So we don't have that body where all the developmental scheme will be in one umbrella. So because of that reasons, like all programs or developmental programs that is to be implemented on ground, we have to have certain body where we'll have to implement the program. So example now, like you mentioned about VEC, since we don't have PRI, so we have to have separate councils to look after and implement this program. So likewise, VHCs is basically the council who will be looking after implementation of health, nutrition related activities. So the wonderful thing here is that like all these bodies now they considered like the NRLM institution leaders should be either the secretary or the co-chair of these bodies. So in VECs, now there is a reservation policy that has been revised, approved by the government. Like every 3 years, in rotation, only women should contest for election for these, leadership role. So basically, and also a preference has been given SHGs. So, that kind of convergence has happened. And also VHCs in the guidelines itself approved by the government, the VO president or secretary should be the co-chair of the VHC. And we also have special cadre called community gender and health activists. So they are the agent of change for health, nutrition, and wash in our state. So they are also the main members in the VHCs, because VHCs is mainly responsible for implementation of health, nutrition, and wash. So we also have special cadres, so they are being considered as the main member in the VHC as well. Did I answer your question?
Yes, about this employment council.
Yeah, employment council earlier, although there is a rationale where women should be part or women should be in the leadership of of VECs, but that does not really happen in our state. But later, when the reservation policy has been approved, when it has implemented, so recently in the last 2 years, we could see like 50% of the VECs now the women has been part of the leadership role through the election mode.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
मैं प्रद्युम्न शर्मा, एडिशनल डायरेक्टर पंचायत मध्य प्रदेश। ठीक। हेलो। तो क्या है कि मध्य प्रदेश में 5th शेड्यूल है पेशा क्षेत्र में, और नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 6th शेड्यूल है। तो मेरा प्रश्न ये है कि 5th शेड्यूल हमारे क्षेत्र में क्या है कि 6th शेड्यूल के अनुरूप डिस्ट्रिक्ट काउंसिल और अथॉरिटीज बनाने की मांग लगातार आती है। तो मेरा प्रश्न ये है कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट काउंसिल को आपके यहाँ क्या विशेष अधिकार प्राप्त हैं, क्या किस प्रकार की ऑटोनॉमी है उनको, कृपया वो बताएं। और दूसरा कि क्या 6th शेड्यूल एरियाज की ग्राम पंचायतों को अपने डिस्प्यूट्स अपनी कस्टमरी लॉज और सोशल एंड रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिस के अनुसार उनका निराकरण करने का पावर है या नहीं, और पुलिस के साथ उनका क्या संबंध है? थैंक यू।
What's his say? Yeah, sixth schedule. What he say is if they are having sixth schedule thing, and how the disputes at the district level and they are actually handling and the entitlements.
Actually, in the sixth schedule areas that we have in the any region, they're the like in the other parts we have the GPs. There we have the VCDCs. So in the VCDCs, they do the functions of the GPs itself. They're elected people only, and like they do the functions of the GPs is there in the VCDCs. So all the problems that they have within the area, the village council area, is being sorted out by the VCDCs. So it's no problem. It's the same thing. But we don't have much problem regarding VCDCs or in the GPs, because in Assam we have both the VCDCs as well as the GPs. So there's no much problem there.
Yeah, so I thank all the panelists for giving me this opportunity. And in fact, I gained a lot of knowledge after interacting with you. Thank you so much. I request participants during the lunchtime, you can interact with the panelists and you can get more clarity on some of the issues. Thank you.
Panelists for sharing their experiences and strategies to ensure successful convergence models. We hope that by focusing around resource groups, developing stronger resource groups, having joint advisories, having more joint trainings between the two institutions, we will be able to create successful models across all states. I would like to extend my gratitude towards Usha ma'am for summarizing the sessions, for adding on from her own experiences, and also for managing the time so well. I now request our mentors to share a token of gratitude with all the panelists here on the stage. I request the photographers to take a picture of all the panelists. Right. Yeah. Ma'am, you can all stand here, sir. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Will. Yes. Let's see how to cut charges and done. So let's felicitate and then we'll go to.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are very fortunate to have with us today Shri Vikas Anand, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, and Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph, Principal Secretary, Local Self-Government Department, Government of Kerala. We would like to welcome you all for the second day of the workshop. Very warm welcome to both of you. And we would also like to felicitate both Sir and Ma'am. Our mentors will be giving you a token of welcome to you. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for gracing us with your presence for the workshop. We'll now be breaking for lunch and we'll gather back at 2:30. We'll try to gather back by 2:30 here for the next panel discussions. Thank you. and the CBO network, and highlighting the role of Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Sir, please come to the dais.
Thank you. Presentation. Good afternoon. It's a heavy session after lunch, and I, Vijayanand sir, Shamila ma'am, Smriti ji, JS, MOID, Kudumbashree, the representative of Kudumbashree, all the people, all the officers from the state. I feel privileged to address all the distinguished guests here on such an important subject of PRI-CBO convergence. Yesterday, I was asked to make a presentation on how the convergence will take place, and it was supposed to be online. I have joined the ministry in February, and not much time I have given into the VPRP. But since I came to know about this conference, I've gone through the VPRP and how it is important for GPDP. Then I decided that I should come and present this before you in person. And so that's why yesterday I could not address online. I'm here today. So next. And this is what everybody knows, that there are 9 themes, and we have taken thematic approach to the sustainable development goals of UN, which we are supposed to achieve by 2030. Next. And this is how our people plan campaign works. And this campaign intend to strengthen the role of 31 lakhs, 3.1 million elected representatives and 5.25 crores of SHG women under the day NRLM. If I think this is a older version of my presentation. So, but anyway, and also how we are doing this GPDP based on the evidence which has been generated by the Mission Antyodaya. Mission Antyodaya, the gaps which have been identified through the Mission Antyodaya survey. And it also, there is a full public disclosure of schemes in the Panchayat office and on Gram Samad app of Ministry of Rural Development. And very shortly, next month, we are holding a workshop in Srinagar, where we will also launch a very comprehensive app, which will be Meri Panchayat app. On that, all citizens, all residents, all the Panchayat members, and also SHG members, they can see what's going on in their Panchayat, how much money is being spent on what sector, and how the Panchayat is performing, and how the quality of their service, how they're serving the people. Next. So, Panchayats and SHGs, they have changed the presentation. Okay. So, Panchayats are, how the Panchayats and the CBOs, they are interlinked, interrelated, interdependent. They are constitutionally mandated to prepare and implement the plans for economic development for rural areas. And SHG is an instrument. It's an instrument which will be carrying out this plan, this objective of the panchayats, of the local bodies, of the PRIs. And this conference, which has been organized by the Ministry of Rural Development, is critically and extremely important for making our villages not only poverty free but also prosperous. And the CBOs, the self-help groups, can play a key role in getting this done in participatory planning and implementation and making the poverty non-existent. Next. In fact, in Kerala, I have been told that there are only 64,606 people who are extremely poor. Otherwise, the poverty levels are very, very low. And credit also goes to this project of Kudumbashree and the CBOs. So VPRP and GPDP, they, since independence, our entire focus was on making the development plans, which were aimed exclusively on poverty reduction. And without reduction in poverty, without end to poverty, there cannot be any development. And recently I read an article where we have, in a very short span of 15 years, we have been able to reduce multidimensional poverty by 50%, which is only 6-7 countries, including China, has been able to do that. And especially in a democratic country, such a large country, it is a great feat. And integration of VPRP and GPDP, it has been made mandatory by the Ministry of Panchayati Raj that VPRP, wherever VPRP is made, it shall be the integral part of the GPDP. And it is not the integration of VPRP and GPDP. It is, in fact, integration of right to livelihood and right to development. So, right to development has its subset right to livelihood, and they both are interlinked, interdependent, and also they cannot be altered. We cannot compromise on either of them, right to livelihood and right to development. Maybe after a few years, maybe after a decade, there may be a right to prosperity also. So I think this convergence which has been started, universalization of that will also, within a decade, within few years, people will start asking, demanding for prosperity, right to prosperity. And then there are CBN, their capacity building and training efforts are being made for PRI and SHG convergence, especially for integration of VPRP into the GPDP. Next. So this is how the GPDP preparation works, and inputs are taken from Bal Sabha, Mahila Sabha, and Ward Sabha, and then based on 9 themes, and Mission Antyodaya survey is taken as the evidence for the missing gaps, and all the SHG members, they are supposed to take part in the GPDP, though not all SHG members are taking part in this exercise in PPC. And then there is a prioritization of needs based on the discussion, and then awareness generation and mobilization and integration of VPRP into the GPDP. And then GPDP is approved by the Gram Sabha, and then it is uploaded in the e-Gram Swaraj portal. Next. So this is how VPRP preparation is done and how it is integrated into the GPDP. Next. Yes. So, and all the line departments which are there, they are important for this, and all the CBOs within the village, within the Gram Panchayat, they have to play their part. If they are effectively involved into VPRP, it will lead to a great GPDP, which will not take much time for eradication of poverty in any village, any Gram Panchayat. Next. So this is how the our people plan campaign dashboard looks like, and unfortunately the discussion on VPRP you can see is comparatively, in comparison to other parameters, is less, though it is mandatory part of GPDP, but discussion on that is still, it leaves lot to desire. Next. This is how the VPRP discussion took place in 2022-23, and not every state you can see very few states they could reach high levels of discussion on discussing all the VPRPs. Next. So our ministry's interventions are multifold, and number one is the mandatory representation of SSG in the standing committee of Gram Panchayat can be done, and also SSG is a member of Gram Panchayat planning facilitation team, and it is the main task force for the planning. There has been joint advisory issued for mandatory integration of VPRP into GPDP, and activities of VPRP have been mapped in all the nine themes. In all the 9 themes of localized SDGs, there are some or the other activities which are part of VPRP. And as far as capacity building is concerned, there is a joint training of ERs and SSG federations are there, not at the NIDPR level, but at the state level, at the district level, block level. And there is a thematic training of SSG leaders under the Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan in different states. Next. So my presentation has been changed, so I will continue with this only. And so what is the way forward is that there is an intensified capacity building and training of the members has to be there. And in preparation of thematic GPDP, increased participation of SSG members in Mahila Sabha, Gram Sabha, and GPPFT, Gram Panchayat Planning and Facilitation Team, community mobilization and monitoring of during and preparation of the Gram Panchayat development plans. There is a institutional arrangements. We are in formulation of the Model Rural Transformation Act. So one of the things which we can incorporate in the act is that there is an institutional arrangement for representation of the SSGs and the federation in different committees. Also, I was just talking to Mr. Sajid from Kudumbashree. We were discussing how the political empowerment will help in this convergence. There are around, what I have been told, unfortunately, ma'am, we don't have that data. How many SHG members are the elected representative in the PRIs? But Kerala does have that data, and around 33% of the ERs, they were or are members of the self-help groups. They were members of Kudumbashree, and many of the general seats, member of Kudumbashree, the women they have contested, they have won, and because of their large presence in the PRIs as a member, it may be one of the reasons that Kudumbashree has become economically powerful. The people, the SHGs have become economically empowered. Some of the states, they have taken active steps. I was seeing how Bihar has done apart from Kerala, and even in Karnataka, lot of activities which are to be done by panchayats are now, they have been given to GPLFs, Gram Panchayat level federations, and including wash activities. They are being involved in sanitation. So this is how they are trying to converge the CBOs and the PRIs. And our as a Ministry of Panchayati Raj, our aim is to promote this convergence and the efforts of the Ministry of Rural Development. And what we plan is that to train the state level master trainers at NIDPR or from different SIDs which have core knowledge of CBO PRI convergence, so that they can train the other states, and they can train their SLMTs also for better training of the people at the grassroots, and for the convergence in training of the SSGs and the PRIs. And also, we are also discussing how we will share the data with the ministry on the GPDP, so that VPRP data is automatically integrated into GPDP through the API sharing of the APIs. And also, last thing which is very important is that as of now, we have the timelines for preparation of VPRP is it is not synced with the preparation of the GPDP. So we have already requested the ministry that when the people plan campaign is launched, at the same time VPRP preparation should also be done so that it is not delayed and it becomes automatically becomes a part of GPDP and it is discussed in the Gram Sabha. And also in the slides which are missing, we have that we will circulate the uh, participation of the members of the SHGs is less, though they are present in 89% of the meetings of the Gram Sabha in public, the people plan campaign, but there were only 17 members per meeting. So total only 14% of the SHG members attended the meetings of the Gram Sabha when the GPDP was being finalized. So that every state, they please make this conscious effort to increase the participation of the SHGs in the GPDP preparation, in the PPC, in the Gram Sabha meetings. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. Taking on from the insights that sir has shared, we'll now move on to the next session, which is a panel discussion, where we have an esteemed panel which will be delving into the role of Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Department of Panchayati Raj, NIRD and SIRDs to facilitate the convergence between Panchayati Raj institutions and SHG and its federation. To begin with the discussion, I would like to invite Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph, Principal Secretary, Local Self-Government Department, Government of Kerala, to the dais. Ma'am will be moderating the session. Ma'am, I would like to request you to please come over to the dais. Joining the panel discussion is our respected dignitaries, S.M. Vijayanand Sir, former Chief Secretary, Government of India, Shri Vikas Anand, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Government of India. I would also request Dr. Pratyushna Patnaik and Nirmala Shanu George to join the panel. Sir. Sharmila ma'am, over to you.
Yeah, yes. Vijayanand sir, Sri Vikas Anand, Nirmala Sanu George, and Pratyusha, officers from the Ministry of Rural Development and Ministry of Panchayati Raj, officers from the departments of Panchayati Raj and Rural Development from different state governments, members of the Kudumbashree NRO group, officers of the Kudumbashree NRO group, and other participants for this workshop who have come from different parts of the country. So this I believe is the last last technical session of this 2-day workshop on the convergence between Panchayati Raj institutions and community-based organizations. So under the aegis of the National Rural Livelihood Mission at the Government of India level and the state rural livelihood missions in the various state governments, efforts have been taken at all state government levels, most state government levels, to bring about or to forge, strong and strong alliances between the Panchayati Raj system and the community-based organization network. The best example is in Kerala, so that is why the workshop also is being held here in Trivandrum.
for the last 2 days. So as was discussed or presented to you, as would have been presented to you yesterday and in the morning session today, Kerala's Panchayati Raj system, the local body system, is an example for most other states to follow, because we have done the full devolution of funds, functions, and functionaries to the local bodies. The Annex 4 of the state budget details the extent of funds, the amount of funds under various heads that each panchayat, that each municipality, each block, or each district panchayat or each corporation would get by way of plan funds or development funds, by way of general purpose fund, by way of maintenance grant on the non-road side as well as the road side, then by way of grants from the 15th Finance Commission and other Government of India schemes. Further, the state had also transferred the functionaries of the line departments and the institutions at the cutting edge level to the control or under the control of the various tiers of local governments, to the extent that development planning, especially in the social sector and to an extent in the infrastructure sector also, comes under the domain of the local self-government departments in the state, local self-government institutions in the state. Kerala is also home to Kudumbashree, the largest network of women, the largest organized network of women with groups from at the grassroots level, from the self-help groups of women, the neighborhood groups of women at the grassroots level, then the confederation at the called the area development societies at the intermediate level, and then the community development society at the district level, at the district panchayat level. And we have also forged a formal alliance between the network of women and the local self-governments, to the extent that the CDS chairpersons, the ADS members, the Kudumbashree network, they are all part of the various discussions that happen at the Gram Panchayat level or the block panchayat level or even the district panchayat level. In the presentation made by by the Joint Secretary Ministry of Panchayati Raj, it was shown that the members of the PRIs of the CBOs should be made members of the standing committee of the panchayat, but the act of the Panchayat Raj Act, I don't think provides for formal membership of the yeah, but they are invited for discussions, and in our panchayat offices, there is a room earmarked or a room which is specifically kept for the CDS or the ADS persons, where they can gather, where they can discuss, and where they can take the issues for discussion to the Gram Panchayat president or the block panchayat president, whosoever the case may be. The lessons that we have learned from the PRI-CBO Convergence in Kerala have been adopted and adapted by many states, and through the Kudumbashree NRO setup, this training, this exposure, this understanding of the convergence has been taken to other states. So the members of the Kudumbashree NRO organization have the officers or the systems in 15 to 16 states across the country, and today we are happy and proud to note that that the Kudumbashree has indeed helped build strong alliances or foster strong alliances between the SHG network and the PRI network in other states also. So Ministry of Rural Development and Ministry of Panchayati Raj are doing this convergent exercise to strongly formalize and institutionalize this network and this alliance. And in over the course of the last 2 days, today and yesterday, you were told, or you got to hear from other states also as to how the network is helping in building the development blocks of the areas where they are working. So in today's panel discussion, we have, a panel of esteemed members who are authorities on the PRI system, the CBO system, the PRI-CBO Convergence. We have none other than Sri S.M. Vijayanand, the doyen of Panchayati Raj decentralization exercise in the state. Sir was our Chief Secretary in Kerala, and Sir was also Secretary in Ministry of Panchayati Raj and even Secretary in Ministry of Rural Development also for some time. So I believe there is no other person who can, give a real discourse on this topic anywhere in the country other than Vijayanand Sir. So the participants here are indeed fortunate that Vijayanand Sir is there today to share his thoughts on how to, take this convergence exercise forward. We also have Sri Vikas Anand, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj. He spoke to you about the VPRP, GPDP convergence and how the panchayats at the grassroots level and the federations of self-help groups or neighborhood groups should work together in ensuring that the goals listed under the 9 or the targets listed under the 9 localized SDGs can be achieved, and how best they can be achieved if there is a strong convergence, a strong network. We also have two other experts, Ms. Nirmala Sanu George, who is a consultant in the decentralization and PRI-CBO convergence topics. So she would be also talking to us about, the various facets of the convergence exercise. We also have Ms. Pratushna, she is from the National Institute of Rural Development. So NIRD is also doing this, exercise or conducting sessions to engage officers and functionaries from different states on the various facets of decentralization and the convergence between PRIs and CBOs. And when NIRD takes this forward, the other training institutes, the rural development training institutes, the Panchayati Raj training institutes of the different states can adopt or take the lessons and the teachings, the success stories that NIRD recommends. So these stories can be taken to other states also to take this exercise to the fruitful completion. So we look forward to an enriching session, and I would like to request Sri S.M. Vijayanand to share his thoughts with us.
Friends, I'll quickly reel off some points, basically coming from experience as Secretary Panchayat Raj, Additional Secretary Rural Development, DG NIRD for 1 year, and also Chair of KILA Executive Committee for 11 years. So I represent all the 4 groups. First is that a joint coordination group of MOPR, MORD, as high as possible, meeting every week, reasonably empowered to issue clarifications. Second, formal changes in the methodology of preparation of GPDP, VPRP, labor budget under NGNREGS, and also the People's Plan campaign to be issued by the respective ministries. I'm giving it for combined. Then adapting it for 5th schedule, 6th schedule, and state act areas like Bodoland, Darjeeling, Hill Council, and all that. Then on capacity building, Ministry of Rural Development has Panchayat Raj has developed an excellent framework recently. It's not yet published, I think, isn't it? Yes, published. So using that analogy, develop a framework for this purpose. That is PRI-CBO convergence. That framework should be written down. NARDPR can develop that. Then joint training at national, state, district levels, which means I would suggest that all the officers of DS and above of both the ministries be trained at least for half a day on what is this, so they understand, and then the state secretaries down the line up to the DMMU. That should be done at a higher level. Then, of course, national level training of the top management of NMMU, SMMU, and RDPR. Then formal instructions to NARDPR and SARDPRs. Officially, the MORD is the controlling ministry. They can issue, but it can be supported by MOPR. Then in the capacity building, it'll be good to involve NRO because they have huge experience and they can contribute. And separate arrangements need to be made for states which have different training institutions for Panchayat Raj, like UP, and then I think it is Chhattisgarh also. So they have PRTIs or Jharkhand. So some PRTIs are not very effective. So I think you need to do that. And some states are very weak SARDPRs. I don't want to name them. So we need a separate. And this is something which I want the MOPR to consider very seriously because MORD doesn't have the money now. 5 faculty members are provided by MORD in SARDs. Only you can fund it now under RGSA. 1 additional faculty member exclusively for this linkage, SIR, so that there is somebody who is trained, who leads it and who is qualified for that on contract only. Then proper orientation of the state RGSA and NRLM teams to prepare capacity building projects which will support this. Otherwise, if the department prepares, this may be missed. So, especially for the training project. And I would suggest for the RGSA scheme, you still have the scheme sanctioning committee, no? So, just before that, the JS training can sit in consultation with the state teams to ensure that the proposal which goes to the scheme sanctioning committee conforms to this requirement of SRLM, SHG, GP convergence. This was done when GPDP was started. So your training is for GPDP. Here your training will focus on this convergence maybe for 1 or 2 years. Probably a help desk at the national level where people can ring up and find out. Ideally, it can be kept in the NARDPR. And NRLM and MG and RGS, there are big cells in NARDPR. I do not just activate them with this in view. Otherwise, NRLM cell does a different kind of thing. Then, very sensitive, but is eminently doable, facilitate preparation of state guidelines on this convergence, which means you have to go sit. If they are very friendly with you, they will show you the draft. Otherwise, it's state autonomy. They have no business to show Government of India what they are doing. But for your information, all the guidelines of GPDP, we had informally discussed. So that trust is very important. So you can say, you missed this kind of thing. And to help the states have a model guideline for state level guideline for PRI SHG partnership, which can be developed by you and sent. Then we are all talking of convergence of departments, which is not easy as I saw in the presentations. So MORD is in a better position, MOPR also to some extent, to persuade states to facilitate convergence of departments which are not under the PRIs with the VPRP GPDP thing. Then sharing of state experiences so far, which NRO can facilitate. Include this as an SHG Sutra and have CRPs exclusively for this. Then at the state and district levels, there should be 1 person, especially from SMMU and DPMU, to look after this as a like CBIB. You say this is the person, and ideally CBIB person should be part of it. Don't recruit another person. Then adapting, localizing SDGs for facilitating the partnership, which is something which MOPR has to do. We have not brought this partnership into the localizing SDG guidelines, and advisory how to use localizing SDGs to push this agenda of partnership. Similarly, MORD can experiment with communitizing SDGs so that it can't roll it out all of a sudden. Then NARD PRS clusters for GPDP, if they are coterminous with the resource blocks of NRLM, immediately you can launch some action research project in maybe 10, 15 clusters to find out how it's working. And I think NRO can facilitate. And whether this could be included formally in the work of national level monitors when they go, they have to give a report on the convergence, and also certainly area officers, which system is not very effective, I think, but it's still in existence in MRD and probably in MOPR, given states. Then this could be included as a performance indicator in monitoring of states, formally or informally. And it'll be very good. I think only both the ministries have money for studies. Jointly, if you could commission a high quality studies on the effect of partnership so far by top institutions, IIM, TIS, Asim Premji University kind of thing. Let them take 2-3 states and study from a sociological angle, political angle, developmental angle, social capital angle, what has been the result and what are the challenges. Real empirical study. In the initial days of MG and RGS, some outstanding studies were done even by Harvard University. Then so my request to both the ministries, can you have a joint PRC meeting where secretaries of Panchayat Raj and secretaries of rural development, they are same in most of the states, can have a meeting, and if possible, a state ministers meeting, because I'm sure ministers of states don't know this importance of this linkage, most states. So a state ministers meeting, and if possible, a launch. Then a very small point, but very important, include AP and Telangana in this rollout in the beginning, because they have one of the longest history of SHGs. So from the SHG side, they have perhaps the best matching Kudumbashree, even sometimes better than that. So the linkage, they'll be able to work out better. And that's the kind of thing. So that's all about the role of ministries. And then NARD PR, training to relevant NARD PR faculty. It's not your Panchayat Raj alone. There are a lot of people who need to know the importance of this. Anybody dealing with livelihoods, Narega, RD should know that. And NARD can develop a generic training plan. And I suggested to Pratishna to have a write shop on that, which will outline the themes to be this thing and the broad content to be contextualized by the state. So you have to develop a training plan for the national and state level. And the cells working with NARDPR dealing with government of India schemes should be activated and linked to this. They are now independent. Then special role for Northeastern NARDPR. But there's where you have you don't have the proper panchayats. So your Guwahati Institute has a special this thing. Then NARD DG can hold a meeting of the SIRDPRs and Panchayat Raj training institutions. Then joint training for state level officials, both livelihood and Panchayat Raj. And resource persons, NARD has now the capacity to certify trainers. So we need to certify trainers at the state level. And helping the state to prepare the capacity building plan under RGSA is something which NARDPR can easily do. In all the SARDPRs, not very effective, I understand. It was never effective. But you can sensitize them that when they go to SARDPR, they can look at this convergence angle. Then if they can do it using the state kind of, I think you have some faculty having interest in some state, isn't it? You can ask them to have a quick recce and give a report on what is happening in the Panchayat partnership. At least 10, 12 states is there. If possible, some quick field studies. And I would suggest that since NRO has a 10-year experience in this, your NARDPR can have a formal MOU on asking the NRO to help you develop the modules. Ideally, you should have a guidance group in NARD. You already have one for Panchayat Raj, isn't it? It's a similar thing, but an active group. Nothing more for SARD PRTIs. There has to be a person in charge in each SIRD PR, and one additional faculty I mentioned, and linking the whatever we say, even in Kerala, the Kudumbashree Kilar linkage is very weak. Kudumbashree had an independent capacity building because capacity building is part of NRL. So the state SIRDs know nothing about it. So we need to bring them together. And not that NRLM can continue to do the capacity building, that kind of thing. Then, of course, training plan and modules and concepts. But very important thing to the state is tell them the concepts and go to the guidelines. We forget, we always go to the guidelines of convergence, say why it is important. Points were given by Secretary Panchayat Raj, by JS today, by me yesterday. Why this linkage? Who gains? Democracy, development, right, entitlement. We don't train Panchayat Raj members on that. Then again, we mentioned yesterday joint training. It will be very good if you can have a joint workshop of elected women representatives and the GPLF at the block level or sub-block level, depending on the number, because that gives them confidence. You're building a relationship. Then in many Central Indian states and even Northeastern states, you need mobile teams of 2-3 people going to the village, going to the GP and developing it. Handbooks, I don't have to say. Help desks at the state level where you will do this. And converging training funds. So that's both the ministries have to do, where SGSA and RD has a relatively small budget, and state has some other MGNRG has training budget, NRLM has a training budget. So if you converge it very intelligently, probably if approvals are required, it has to be done. So that's all. And some big points, conclude some big points that is outlined by Vikas. I was very happy. This is for democracy. It's not just for local development. This is for democracy. This is for participation, for citizenship. We speak of 5 capitals of NRLM. I would add 2 more capitals. One is what I call civic capital. The woman becomes a citizen and accesses all the rights available to a citizen. Rights, entitlements, grievance redress. The 7th capital, I would call it political capital. Not becoming a Panchayat Raj member, that's not political capital. Political capital means a formal role in decision making in the Gram Sabha, in the plan preparation. So the civic capital and political capital will give you the citizenship participation. Then, of course, will make development proper, engendered, and rights-based. And ultimately, good governance outcomes can be expected, which, of course, is the foundation for any development. Thank you. Just as I was closing, I saw a notice here. It said only 2 more minutes given to somebody.
Thank you, sir, for giving a brief outline or listing out the activities to be taken up at the ministry level, MORD and MOPR, at the NIRD and SIRD level, and also at the state government level, so as to formalize the PRI-CBO network in a stronger fashion. Now, I request Sri Vikas Anand to give his views on the PRI-CBO linkage.
Once again, good afternoon. The speaking after sir is like watching first movie of Amitabh Bachchan, and then so then I will not name, but so so it is very difficult to elaborate more than what sir has already done. But I have noted all the points which sir has said. And number one, already with the MORD, we have started already. There were joint meetings, but now it has been decided in the last meeting that every fortnight we will have a meeting on the issues related with the CBO PRI convergence. So, sir, that will be there. And one thing which is a challenge in convergence is the SRLM, NRLM, the livelihood missions are not managed. There are different departments in different states which look after the livelihood missions. At some places it is RDPI department, in some states it is the labor department, and maybe some other department. So number one, the first thing which should be there, the first step is to convergence at the top level. There is a convergence between the two ministries, Ministry of RD and Ministry of Panchayati Raj, so that the convergence message is going to the every state, every agency which are connected with Panchayati Raj or the rural development. Similarly, the in Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, they have they have developed a training module on JJM and SBM. So that we have already requested all the SIDs and IDPR to include that as an essential part of their trainings. Maybe in a one-day training, half of that module, half day can be on SBM and JJM only. In 2 day, it can be half day module on SBM, half day on JJM. So that we will, in the next meeting, we will finalize how the material which has been developed by the MORD can be used by all the training institutes of MOPR and DOPRs. And also we have a very vast network of the training institutes, and very recently there has been a lot of increase in that also. Most of the officers from the DOPR in the state, they know that there is a network of SPRC, the State Panchayat Raj Resource Center, then there DPRC, District Panchayat Resource Center, then there is a block level also. Already in Kerala there are 152 blocks are there, and they have already recruited 132 RGSA consultants in all the blocks under the BPRC. So that network will be used in convergence training also. And what sir has suggested, sir, we have already in the meeting which was held, CEC meeting of March this year, for the current financial year, we have already approved the professionals for all the SIDs. 5 district, 1 professional will be there, and NID PR is going to recruit for the SIDs in consultation with them. Also, one School of Excellence in Panchayati Raj is being set up with 8 centers, and that will be initially mentored by the existing centers of NIDPR, and the recruitment of faculty is taking place for that. And on 4th and 5th of September, there will be a formal launch launch has already been done by the minister, but there will be a formal launch of the curriculum and the trainings there. So that will be there. And NIDPR, and also we have also discussed this with other SIDs, if they can also train the state level master trainers. As of now, the training is being imparted by the NIDPR, but we can request Kudumbashree. If they can train our SLMTs, that will be better, because you have the core knowledge. Or we can pull in the resources from Kudumbashree, from SIDs, and they can train in other SID or at NIDPR. So I hope within this financial year, we have sufficient number of SLMTs which are there with MORD and which will be trained by the NID, PR and the SIDs. And if there are existing master trainers with MORD on convergence, we will be very happy, and we will look forward to their name on the training management portal which the MOPR is managing for the training of the elected representative of the PRIs. So we will again Ministry of Rural Development, and there is a regarding annual action plan which sir has said. So sir, already there are specialized trainings under which we have already informed the states to carry out trainings which are otherwise not in the traditional list of the trainings. And in fact, Karnataka has started training for new literates. At some states, they have started training in conflict management, where there are problems between groups. They have started conflict management, change management. So we will be open to having training under RGSA where there can be even political education of the SSG members can be there. There can be different leadership training can be there. Also, more and more community-based organizations are there in service delivery. It will be very, very beneficial for all the clients as well as the agencies if they have a training in quality management, in how to manage their quality, how to give best services, how people should realize that because the CBOs are providing the service, their sanitation facilities are much better than if it has been contracted out to some private agency. So that can be done. And regarding convergence at the field level, so that will be part of the capacity building and training efforts of MOPR. And already nearly 4.76 lakhs, 4,76,000 members of the CBOs have been trained in different thematic areas with the PRIs. So they have very good convergence also, and we hope that this year this number will go very high. Total trainings which have been conducted under RGSA in the year 2022, 4 million, 41 lakh participants were trained. So we hope that a large number of these trainees will be from the SSGs, from the CBOs, and also like I discussed with Mr. Sajid, we are open to studies which can try to find out what are the initiatives which promote the convergence between CBOs and the PRIs, how this convergence can be promoted, and instead of it comes from its growth is organic rather than pushing from our side. It is demanded by the people at the grassroots only. So NCBF guidelines are already we have issued, but we are also um, uh, very soon releasing the operational guidelines of the national capacity building framework. So that will be very helpful on how to impart training on different subjects, including the training on political education and how they can in the other areas of the capacity building, and also the state election commission's role in elections, and how the states can organize the conferences of the CBOs and also of different um, uh, departments. That all the guidelines are there in the operational guidelines manual that we will issue shortly, and I hope that covers what I wanted to say. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Vikas Anand, for your views. When Vijayanand sir gave his talk, he listed out the activities that states, ministries, and SIRD and NIRDs are supposed to do. And Vikas Anand has already explained the action points that they have already started. Fortnightly meetings with the ministry and the annual action plans for the training centers for PRI-CBI convergence. So when we take these trainings forward, states are already flushed with funds under RGSA and under many other heads also, even an RLM training component. So how best are the training curricula and the training action plans worked out by the states, separate modules on this, if the NIRD and the ministry teams can also do the vetting, as Vijayanand sir had mentioned, if the overall framework prepared by different states can be vetted at the national level by the experts, maybe that would give a more scientific flavor to the convergence that we are talking about. So thank you, Vikas. And now I request Srimati Nirmala Sanu George to give her views on the PRI-CBO convergence.
Thank you, ma'am. And good afternoon to everyone. Just like Jay said, when Sajid invited me for this, I told him if Vijayanand sir is there, listen, not be a panelist. I always tell Vijayanand sir also because anyway, uh, it's a lot to learn from him also. That's why. And he has clearly defined all the roles. I think everything has come clear with JS also adding to it. Now the roles has been clear. So convergence, we always think many attempts are being made in different ways for, but always convergence is a big challenge. That's what I feel. Because recently also I had an experience to draft a convergence proposal for Wayanad as aspirational district as a, on the request of the collector. But finally it is just a document. It's very difficult to implement. But I think for Kudumbashree, for PRI-CBO convergence, at least from all the presentations which I heard from yesterday onwards and today, your state, you've gone a lot far ahead. But one thing I feel is like, why do we need convergence? So I feel convergence should be for results. There should be some change and that's for results. So I would call it C for R, convergence for results. Like World Bank comes up with a program for results. Like that, why not we think about convergence for results? So when we speak about results, we have now set up roles which each institutions can take up the responsibilities and the roles and everything has been explained very well now. But the degree of convergence each one has to be clearly defined. That is where we always miss. For example, at the lowest level, it can be the corporation. So for a certain thing, what would be the level of that is like sharing or exchanging informations. So for a particular thing, what would be the level of cooperation with whom and how we have to decide. Then collaboration is another aspect of the convergence. So that is then again collaboration is there, coordination is there, and the highest level of integration, highest level of convergence should be the integration. So this has to be clearly defined. Actually, more I have seen that this we don't define this clearly, and we all speak about convergence as one term. So that has to be. I think we have to think about it. Then coming to capacity building, I had a little experience for 10 years with capacity building on Kerala's decentralization with a program called CAPTEC. And from that, I would like to share a few experience. And we have been, sir also has been yesterday onwards saying of joint trainings. I don't think in Kerala also we had, Sajid would be able to say we had any CBO, PRI training programs as such. Attempts were made. Attempts and discussions were done, but I don't think it has been properly implemented. So even if it is from the PRI experience, I can say that like nowadays in Kerala, women are really happy to come for trainings actually, whether it is joint on initially what Kila does the trainings. Because now SAID is merged with Kila, and so they do the training programs. And first they do is for the women, they give a separate training before the joint trainings are done. So, and what has attracted me most is after the separate trainings, they are willing to come for the joint trainings, and 77% of the women are new also. So they need detailed training and all. But those who are from the Kudumbashree, they already have an exposure. The capacity has been built in some level. Only new persons need more training. And the important thing is what I notice in Kila when you go for in any meeting, you can see a lot of trainings happen there. And recently when I went, I saw a boy cycling around the campus. So I thought it must be a son of a staff. So just asked, he's enjoying. And he said, my mother has come for the training program. So the environment and for women to come with a partner, maybe a mother-in-law or somebody, husband joins with them when they have small kids. They come and they stay there. But what I find is they find it difficult in terms of their personal responsibility as a woman and as an official responsibility. They find it difficult to stay for more than 3 days. So 3 days is a maximum. They are happy to stay back, and they very actively get involved in all the training programs. So, and capacity building, we always limit our capacity building programs just for trainings. I think we need to have more other like action research programs and all. We need to have along with the capacity building. Now, yesterday, sir, I think Sir or Sarada Madam, I don't remember, somebody, one of them had said about a convergence platform. To create a convergence platform also at the bottom level also. So was saying about demand has to come from bottom. So I think in Kerala, I do not know about rest of the states, but Kerala definitely there is a scope because we have the gender resource centers started. So I think most of the panchayats now have a gender resource center where Kudumbashree and the panchayat together are functioning it. So that can be a convergence platform, I think. So which can disseminate informations and awareness generation and all. And yesterday when the MOUs was signed, I was just going back to my old, then only I realized it's 20 years exchange, a MOU signed between panchayats. We had a program actually, MOU signed by panchayats with different states. So it is then we also later had panchayat to panchayat programs within the state also. Similarly, I think it would be very effective if we can do a twinning between SHGs. Between SHGs, like it can be any state. There are from the presentation I could find that there are so many good things happening in different states. Maybe an SHG from Kerala and an SHG from other state can, looking at the requirement, after studying the requirement, they can be made a collaboration or made a twinning or SHG to SHG programs can help each other, and definitely that will be very beneficial because it has been experimented in the case of panchayat to panchayat between states. And Kerala also can learn a lot from that. Actually, we always think Kerala is doing better and there's nothing to learn, but I found that there's a lot of things to learn from other state SHGs also, panchayats also. So Vijan sir, long time nowadays he doesn't use that term. I don't hear him saying beacon panchayats. So I can say that beacon SHGs can help, can associate with or collaborate with partnership with a beacon SHG or a weaker SHG, depending on what is the requirement. So this can NARD and SARD can help in identifying the SHGs and all, I think. Then coming to Sir had mentioned about the help desk, and also I saw in the Jharkhand presentation also the help desk. 88 panchayats have got a help desk. That is amazing because Kerala we have only one help desk at Killa. And they have to take all the phone calls, they have to answer to everything. So I think here also we can start SHGs also can come up with help desk. So how it should be, what should be the framework, I think can be decided. Then another point which I would like to come up as I have to mention is we all come up with too many plans. We develop the plans and to some extent we implement. But I think each SHG can be, for instance, given a responsibility. We have the 9 SDG, localizing SDG themes. I think in a panchayat, each SHG can be given a responsibility of taking up a theme which maybe they are comfortable or in some other way we can give one theme to each SHG or to a multiple of SHGs to see that that target is met. I think that will bring that will bring definitely changes and results. That is like helping the PRIs to achieve that convergence. But capacity has to be built. It's just not simply just going, at least within the SHGs. If not the whole panchayat, at least the SHG, among the SHG members, how the targets can be met, that can be done. So, then again, sir also has mentioned about the mobile team. So that was first experimented in 2003-4 in Kerala. We had the mobile teams. District-wise, we had a 3-member. There will be more than one mobile team, but each mobile team would have 3 members. One was on finance, I remember. One would be a subject expert on finance, one on engineering, and one on development. So 3 experts, they used to visit all the panchayats and give them hands-on solutions and help them. It's another way of another help desk sort of help they used to give, even preparing projects and all. Similarly, I think here also, where sir also mentioned that we can think about developing mobile teams, like just like our mentors going to the different states and helping. We can think about here for the SHGs also, whether it should be district or block has to be decided. So these are the few points I just wanted to add to all the discussions held here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Nirmala, for sharing your thoughts with us. And as you said rightly, convergence framework, preparation of the convergence framework is the biggest challenge that state governments and local self-governments would face taking this exercise forward. And convergence, as you said, is not just convergence. Convergence is 3 C's into one: convergence, collaboration, coordination, all built into the same framework. And also on your inputs on capacity building, I think would be useful for the representatives of the state governments and the SIRDs when they go back to the state. Now we have Ms. Pratyushna from NIRD. I request her to share her thoughts on PRI-CBO convergence with us.
Respect Vijayanand sir, respected JS ma'am from MORD, respected JS sir from Ministry of Panchayati Raj, respected chairperson ma'am. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be part of this August panel. In fact, whatever I had actually jotted down over these 2 days, because I was just nominated the day before I came here. So whatever I had jotted down, it has already been spelled out by Vijayanand sir and JS sir here. So I'm sure that is going to come as a direction to NIRDPR so that we can quickly take action on it. So as a representative from NIRDPR Hyderabad, I would like to mention here that we have a center called Center for Panchayati Raj, Decentralized Planning and Social Service Delivery. I belong to that particular center, and this particular center is out of the 23 centers that we have at NIRDPR. And this actually caters to the need of research and training for Panchayati Raj across the country. So our center also organizes training programs as per the directions. Time to time, we get directions from the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. So as per the directions received from Ministry of Panchayati Raj, we cater to the needs of the research and training. I would like to just mention here that last year we have carried out around 45 training programs specifically on the theme of localizing sustainable development goals for selected state level master trainers. These state level master trainers have been selected by the SIRDs and the State Department of Panchayati Raj. So likewise, we have actually trained around 1800 SLMTs, state level master trainers, on these 9 thematic approaches of localizing SDGs. And the modules were prepared, the training took place on the modules that were prepared by an expert committee that was constituted by Ministry of Panchayati Raj. This year, what we are planning now, we are planning to revise the same module, the module which were designed by the Ministry of Panchayati Raj on localizing SDG for 9 thematic approaches. We are planning to revise those modules and add the component of PRI-CBO convergence and VPRP integration with the GPDP, so that and as suggested by Vijayanand sir, we are going to have a ride shop of, let's say, 2 to 3 days at NIRDPR, where people from NRO, Kudumbashree, then experts identified by Kudumbashree NRO, and experts identified by MORD and MOPR, and experts from NIRDPR can sit together and brainstorm on how to integrate these modules into the localizing SDG modules. And I will take the direction from Vijayanand sir and JS sir on this further. The modules designed, the revised modules, these modules can be used to train these SLMTs and young fellows of 250 model cluster project. Already Vijayanand sir has mentioned about this 250 model cluster project. This is one of the unique initiative that was taken up by Ministry of Panchayati Raj and NIRDPR. Under this, there are 250 clusters across 23 states and 4 UTs. So there are young fellows who are posted in these clusters, and the main objective of this particular project is to handhold the gram panchayat. There are around 1,155 gram panchayats identified under this cluster project, and these young fellows are supposed to do the handholding for formulating and implementing quality GPDP. So you can see that if we sensitize these young fellows, as already has been suggested by Vijayanand sir, we can sensitize these young fellows who can do the handholding along with the NROs, Kudumbashree NROs representatives at these clusters, so that VPRP can be integrated. VPRP can be integrated into the GPDP, and PRI-SAG convergence can happen. So apart from that, I would also like to mention that already JS sir has mentioned about it, that there is a school of excellence on Panchayati Raj, which has already been launched. And sir has mentioned that in the month of September, we are going to start this formally. It is going to be functional. So under the aegis of Ministry of Panchayati Raj, it has 9 centers, and one of the center is on localization of SDG, integrated panchayat planning, and convergence. This particular center, as soon as it is functional, can also take up the training and research on integrated modules of PRI-SAG convergence, and more specifically, will be working further with the direction of Ministry of Panchayati Raj. So, sir, I would like to request you to kindly send the letters, required letters, as well as JS ma'am. I would like to request, yeah. So that, and as the representative, I'll be submitting a representative from NIRDPR. I'll be submitting the report of these 2 days workshop at NIRDPR, so that this plan that we are talking about can be initiated quickly and action can be taken. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Pratyushna, for sharing with us the vision of NIRD in taking this exercise of PRI-CBO convergence forward. So, and it's also good to hear that NIRD is planning to integrate the modules for PRI-CBO convergence and VPRP GPDP convergence with the modules on localized SDGs that you are doing, and the young fellows who are there in the states, in the field, in the blocks, will be able to give a further push to this whole exercise of PRI-CBO convergence. So I think this was the last, Pratyushna was the last panelist of this panel. If the audience has any questions from the audience, or any observation or comment from the audience? I think everyone is tired after that delicious lunch, and after almost 2 days of real hard sessions on the convergence framework. Convergence is a challenge, and studying convergence would be a bigger challenge. But the lessons, the guidelines given by Vijayanand sir and by the other panelists, I'm sure would help you when you go back to the states, when you go back to your training institutes, when you go back to the and chart out the detailed action plan and the detailed framework for giving stronger teeth to this convergence exercise between PRIs and CBOs. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Sir, please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you. I extend many thanks to everyone on the esteemed panel to share their insights and letting this panel be a very enriching discussion for all the participants here who may use the insights that have been presented on initiating convergence between panchayats and SHG and its federation in their states and also as part of their state operational framework. I would now like to request our mentors to come with the token of gratitude for our panelists here. Vijayanand sir, can we have you for a minute here? He's leaving. Thank you, everyone. Can we have a photograph with all the panelists here? Thank you. We'll be breaking for tea now for 15 minutes and let's gather back quickly at sharp in 15 minutes here by 4:15. Thank you.
I now request Shashikala Chechi to please felicitate our JS MOPR ma'am with the Aranmula Kannadi. MORD JS ma'am with the Aranmula Kannadi. Chechi, please. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to have both of you here. We shall continue with the rest of the session. Thank you.
Moving towards our next session, we have our next set of panel discussion where we will be discussing about state operational framework for developing a common understanding among all the stakeholders who will be initiating the convergence between Panchayat and SHG and its federation. A consultative workshop with all the key stakeholders was organized at all this across 14 states with inputs of these stakeholders. All the states have formulated their state operational framework. In front of us, we'll have now few states presenting that state operational framework, and they'll be sharing the key features of their state operational framework with us. To begin this session, I would like to invite Ms. Jui Bhattacharya, National Mission Manager, NRLM, on the stage. We would also like to invite Muthu Meenal Ma'am, Additional Director, TNRLM. I would also request Kalyani Gupta Ma'am, HPSRLM Deputy CEO, to join us on the stage. We would also like to invite Om Prakash Sir, SPM, SIST, HPSRLM, Abranil Bhattacharjee, PM, IBSI, Vertical, Tripura SRLM, and Sushmita Sarkar from Tripura SRLM. To give all our participants a better picture of what are the salient features of the state operational framework that these three states have come up with, the states will be sharing with us how they have developed with all their community institutions, panchayat representatives, SIRDs, and concerned line departments a state operational framework on implementing PRI-CBO convergence. Over to you, Juima.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Harshita. As Harshita has said, the state will now share on state operational framework, which is the framework on which actually the universalization will happen in all the states. Now, we know we are at the end of this 2 days workshop. And also, we know that this session actually everyone is waiting for some other thing also after this. So we'll do it a very quick session where 3 of the states will be sharing. I would request first of all to all the states to share their operational framework on certain pointers which are on present status, what is the implementation structure, and then emphasizing on major activities, strategies, and also how they will phase out this. What we'll do is, I would request first to start with Tamil Nadu, and then we can go ahead with Tripura, following up with Himachal. I would request all the 3 states to take 7 minutes each, so that once we have the 3 presentation, we can have some questions from the other participants and we can consolidate it. So, ma'am, over to you.
Good evening, all. We are coming to the close of the 2 days workshop. Very tiring. Yesterday, field visit, morning presentations. Now, last session we are in. Next slide, please. You know, Tamil Nadu has been doing a lot of convergence initiatives with health and education, social fare. But still, yesterday we had a good learning from Kudumbashree and this Panchayat Raj from Kerala. Next slide, please. You know, Tamil Nadu is the 4th largest state in India. Agriculture is the mainstay. Apart from that, we are doing best in software, and it is a leading global hub for agri commodities, mines and minerals, etc. The state is also known for not only for vegetables but for poultry and dairy development. It is also industrial powerhouse in India, one of the industrial powerhouse, and ranked second in the economic status, GDP. Next slide. Next. This is the status for basic particulars. We have 38 districts and total population is 7.21, out of which we have about 4 crore population in rural. Concentration of population is more in rural area. Rural districts we have 37 excluding Chennai. We have 388 block panchayats. We call it panchayat union. And gram panchayats we have 12,525 across the state. Habitations, we have 79,395. This PRI-CBO local self-governments, previously there was a two-tier system. Now, after this 73rd Amendment, we have Tamil Nadu Panchayat Act 1994, revised act. Three-tier system is existing. And the last election we had was 2019. In Tamil Nadu, we have this Gram Sabha to be convened 6 times in a year. Latest, we convened May 1st, 2023. You may be aware that Tamil Nadu is the first state to pass the GU. Previously, we had 33% reservation. Now it is 50%. You can see from the table, actually, the women representation in the local self-government, rural local bodies is 56%. Out of the reservation of 50%, and out of that 69%, whatever may be the women representation, 69% are from the women self-help groups and the PLF, Panchayat Level Federation. Even they chair the district panchayat. Jilla Parishad chairman also are from the SHGs. Totally 69% are from the SHG movement. Next. This is the PRI district. This is the district and block administrative structure. Actually, district collector is the chairman for all development activities. Panchayat Raj department is basically with the 2 assistant director level officers, AD Panchayat and AD Audit. These 2 are key for us for ensuring PRI-CBO convergence and block Panchayat BDO, and we have 2 BDOs at the block level, BDO Village Panchayat. This zonal deputy BDOs, 6 or 7 of them we have. They will be at the cluster level. They'll be doing the coordination. On the side of RD department, we have 2 project directors, one for SRLM, TNSRLM, and one for the PDDRDA, who is executing all centrally sponsored and state-sponsored schemes like AGMT, MGNREGS, and all other schemes. PDTNSRLM will be implementing the NRLM. This is the administrative setup. The vision of the government and goals, malnutrition and anemia free Tamil Nadu. Under this thing, we have devised a separate scheme called Chief Minister's Breakfast Scheme, in which it has been programmed to give up to primary school children the morning breakfast. We have piloted this with the Social Welfare and Women Empowerment Department, and our SHG women are acting as the center in charge, who cook for the children, who upload the information in the separate app we have created for the CMBFS scheme. So our SHG women feeding nearly 52,000 children across the state. Now the scheme is going to be extended to 28,000 schools, primary schools in rural areas and town areas, and our SHG women have been trained for cooking 13 kind of breakfast, and they are going to be the center in charge. They are not regular staff, and they are going to get a livelihood opportunity year long, and they'll be given a honorarium of 3,000 to 25,000 depending upon the center strength. So this is one of the, other than that, to avoid malnutrition, we are giving 5 days egg for the school children and sing. And we have also devised a program for anemia free children. women, pregnant women and all. And our state has formed a separate child, women and elderly policy exclusively for the state, under which we have formed differently able groups, and we are also formed elderly groups to the tune of around 26,000 elderly groups we have formed, and we have 40,000 around differently abled SHGs. Excuse me. And recently we have introduced one scheme called Pudumaipan scheme for college girls. They are given 1,000 rupees every month. The college girls are given. Another scheme is going to be launched. Why I am telling all these things? In all these programs by Social Welfare Department, our SHG women and the GPLF, Gram Panchayat Level Federation, are playing a crucial role. So this scheme, Magalir Urimai Tittam, for women who will be provided 1,000 rupees every month from September 15th onwards, and all the preliminary works are done by our CRP, partnership and SISD, and our PLF leaders, executive members, and our SHG women at the Gram Panchayat level. Next click. So far, we have done the convergence initiatives. What we have done with our own resources. We have recently initiated one with Narega. Most of you must be aware that in Tamil Nadu, we follow the PIP list. The vulnerable and poorest of the poor has been identified through a process called participatory identification of poor. We have identified 31,73,000 households in Tamil Nadu. Recently, that exercise has been completed, and under Narega, 1 lakh households will be provided with individual assets and category B and community assets for improving their livelihood on a sustainable basis. This has been one of the initiatives taken with PRI and Narega. The thing is, Narega, PRI, and TNSRLM are coming under one secretary, RD and PR. Another thing we have been doing with convergence activity with the education department is our SHG women. You may be aware that post-COVID and during COVID, all the schools were closed, and the children 3-4 months they were not given any education. So our SHG women have been trained by the education department, and they are working as volunteers, and they are teaching the children. Likewise, we have done this Kavya DP program with the agriculture department. Our SHG women are into this Kavya DP program also, in the implementation of Kavya DP, and in the planning process, our SHG women and Panchayat level federation play a key role in deciding the ward level plan and also the Gram Panchayat plan. We are also coordinating with the 20 other line department, but we are due to time thing, we are not telling that. Another thing, the Gram Sabha, we conduct 6 times in a year. The attendance, 80% of the attendance is from the CBOs, whether it is SHG or PLF office bearers, it is like that. Likewise, the participation of Narega, out of 100%, 89% is from women. And again, SHG women participate in the Narega program as a worker and as a beneficiary of category B assets is 76%. Next.
I would request you to please go
ahead. Yeah. First, I'll fast it. This is the implementation architecture of the program. At the one side, the PRI, District Panchayat, Block Panchayat, Gram Panchayat, and Gram Sabha and citizens. This is the from TNSRLM side, SMMU, DMMU, BMMU, and CRP, LRP. At present, we have DRP and BRP at district level and block level, but LRP we don't have, but we need the assistance of Kudumbashree to train the LRPs. At the block level, we have the block level federation. At the village panchayat level, we have the panchayat level federation. Instead of GPCC, our PLF SAC, which has a combination of all line department officials, we will be taking that. And VOCC, instead of VOCC, we will take our VPRC, which is again for the working for the vulnerable people. Next. This is the rationale. I will not be reading it because for time. Mainly to identify the target beneficiaries and ensure active participation. and subcommittees of the GPs. Like yesterday we have discussed with the PRI, our subcommittees have to be strengthened. So this is the learning we are taking from the Kerala. These are the various activities we have done. Already we have started this realization of the VPRP plan in convergence with PRI and other line departments. These are all the various activities we have already taken, and we have collected individual applications from the individuals, and we have handed over to the line department to get the demands and aspirations of the people to be fulfilled. Already we started this convergence activities on a larger scale. These are the 6 pilot districts and the profile of the districts. We have DRP at district level and BRPs and CRPs. We have one at for SISD. We need to have the LRPs. This is the status. These are the specific activities as per the, we are doing all these activities under SISD in convergence with the PRI and other line departments. These are the key strategies for universalization approach. Already state level convergence meetings are happening under our effective leadership of our chief secretary. District level convergence committees are happening at district level. The block level and gram panchayat level we need to strengthen. We are under this approach we will strengthen that. Then subcommittees of the gram panchayat we need to strengthen. That is our strategy. Then developing LRPs for that separately. And orientation, already we start last 2 years we are doing the orientation to line departments and PRI at all levels. This is the expected outcome. I will not detail this. This is the phasing out plan for Tamil Nadu. We have taken 6 districts, next year 10, then last year, final year, we'll be taking 11. Thank you. Any questions?
Ma'am, we will take the questions at the end.
These are some of the photographs. Our WHVs, our SHG women being converged with the health department, and they are doing the NCD screening, and they are offering medicines also free of cost. They get a honorarium of 5,500 from the health department. This is our breakfast scheme. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Ma'am, we can take the questions later on. I would request you to please remain here itself. Sorry. Thank you, ma'am. So we can see that how Tamil Nadu, being a state who is implementing SHG movement even before starting from NRLM and having done already so much of convergence with different departments, has taken universalization approach, keeping in mind to emphasize more on the block and gram panchayat level community and PRI and CBO convergence to be more strengthened. And also we have also seen in the outcome that expecting that even today with 6 gram sabha, 80% of the CBO members already there, we are expecting to have it to 100%. So moving ahead with Tripura, I would request Abhranil and Shushmita to take us ahead with the state operational framework.
Where is the keyboard? Change this.
Good afternoon. My name is Sushmita Sarkar. So, me and my team member, we will be presenting on the SOF prepared by Tripura Rural Livelihood Mission. So, as an overview of the state, Tripura is situated in the northeast region of the of our country, with a population of almost 40 lakhs, with a area of 10,492 square kilometer. The state also shares international border with Bangladesh, 1,018 kilometer, and the state is basically a landlocked state which also shares border with Mizoram and Assam. Tripura has 8 districts, and the capital of the state is Agartala. Okay. So, Tripura Rural Livelihood Mission is working with more than 4 lakh women who are part of more than 45,000 SHGs. We have promoted almost 2,000 village organizations, and 88 cluster level federations are currently there in our state. Since 2017 and 18 financial year, we have provided almost 700 crores of loan through bank linkage. 1.22 lakh women are also partnered as Mahila Kisans. So I will come to the main part. So the journey of PRI-CBO intervention in Tripura started in 2016 and 17 financial year as phase 1. At that point of time, we started it as pilot project in one district, Gomuti district, with 2 blocks. There were some concerns about choosing the blocks. The first block, that is Killa block, and another is Matawari RD block. The first block, Killa RD block, it has a very difficult terrain geographically, and also it has tribal population. The second block, that was Matawari RD block, it has non-tribal population as well as it has plain land mainly. With 32 Gram Panchayat and VCs, we started with the pilot project. At that point of time, with the help of Kudumbashree, we developed a lot of LRGs, and in second phase, from those LRGs, we created I-mentors, and then we expanded to 2 more districts and 10 more blocks and 246 Gram Panchayat and VCs. In third phase, that is in 2020 and 21 financial year, at that point, we didn't extend to any other district, but only on those districts, but remaining blocks we covered. Those are 6 blocks with the help of internal mentors that were developed by Kudumbashree e-mentors. So main outcomes that we observed after the intervention of PRI-CBO Convergence is first the participation of women in Gram Sabhas. It was approximately 50% than what it was before. As mentioned here, that 46%, it was previously 46%, but after the implementation of PRI-CBO Convergence, we found out that it is nearly or more than 86% now. The VO members were highly motivated and reflected leadership qualities. They started working in close connection with panchayat bodies. Now in every Gram Sabha, they are being invited, and they also take part with lot of their issues and their concerns. These things are being discussed in Gram Sabhas now. Previously, the scenario was different. There was many challenges. Women were not able to. They had a sense of fear that if I go to panchayat, then they will take me, how they will treat me, and there was no sense of confidence. They were lacking confidence in them to face the PRIs. But as we implemented and intervened in through PRI-CBO, it was it shows now in their confidence. It also shows that how they will deal with PRIs, how they will speak to them, and what are the issues they should bring and how they should bring forward to PRIs. Then PRI and CBO members jointly support the people in distress and other vulnerable segments in their existing areas. In many cases, it has been seen that PRI call meetings for any issue and they jointly try to solve it. Previously, this kind of collaboration was totally missing. Then, a resource pool of highly motivated and capable members of 718 local resource groups and 98 I mentors are present in all resource and intensive blocks. Other than that, I would like to just share some pictures here.
Shushmita, you can go a little faster in this.
Okay. So these are just only some of the examples we have achieved actually. This agriculture office at Krishnanagar GP, this agriculture office was built after it was mentioned in VPRP. Through that plan, they have taken and they have actually built this agriculture office. Farmers used to go uh, 12 to 15 kilometers away from their panchayat for getting the agricultural benefits. So after this convergence, now the facilities are available at their own panchayat. So these are also many few more examples. So with this, I will request my fellow team member to present the remaining part. Thank you.
So, as Tripura implemented, the PRI-CBO convergence is in only 18 of the blocks in covering 3 districts. So next, why we plan to begin the universalization in our state. So some of the basic points that we are highlighting is the first one is the scope for more collaborative avenues for sensitizing PRIs and CBOs. Second is one issue has been identified that SHGs are less involved in the mobilization campaigns for organizing Gram Sabhas. Third is the absence of forums at Gram Panchayats. And fourth is the citizens committees, which are least active. So these are some of the points that we identified, which would rather support us to to implement the universalization of PRI-CBO in the state. Next comes is for universalization, what is our vision? So our vision is to create a harmonious and cohesive ecosystem where local self-help, self-government and CBOs work in hand and equally empower the local communities to actively participate in decision-making processes. Next is our goals. What are our goals? So next is that the strengthening and engaging of CBOs for convergence, and including that we are planning to sensitize on schemes and entitlements. And next is a poverty alleviation development model. And the fourth is for building women citizenship and a sustainable ecosystem for inclusive development of this community. These are our expected outcomes after the implementation of the project for 18 months in the 28 blocks of the state. These are our expected outcomes. So first is the increased engagement of community-based organizations based on the rights and entitlements. Next is the participation of CBOs members in functional committees. Third is the developing certain thematic experts, those who can ensure sustainability of convergence activities. Fourth is the strengthening of the citizens committee at village level for better health, education, nutrition related services. And the fifth is the transparent and participatory service delivery among the CBO networks, local governments, and line departments. So this is our implementation structure at the mission level, the SMMU, DMMU, BMMU, the state mission manager, program manager. This can be seen, and at the community level, we have CLF managers, those who will be solely responsible for the CLF management. And next would be the VOs. So LRP functions at the we are selecting the LRPs in the GPs or VO levels, because in one GP there are 2 to 3 VOs, and this area maybe would be better for the LRPs to function in those areas. So as we have almost 140 internal mentors in our state, so we'll be taking the pool of almost one district resource persons. Will be selecting them as a DRP. So the process would be 1 DRP per 2 blocks. So this would be the process, and LRP per GP. or VC. That is, we are selecting 331 GPVCs. So we would have 331 LRPs. Next is the major activities that will be doing. So first one is the baseline and endline survey. Second is the civic literacy. Third is the mobilization of SHGs and cadres for Gram Sabha. Fourth is the preparation of VPRP.
Pradil, you can mention which are the important points
sure, ma'am.
instead of, because we have already
So-
crossed your time.
So next would be the representation of SHG members, working with line departments and increasing the participation of CBO members in BAC and Panchayat Samiti. Next is at the key strategies for the various thematics. So for the various thematic, what we are focusing in the existing MCLF core committees in the state, district and block. So we can utilize them. Second is we can facilitate incorporation of VPRP demands in the annual action plan of CLF and CLFs. Third is we can incorporate various activities in the SRLM annual action plan. Fourth is we can do the convergence model. We can focus on incorporation of the activities based on the line departments in our through convergence mode. And fifth is joint field visit for assessing what is the rate of implementation in the areas. Next is engagement with the line department. So in this we can do the creation of state level forums. Second is release of advisories orders from state to Gram Panchayat level for effective implementation. And third is leveraging GPCC and VOCC with line departments and CBOs. Next comes is the engagement of DOPR and SIRD, TTADC, because we have 6 schedule in our areas. So we have 1 TTADC area in the entire state. So in that, we can do joint preparation of training modules for trained elected women representatives that can be supported through SIRD, orientation of CBO on functional committees, then capacity building of the functionaries, capacity building of CBO participation in labor budget, formation of Gram Panchayat Coordination Committee that includes all the officials of the panchayats, and convergence meeting with TTADC for leveraging schemes in the VC or areas. Next is what are you seeing to get some ensuring what are the insurance on thus getting sustainability? So we are just proposing three points. These are the immersion sites for expansion to the remaining blocks through the social capital. Second is the community ownership, and third is the government orders to formalize GPCC. Next comes is the phasing plan in Tripura. So in Tripura, we are planning to implement the PRI-CBO universalize the entire districts and blocks by 2026 to 27. That is by 2026 to 27, we will be covering all the 8 districts, 58 blocks, 1176 GPs and VCs, 191 CLFs, 29 DRPs, and 1176 LRPs. So that's all from the Tripura side. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tripura team. So we can see that how being a state which has before also implemented PRI-CBO convergence project in pilot basis with support of Kudumbashree is planning to utilize the already developed resources in universalization along with the existing forums to be used for inter-thematic convergence, and also the importance of having higher level bodies as well as strengthening the grassroots level bodies to have better convergence. Thank you, team. So I would request now Himachal Pradesh team, Deputy CEO ma'am and Om Prakash ji to take us through the SOF.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will try to make the presentation as short as possible because this is the last presentation of the 2-day workshop and everybody wants to get it over with. But in the context of Himachal Pradesh, so this is the state at a glance. We have a population of about 68 lakhs, and out of which 90% of the population lies in the rural areas of Himachal Pradesh. So the Gram Panchayats are 615, and the villages are 21,000, more than 21,000, and the targeted households under the SECC deprivation data are 295,000. A brief overview of the local self-government in Himachal Pradesh. The Panchayati Raj Act was enacted in 1994. And during 1997, I think this is the old presentation, the one we had shared. ठीक है. ठीक है. We have a three-tier structure of the Panchayati Raj system in Himachal Pradesh: the Zilla Parishad at district level, Panchayat Samiti at block level, and the Gram Panchayat, which is the smallest unit. I will not go into the details. And the major point here that is to be mentioned is that 50% reservation of women was brought about in 2008, and currently the figure has been wrongly mentioned here. It's 58% of women are elected PRIs, and till December 2020, which was the last election, around 20 more than 2000 SHG members have been elected as PRIs. As per the background of SHG network in Himachal Pradesh, NRLM was formally launched in 2013 in Himachal Pradesh. Before that, we had various self-help groups under SGSY, and the active women groups that were active at the panchayat level were Mahila Mandals. So currently we have nearly more than 41,000 SHGs and a coverage of 3,35,000 households, and VOs that have been formed are 3,177. Himachal Pradesh being a hilly state, there are a few challenges that we face because of the difficult geographical terrain. The frequency of SHG meetings, rather than being weekly, they have a monthly meeting because the population is scattered and it is difficult for the women to assemble. And the SHG size is also with 7 to 8 members on an average. So, in recent times, we have been undertaking a lot of capacity building activities, especially for our community cadres. But before that, the visioning exercises have been completed in Himachal Pradesh for all the CLFs that have been formed, which is playing a very crucial role in further taking the NRLM further in the state. Then we have deployed our community cadres, especially Krishi Sakhi and Pashu Sakhi, with Agriculture and Animal Husbandry Department as para workers. Then HNG CRPs have been trained in collaboration with the Health and WCD department, and we are also training our non-farm CRPs in collaboration with Patanjali. These are some of the few initiatives that have been taken up in Himachal Pradesh. Now coming over to PRI-CBO Convergence. During the pilot phase, we had 2 blocks, Rajgarh in Sirmaur district and Thyog in Shimla district. So 57 VOs were trained in these blocks, and 400 SHG participated in Gram Sabha in 2 intensive blocks. And 40 GPs, 20 each in these blocks have been covered. And through implementation of PRI-CBO Convergence, we during the last VPRP planning, we undertook VPRP planning in 3,184 gram panchayats out of the 3,615 gram panchayats in the whole state. Various activities that have been undertaken under PRI-CBO Convergence: health camp on menstrual hygiene, awareness camps on one-stop centers of WCD department, drug-free campaign rallies all over the pilot blocks, formation of Anganwadi Nutri Gardens. This is being taken up in pilot blocks and other blocks as well. Then yoga classes for SHGs in collaboration with local NGOs, and legal literacy awareness camps as well. So, a few learnings and gaps that have been identified during the pilot phase and during the scoping study of the new blocks that are to be taken up under PRI-CBO Convergence. So the learnings that we obtained: partnership and of Panchayat and CBO at the grassroots level. I would take a moment to mention here that Gram Sabha is a very, very important institution for proper functioning of a panchayat and for the local people of the panchayat. And bringing together panchayat and our SHGs for effective functioning of this Gram Sabha, which is so important for implementation of each and every plan at the grassroots level. It is miraculous the way PRI-CBO Convergence has worked in these pilot blocks in bringing about 100% quorums in the I think Gram Sabhas have become so frequent, special Gram Sabhas organized from time to time for various priorities of state and the central government, that the essence of Gram Sabha has really come down. But after implementation of PRI-CBO convergence, it has been observed that effective Gram Sabhas are taking place. Proper plans are being prepared through those Gram Sabhas. And I think it is very, very important. And over a long term, we will see the impact of this convergence that is being taking place. Both the entities, the panchayats and the CBOs, are helping each other in their overall development and the development of the panchayat as a whole. So, moving ahead, conducting effective Mahila Gram Sabhas. Mahila Gram Sabhas have been taking place in the state for a long time now. On the Women's Day, it is being organized in the month of September also. Mahila Gram Sabha is scheduled every year. But not much was being discussed earlier in these Gram Sabhas. But now they have actually come up with major issues what they are facing, and the visioning exercise that was undertaken in the areas has also helped them realize that what their priorities are. So they are functioning in a very effective manner now. The VPRP demands have been integrated in the Gram Panchayat development plans. Panchayats recognizing CBOs as an active stakeholder. This is also very important. I'm emphasizing on every point because when the pilot phase was started in these two blocks, even I was skeptical that what will the results be like, because it is difficult in today's time, especially in Himachal Pradesh, to engage the panchayats in any kind of activity. But we can also see from the testimonials that have been displayed in the exhibition, some are from Himachal Pradesh also, that the pradhans of the Gram Panchayats have themselves mentioned that how significant the role of CBOs has become. Now, every time they have to discuss something, they are calling CBO members. The panchayats are themselves calling and involving them, informing them that this is some new scheme that has come for the panchayat. So you please inform everyone so that we can make a good plan. So these are the changes that have been seen after the implementation of this PRI-CBO convergence. Then coming to a few gaps that have been found. Coordination committees, I would have to accept, even at the state level, we are a bit behind in establishment of the coordination committees with the Panchayati Raj department and other line departments also. And we are giving it top priority, and we will try to do it as soon as possible. Then liaising with the line departments, because the annual action plan and the budget preparation of each department has a different timeline over the year. So, to bring them all on board, it's a big challenge and will have to be taken at the highest level in the state functionary as well. So, we are in the process of that, and we will try to ensure that all the line departments, especially who have an important role for functioning at the panchayat level, are brought on one platform so that effective GPDPs can be prepared. Then strengthening of citizen communities. Citizen communities have been in place, but the effective functioning of them is still missing, which is being taken up in priority after this implementation. Then special trainings of women PRIs on gender sensitive issues. We have in fact started this. Special trainings for women PRIs are being organized in the state now, and the roles and responsibilities of the standing committees, they need to realize it and then implement them in an effective manner. Rationale of universalization of PRI-CBO convergence. I think I've already mentioned all of these points. I can just read through them. Ensure access to entitlements, improve community participation in local government, holistic development of the village, improvement in the livelihood and quality of life of rural communities, provide social security to the poor and marginalized groups, integration of the VRP into GPDP, strengthening of existing committees under different line departments, strengthening of federations and linking them with the line departments, and developing the platforms for better utilization of existing resources as per the requirement of the community. Because there are many resources, but they are often misutilized. So, the vision and goal, this is universal for the implementation of PRI-CBO convergence. The vision to develop sustainable models of PRI-CBO convergence adhering to SDGs of the state and catering to the local development by integrating the available resources. Catering to the local development is very important, especially in the context of Himachal Pradesh, because every area has its specific needs and demands. Then coming to the goal, ensure convergence SHG federation, ensuring convergence amongst the SHG federation, local government and the line department. It cannot be overemphasized. Strengthening the local resource pool of the state and local network, widening the strength of institutional platforms for increasing engagement with local government and line departments, and reviving the existing convergence on the citizen committees. So this is the plan that is ahead of us. The MOU has been signed, and now we have three districts from where the phase 1 will be rolled out in Shimla, Sirmaur and Solan, and 4 blocks will be covered. Thyog and Rajgarh are still here because it was partially being implemented in these blocks, and now we are taking the universalization approach. And total 148 gram panchayats will be covered in this phase. Then we'll have 2 mentor resource persons, 1 in 2 blocks, and total expected LRPs 340 and DRPs 3, 1 in each district. The expected outputs and outcomes. So I would go through the outputs first. Preparation and follow-up of demands by CBOs. Participation in important Gram Panchayat level committees. These are the outputs that we expect for the CBOs in the state. Active participation in Gram Sabhas. Awareness about all schemes and benefits like health cards. Revival of existing committees such as MSCs, VHSNSCs, and SMCs. These committees do exist, but to make their role more functional, more effective. Representation in GPPFTs, convergence between panchayats and line departments through VOCCs and GPCCs. Active involvement of CBOs in planning as well as monitoring. The outcomes that we expect: awareness and access to rights and entitlements, enhanced capacity to work with various stakeholders, the panchayats as well as the line departments, effective implementation of schemes and programs available with the panchayats. In terms of numbers, 3 DRPs, 340 LRPs will be trained and positioned in the state and in the 148 gram panchayats. Strengthen institutional platforms and revival of existing committee platforms with representation from the SHG networks.
Ma'am, in terms of activities and strategies, if you can only emphasize what is different from the other 2 states I've mentioned.
Major activities, I think this is also repetitive only, that will be integrating. We are actually focusing on the activities that are specific problems to the state, such as anemia. It is a very big issue in our state. Then drug addiction, it is a major issue in Himachal Pradesh. So we will be focusing on those activities. And as I mentioned earlier, the activities that we have undertaken are brought about through the visioning exercises that the CBOs have undertaken. So that will help us in identifying that in which areas we need to prioritize and focus, because livelihood, as it comes out during the visioning, was 5th or 6th priorities of most of the CBOs in Himachal Pradesh. The main focus they have is on health and education. So those will be our priority focus areas. Then the integration with various thematics. The important point here, which is different, is gender resource centers that will be established at the GP level, will be used as a platform to discuss the PRI-CBO convergence. Then the community cadres, especially our farm community cadre, Krishi Sakhis and Pashu Sakhis, they'll be involved in the VPRP planning, which they have been involved earlier also. Then using all the existing resource pool of the pilot blocks for the new blocks. Then community cadres of various thematics, non-farm, financial literacy, their services will be taken to disseminate various kinds of information and developing existing pilot blocks as immersion sites for exposure visits. We have also tried to take contiguous blocks for the phase 1 so that easily the local resource persons can be used effectively. Then the integration with Department of Panchayati Raj and SIRD, the main focus will be on capacity building initiatives that will be undertaken, and we will try to strategize and organize, as JS sir had earlier also said, that combined trainings of PRIs, CBOs, and the line departments, they have to be brought on board and trained in tandem so that they can function together effectively. Then engagement with line departments, this will have to be taken up from the topmost level till the bottommost level. So the other points are repetitive. This is the phasing plan for PRI-CBO convergence. By 27-28, we will be covering 11 districts and 55 blocks. So that is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Himachal Pradesh. So we can see how, again, from the experience of last year working in pilot uh, blocks, and from there the utilization of the resources, and also ma'am has explained that how to work with CBOs first is required to strengthen themselves, thus emphasizing on visioning exercise and bringing the ownership of the community towards what they want to do, and then also planning the activities based on their need and then converging with the PRIs there. Now I would request if there is any question to any of the state who have presented here, because we have seen here three type of state who have presented, starting with Tamil Nadu, who have not worked on pilot project but have already some experience, huge experience on convergence, planning for universalization rollout. Then we have seen Tripura, who have experience on pilot project for quite a long time, 4 to 5 years, and now planning for universalization. And also Himachal Pradesh, who have an experience of 1 year of pilot project and now going to implement universalization. So we have three types of steps. If there is any question, then we can take it. Yeah.
So, hello. It's a wonderful actually presentation here. So the one question to Tamil Nadu. So if I am not wrong, that 69% women are women representatives in Panchayat. So just I want to know actually. So is there any I mean comparative study that women led program and the non I mean the male counterpart actually they are implementing the project. I mean in any scheme. So is there any difference in implementation? That is just we want to know actually from Tamil Nadu.
Uh, well, actually, starting this as per the Act 1994 Act, we first election was held in 1994. That time it was 33%, and after that, 50% reservation was given. Already, literacy wise, Tamil Nadu is good, comparatively better than other states, and the women are given empowerment right from the 1989 through the Tamil Nadu Women Development Corporation. and they have been enlightened about the political empowerment. It was the objective of the Women Development Corporation to bring them not only economically, socially, but also political empowerment has been done right from the beginning. Especially, we started the SHG movement in 1991. So, yeah, yeah. No particular study has been done, but we are planning to do, because this 2016 we had given 50% reservation. After that, only one election has happened. For the last 5 years, from 2016, there was no election, no. So 2019 was the election. We are planning through the evaluation and statistics department. We are going to conduct. Already TNSLM has done the evaluation. Out of that, only 69% we come to know that is a study done in all the districts by the Women Development Corporation through the TNSLM people. So there will be an effective study by the evaluation department. Thank you. But we find that whenever the local self-government is run by a panchayat president, that is women panchayat president, the administration is better. That is what is our experience in Tamil Nadu. I can proudly say that. See, our SHG women lead the state. Out of 37 district panchayats, 6 are from SHG. SHG women. Out of 388 block panchayat chairman, I could show you the figure. Most of them are women from women SHG. So the SHG movement has given them the confidence and the what I can say. It has capacitated in a much better way than the men.
If there is any question, we can take one more. Okay. I guess there is no question. So I would like to also share that we have seen here 3 states SOF presentation, and but then most of the state have already submitted their SOF. So the common thing what we have seen is like one is yes, emphasis is on civic literacy for the pool of resource person and also the SHG members throughout all the states. And other than that, there are some different activities or strategies adopted by different states. For example, Chhattisgarh and MP has they are going to adopt separate strategy for the area which are under Panchayat Act and also for the area which are under PESA, because the structure are different. Whereas if we have seen different forum like Himachal has explained that the gender forum will be utilized for the convergence. Similarly, Nagaland will be utilizing the same forum, village level gender forum and block level gender forum for the convergence platform. Similarly, and also they will be utilizing the forum of water sanitation and also village employment committee and village health committee as a forum for discussing on this convergence at village level. Similarly, in Arunachal Pradesh, also there is a forum on Gram Panchayat level coordination committee, which is for localizing SDG, and that the same forum will be utilized for discussing on this PRI-CBO convergence out there. And on the other hand, in Meghalaya, Meghalaya will be taking the support of State Rural Employment Society to develop the capacity of the elected representative. And in Chhattisgarh, Chhattisgarh will be taking support of SIRD not only to strengthen the capacity of the PRI members, but also to strengthen the capacity of the SHG members, and especially in the PESA area to strengthen on conducting regular Gram Sabha every year, because they need to conduct as per the strategy they will be conducting training every year so that they can ensure that it happens. Similarly, in Chhattisgarh, they will also have a help desk in Gram Panchayat level to support this smooth rollout of the universalization. And state like Meghalaya will have additional resource person other than the district resource person. They will have block level resource person also. Whereas the state like MP and Mizoram will not have district level resource person, but only block level resource person. These are based on the present situation which are there, and they have made these changes. Like yesterday, Vijayanand sir has said, contextualizing for every state. So this is what we have seen in different SOF of different states who have submitted till now, and to few states are there, they're still working, and we expect that all the state will very quickly complete all the SOF, and then we will very soon have rollout of in all these 15 states. So with this, I once again Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to take us through the SOF which they have prepared. Thank you everyone.
Ma'am, please. I extend my gratitude to all present on the panel, and we would like to request our mentor resource person to bring token of appreciation for all. I would now request all the panelists to come forward for a photograph. Thank you. With all the ending all the technical sessions, we also reach towards conclusion of the 2-day workshop here. And I would now like to request our Joint Secretary MORD, Madam Smriti Sharan, to come and share with us insights on the way forward.
Okay, so all of you must be really tired. How many of you are tired? I am. I think you people have immense stamina. So I have two good news for you. I'll be really brief, and the rest of the points can be minuted and it will be shared with you. Secondly, I think the surprise item is there's a small cultural program that's been planned, and our artists are already waiting in the wings. So I won't stay too far on this dais, and I'll quickly take my seat. So my job is to just tell you what is the way forward. What I'd like to say is that Secretary MOPR had given a very lucid talk yesterday at the inaugural, and he said that PRI-CBO Convergence has to be a time-bound program and with a clear vision. We can't just go on with it. So that's what my colleagues from states have to keep in mind, that let's keep it really strictly time-bound. Universal rollout strategy gives DORD and MOPR an onerous responsibility for a seamless collaboration. So my colleague Vikas from MOPR and us at RD have a great job, a very, very heavy duty weightlifting to do from now on. And as advised by Vigilance, there is a need for both ministries to meet at frequent intervals. So we will begin our work immediately, and I would request all of you to also begin your work immediately. Needless to say, convergence must begin from the grassroots. Nobody knows it better than you. SRLMs have to just quickly complete the following items, which
You're aware, but I'll just recapitulate it. Please finalize your state operational frameworks and have a plan to saturate your state within the next 3 years as planned. Please expedite signing of the MOUs. Have dedicated staff at district and local level as resource people. Have a suitable agency which will do the baseline survey. That's important because what can't be measured can't be monitored. As suggested by Vijayanand sir, conducting right shops with all stakeholders, be it Kudumbashree or PRI or the DOPR officials or whatever, or even academicians. And then drafting necessary government orders and advisories, etc. We've got to constitute state, district, block, GP, and VO level coordination committees with all line departments, DOPR, SRLMs, PRI, CBOs, etc. We need to develop immersion sites. All of you have also out and visited, or when you talk to a counterpart state, you imbibed better and there was greater clarity. So immersion sites is a must. So I had also suggested for facilitating CBOs to develop 3 types of plans: the entitlement, individual asset, and community asset plans, which can be supported through CBO's own funds, from PRI funds, and from support of other line departments. And these need to be submitted in the Gram Sabha. Ensure effective participation of CBOs in Gram Sabhas. Please strengthen all the citizen level committees. You know which those are. And in this implementation process, NIRDPR, DOPR, SIRDs, NRO as a resource organization will play a very crucial part. You've got to conduct trainings. You've got to help us integrate BPRP into GPDP. And please play a very key role, because phase 1 of the universal rollout is being watched by everybody. Lastly, I wish all the participants the very best for universalization of the PRI-CBO convergence. And we will meet in 3 months for a review. So after reaching back home, please put your teams together, get down to the drawing board, and begin work afresh. Thank you very much for being so patient, for being so generous with your attention. And thank you, Kudumbashree, for being absolutely the most wonderful set of people, making us feel so comfortable. Thank you.
Kudumbashree began 8 years ago in Attapadi block of Palakkad district. Kalaimate Gotiar Kandi is the cultural team of Kudumbashree and currently
सबको नमस्कार। मैं अटपाड़ी से कुरुम्बा विभाग का प्रेयर शुरू करती हूँ। ವರಕೋಟೆಮೋ ಕನಗವಳು ಸಾನವುಳಕೆ ಕೈ ನೀಟನ நாள் முடங்காது தருவ கலக்க இல்லா மனசே கிழக்கு இல்ல நீரே கை தாங்குவா நீ கை தாங்குவா கை தாங்குவா நீ கை தாங்குவா வரட்டேனோ கனகவಳು கனவுளக்கே கை நட்டுனா நாள் முடங்காது தருவன் கண்ணுல நோட்டமனித்தே பேசுவா பேசுமனித்தே காதுலா செமனித்தே சுகாட்டுல மனித்தே சொந்த பந்த மணி சொத்து சுகையில் மணி உலகில் காணுவதெல்லாம் ஜீவனென்று கேந்தது நீ துலக நவனே சரணா மரகாத்தை நீ மன குரு சரணா இனி நாம் நின்று வரணா சரணா அறிவா கொடு நீ மன விதியான சரண இனி நாள் நின்று வரணா வட்டனோ கனகவಳು ಸಾನವುಳಕೆ கை நீட்டினா நாள் முடங்காது தருவான் கலக இல்லாத மனசே கிழக்கு இல்லாத நீரே கை தாங்குவா நீ கை தாங்குவா கை தாங்குவா நீ கை தாங்குவா कुरुम्बा विभाग का प्रार्थना गोत्र वर्ग कुरुम्बा विभाग का एक गान में सुन करती है। ಉಳ್ಳಾಡು ತೊಡದೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿಲ ಮಾಮಾಜೋ ನಲಂಗಾಯಿಲ ವೆಂಡೋ ಮಾಮಾಜೋ ಅಂಗಾಯಿಲ ವೆಂಡಲ ಮಾಮಾಜೋ ನ ಕಡೆ ಮಡಿಲ ವೆಂಡೋ ಮಾಮಾಜೋ ಲಲೆ ಲಲೆ ಲಾಲಲೆ ಲಲೆ ಚಾಲಾ ಲಲೆ ಲಲೆ ಚಾಲಾ नेक्स्ट इसे एक बेड का नाम पर एक गान में सुनो करती है। पापी सोरे तंगा पापी सोरे बटा कटेलरे किना कुगे तिंदा सोरे कुगे वा सोरे कुगा सोरे पापी सोरे तंगा पापी सोरे कलानर पंडे किक बंदा सोरे कुड़गी वा सोरे कुगा सोरे पापी सोरे तंगा पापी सोरे कलानर पंडे किक बंदा सोरे कुड़गी वा सोरे कुगा सोरे Enamaga Puranda, Sanicola Menang, Enamaga Puranda, Sanicola Menal, Enakenda Magatorita, Soberana, Sandela, Bonono, Bangi, Sandenari. Enakenda Magatorita, Soberana, Sandela, Bonono, Bangi, Sandenari. Ogundo, Kore, Vandari, the Vasada, Vinda Kore, Oguntami, Kore, Vandari, the Vasada, Vinda Kore, Ogundo mingo tore kurudale rotala minda tore. Ogundo kurudale rotala minda tore. Ogundo mingo manakara bedukota ninda tore. Whatever. Another guru jamatala koi kukua jamal lele dolaya lele. Atillele dolaya lele dolaya lele dolaya lele. Lele. Kate munde kalare patana kanda tore babi tore taska babi tore. Chote go kalare mari kollo tore babi tore taska babi tore. Alam ebal karte turi karte dongo tore babi tore taska babi tore. Pesore takama. Sant guru jamachda koi kuya jamal bulle ne golaya ne. Kode ne golaya ne golaya ne. Akille golaya ne golaya ne golaya ne. Akille golaya ne golaya. Next the Kurumba tribal dance.
ನಿಮ್ಮಡೆ ಪಾಡು ಅಪ್ತೇನೆ ಆಗ್ತೀರಿಯೋ ರಾತ್ರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಮ್ಲೆ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ಅಪ್ತೇನೆ ಆಗ್ತೀರಿಯೋ ಇದು ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಕಟ್ಟಮಟ ಆಡ್ರಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಕಟ್ಟ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸತ್ತಾಗ ನೀವು ತಿಂದಿದ್ದಾರ ಅಂದಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ
Adaga jake ada jaka lada bode ladaga jake la pudi bodo adaga jaka le pudi bodo ada jaka. Adaga jaka ha ha he he ho ho ada bode adaga jaka la pudi bodo ladaga jaka le pudi bodo ada jaka ha ha he he ho ho ada jaka adaga jaka he he ho ho ada jaka adaga jake ತಿನ್ನ ದುನಿಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಊಟಾಟಕ್ಕೆ ಆಟಗಾಡ್ಲಕ್ಕ ಗಾಯನ ಮಕ್ಕ ಹೇ ಹೇ ಓಹೋ ಅದಾಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅದಗ ಚಕ್ಕ ಹೇ 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 ಹೋ 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 ಹೇ 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 ದಾಪುಡೆ ಅಪಡಿ ಪೋಡೆ ಇಪಡಿ ಪೋಡೆ ಆಹಾ ಹೇ ಹೇ ತಿನ್ನ ದುನಿಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಊಟಾಟಕ್ಕ ಆಟಗಾಡ್ಲಕ್ಕ ಗಾಯನ ಮಕ್ಕ ಆಹಾ ಹೇ 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 ಹೋ 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 ಹಾ 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 ರಾಜಕ್ಕ ರಗಟಕ ತಿನ್ನ ಬಣ್ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾಟಕ ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕ ಆಹಾ ಹೇ ಹೇ ಓಹೋ ಅದಗ ಚಕ್ಕ ಸಂದನ ಬೊಟ್ಟು ಸಾಂದ ಬೊಟ್ಟು ಲಮ್ಮಿ ಕಲ್ಲೋ ಆಟ ಕಲ್ಲೋ ಅದಗ ಚಕ್ಕೆ ಆಹಾ ಹೇ ಹೇ oho adajaka adagajake adagajaka adagajaka vendi munde very buloko te pudita konda magane do te pudita konda lawe do magane do pode ha he 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 ho ho te pudita konda lawe do magane do lawe ka nada na la pana ka lo magane do maman ka nada na mami ka lo magane do pode he he ho ho ha 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 Kanji Monday, very good. Koti put it in the Gonda, Magane, Don, the put it in the Gonda, Magane, Don. Avarikai Patangini, Mamma Tadi, and Pete Vandendalo, Mamma Tadi, Kai Pete Vandendalo, Mamma Tadi, Lala, Lale, 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 Tille le 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 lo tille le lo lo tille le 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 lo tille le lo lo tille le 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 lo tille le le lo ore ore ho 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 Avarikai bandandile mamilataji nan sette bandendalo mamilataji kai sette bandendalo mamilataji La la le la le la le la le la la le la le la le la le la la le la la le la le la le la le la la le Male vate buna kada jo na bile bua maragade kada jo bile bua maradal kada jo na medige bua maragade kada jo pode he he ho ho he 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 Abile bua maradal kada jo na medige bua maragade kada jo so do 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 de kada jo na so do do kada jo so de kada jo na sa so do de kada hey 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 ka ke ka ka ha hey hey ho ho hey hey tille le lo 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 budane dalot ko pe bun taye kalane dalot ko pe bun taye bode kalane dalot ko pe bun taye Ganendalodo ko be banitaye. Please don't go me. Anale kavarina banitaye. Vitamine no do kodo banitaye. Dille le lo dille. Oh dille le lo dille le lo. Budanindalodo ko be banitaye. Lanindalodo ko be banitaye. Kille le lo dille le lo dille le lo dille lo. ನಾಳೆ ಕಬಡಿದ ಬನ್ನಿ ತಾಯೇ ಬಿತ್ತ ಬೆದೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಡ ಬನ್ನಿ ತಾಯೇ Rati makalak tille le lo niramba karamba tandarapa tille le lo tille le macha tille le lo tille le macha tille le lo adivati makalak tille le lo niramba karamba tandarapa tille le hey hey ho 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 Sarakar kate kodale tillelelo sarakar kambi vaje tillelelo tillelele macha tillelelo tillelele macha tillelelo tillelele macha tillelelo tillelele macha tillelelo adivati makalak tillelelo sarakar macha tillelelo Tilelele macha tilelelo, tilelele macha tilelelo. Hey, 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 hey. Tilelelo, tilelelo macha tilelelo. Arana kodana tinda punde, madikodi kyava punde, tadi punde, voli mamo, tadi lele. ವಾರನ ಕೊಡರನ ತಿಂದ ಪಂಡೆ ಮಡಿಕೋಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾವ ಪಂಡೆ ತಡಿ ಪಂಡೆ ಬಳಿ ಮಾಮು ತಡಿಲೇ ತಡಿ ಪಂಡೆ ಬಳಿ ಮಾಮು ತಡಿಲೇ Tadi pande bali mamu tadi le tadi pande bali mamu tadi le tonde tole di katte langa elo bandana tadi pande bali mamu tadi le tadi pande bali mamu tadi le alale lale Lale, 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 Nila ninduta nanida devava lotaro vachilare lotara devava na kunde munde na noda ya kuno me munde na nodo Nalira devava na payatlare lutara devava me munde na nodo na lundo me munde na noda me munde na nodo ha ha Go to Chile ನೋಡಿತಾಳೋ ಮಗ ಗೌನು ರೌಕೆಲಿ ಕುಣಾಲ ನೀತೆ ಮಗರಾಜಿ Brazil ನೋಡಿತಾಳು ಗೌರವಕ್ಕೆ ಲಿಖತೆ ಮಗರ ಘಟನೆ ಘಟನಾಲ ನೀತೆ ಮಗರ मोदर टेकनालो मगर ये काही साइन लेखनाल नीते मगर ये la le la le la le la la le la le la la le nodo nodo gambe nodo 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 gambe nodo nodo gambe nodo nodo gambe we can gambe I open gambe Coca-Cola mupa gambe Coca-Cola mupa gambe Gadita Gala Gambe Paketa tape gambe Repalai Bundo Gambe Para la paro, tini mele bharate go para la paro, lone kupi kayoda. Para la paro. Para la paro, tini mele parte, para la paro, lone kupi kayoda. Para la paro, maro moto kayoda. Pile kote kayoda. Para tini mele parte. Modi Bharate go Parala Purti Vere Bharate Pleasing Himale Bharate go Modi Bharate Purti Vere Bharate Tone Kupi Kayoda Marumota Kayoda Dini Mele Bharate go Purti Vere Bharate go Kalala Banago Kalala Banago Sandala Banago Udapula Banago Uda Todela Banago Netila Banago Netila Banago Please Dini Mele Bharatego Une Kupi Kayoda Maramota Kayoda Udanila Banago Udanila Banago Parala paro, dili mele parte, parala paro, lane kopi kayoda, la paro, paro mote kayoda, dili mele parte go, azmudi parte, urti mere parte. Metta metta bunda tore metta ladiva, narai kalak bunda tore metta ladiva. Metta metta bunda tore metta ladiva. Tore metta ladiva. Tille le 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 lo tille le lo. Na tille le 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 lo tille le so. Tille le 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 lo tille le lo. Na tille le 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 lo tille le lo. Tille le le lo tille le lo. Tille le lo tille le lo. Tille le lo tille le lo. Na tille le lo tille lo. Everybody, thank you.
ഇനി പറയാനുണ്ടോ? So thank you so much. This was our Kudumbashree team from Attapadi block in Palakkad district. Can we have a big round of applause for them? Thank you so much. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും മിനിസ്ട്രിയുടെ വക നമ്മുടെ കേന്ദ്ര സർക്കാരിൽ നിന്ന് വന്ന മാം ആണ്. അവരുടെ വകയും ഞങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും വകയും താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച് ഫോർ ഗിവിംഗ് യുവർ ടൈം. ഇനിയും ഉള്ള എല്ലാ പരിപാടികൾക്കും നമുക്ക് വീണ്ടും കാണാം. താങ്ക് യു. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ഇൻ ദ
Thank you. तुम अभी जाके नीचे पूछ लेना. Probably they don't want to have it here. ये लो. अखिल अभी ये तो अभी अब sorry अखिल, the ढक्कन is open. Ma'am, idonnu vecchia.
So many years he has not seen such an organized program where participants are really attentive, taking notes and
I told him to. That's what I thought when I went to. No, I was talking about MOPR when we left it. We should definitely talk about school, wherever you go, you work really all the best. I have all the this thing for you.
Hello. Hello, Jack. Hello. Hello.
So, the time for vote of thanks. Though the workshop was decided, organized, and conducted in a short notice, but is blessed with the full-time presence from all states associated with Kudumbashree NRO. The support and coordination received from both the ministries, NIRDPR, and all of you deserve special mention. So, on behalf of NRO and Kudumbashree NRO and NRLM, I am here to express our sincere gratitude to all. We express our sincere thanks to Ms. Smriti Sharan, Joint Secretary MORD, Mr. Vikas Anand, Joint Secretary MOPR, whose presence is encouraging to all of us. We also express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Shailesh Kumar Singh, Secretary MORD, Mr. Sunil Kumar, Secretary MOPR, Sri S.M. Vijayanand, former Secretary, Kerala State, Srimati Sharda Muralidharan, Additional Chief Secretary, LSGD, Government of Kerala, Srimati Sharmila Mary Joseph, Principal Secretary, LSGD, Government of Kerala, and all the SMDs and CEOs from Assam, Tripura, Nagaland, and Mizoram for sharing their ideas, views, and expectations while moving forward. We also thank Srimati Usharani, lead IBCB, the NRLM and the NMMU team who extended their sincere support in organizing the workshop and be a part of us throughout the two-day workshop. The consultants from MOPR, NIDPR, and all participants, including from DOPR and SIRD from 16 states, is fondly remembered, whose participation itself is motivating. The support of Kudumbashree State Mission and District Mission coordinators who are a part of us, also we express our sincere gratitude. The panchayats, the CDS, the departments, the entrepreneurs who patiently gave their time and effort and support for the field visit is also remembered in this juncture. The support extended by the MEC, mentors, BCs also deserves special mention. We also express our thanks to the media for their support on coverage of the workshop and the two-day visits. The facilities provided by the authorities of Hotel Uday Samudra is also mentioned. The training team, the entrepreneurs, and the cultural teams who made the exhibition and product stall colorful and the event unique is also remembered in this context. Lastly, the support and work of Convergence team, the enterprise team, and the whole NRO is also fondly remembered. And their work is reflected in the release of compendium, the arrangements of the two-day workshops. Sincere thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a small announcement. So we have a vehicle waiting for all those of you who have signed up for the temple visit at the in the evening slot. We can take some time to freshen up before going to the temple, and
we can all maybe gather back by 6:45 for the participants who would want to go for the temple visit. The other representatives who are taking a flight tonight will share the contact details of the drivers soon.